Game of Microphones is brought to you by CMG Podcasts.
I am Lord Protector of the Vale, and I command you to escort me safely back to the Eyrie.
I think not.
Sansa, I beg you. I loved your mother since the time I was a boy.
And yet you betrayed her.
I loved you. More than anyone.
And yet you betrayed me. When you brought me back to Winterfell, you told me there's no justice in the world, not unless we make it. Thank you for all your many lessons, Lord Baelish. I will never forget them.
Riding their dead horses. Hunting with their packs of pale spiders big as hounds. It's your hosts, Sir Duncan the Fearsome and Lady Rachel of House Fox. You're listening to Game of Microphones.
Well met, pointy-headed demons and undead legions, and 7 blessings for Season 7, Episode 7. A warm welcome to Game of Microphones, where you always have a place by our hearth and meat and mead at our table. I'm Lord Sterling, Sir Duncan the Eager.
And I'm Lady Rachel of House Fox, the Whisk Wielder.
And this is episode 109.
On this episode of our series Rewatch, we're covering the Game of Thrones Season 7 finale, The Dragon and the Wolf. I'm so excited.
Oh man, what an episode too. And in case you're not already aware, this series Rewatch is from the perspective of someone who's current on the show. That means you've seen up through Season 7. If not, there's still time to be evaporated by electric blue flames of ice spat from the mouth of an undead dragon piloted by a maniacal necromancer, so you don't have to hear these spoilers.
Warning.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Da 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 da.
Oh, the Season 7 finale.
We did it, Duncan. We did it.
We did.
Actually, I should say you did it, like most of it. Because I know
Well,
you like don't sleep and edit all night long.
No. The burden is shared. The burden is shared.
We did it.
Yes.
Just in time.
Right? In the nick of time.
That is true statement.
Oh, man. So let's jump right into our top 5. What do you got?
So my number 5 is Jaime leaves Cersei.
Oh, that's one of mine too. I think my number 4 maybe. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we start the scene and Cersei's watching Jaime talk to the bannermen down on the map. And Jaime's, informing all of his men that they're going to be leaving King's Landing and they're going to march north in 3 days. And the guy is kind of arguing with Jaime, like, dude, it's going to take longer than 3 days to get all of our supplies together. It's like closer to a fortnight. Right. And Jaime's like, dude, we don't have a fortnight. If the North falls, like, we're all fucked.
We're fucked.
So
Tyrion's diagnosis, right? Isn't that
yes, totally. So he's planning the strategy of which roads that they're going to take. They're going to meet at Lord Harroway's town. And then they're all going to march together towards Winterfell. And I have in my notes, I'm not sure where Lord Harroway's town is on the map. I was curious if you did.
Lord Harroway's town is right where the 3 branches of the Trident sort of converge. It's directly north of the God's Eye and Harrenhal and just slightly upriver from the Ruby Ford where Rhaegar was killed.
Oh, okay. So Cersei is irritated at this because she thinks Jaime is just stupid.
I always knew you were the stupidest Lannister.
So she calls down from the upper level and she goes, Sir Jaime. And Jaime's like, Your Grace.
Yeah.
And everyone kind of, looks up at her and she tells them that she needs a moment with her brother.
Fuck.
So they get dismissed and Cersei looks at Jaime and is like, what are you doing? Like, are you really, do you really think that I meant to march all the way north? And there you go. She says, I've always known you were the stupidest Lannister. So we see again, Cersei is just freaking crazy. She's like, the Starks and the Targaryens have united against us and you want to fight alongside them? Are you a traitor?
Jaime has this look on his face like, what is this madness? Like you're turning
Did you not see the dead person like running towards you?
Yeah, like are you out of your fucking mind?
What
like we need to do this.
Do you need?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
No choice here.
What are you talking about? Plus they were standing there and I'm sure we'll get to this, the grand meeting, I guess we could call it in a little bit, but like how can you sit here and say that they are taking arms up against you right now? They're suing for peace at the moment so everyone can survive.
Right. Or even called Jaime the stupidest Lannister. I'm like, you're the stupidest Lannister, Cersei.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, and Jaime even says this, you saw it with your own eyes. You saw a dead man trying to kill us. You're the stupidest Lannister.
Yeah.
Like, think about it.
Yeah, and he's like, you also pledged our forces to fight,
Yeah, like, how can you go against your word?
She's like, I'll just say whatever I need to say to ensure the survival of my house. Basically.
And he's kind of like, what house?
Right.
There's just like 3 of us. I mean, there's an unborn child and you and me.
Yeah.
That's it. And so she says to him, yeah, I saw it burn, but if the dragons can't stop them, if 100,000 Dothraki and 8,000 Unsullied and all the Northern Man can't stop them, how are our armies going to make any difference?
Yeah.
I mean, I can kind of see where she's going at, but shouldn't y'all at least try?
Yeah, seriously. And I thought it was interesting when she says, I'll say whatever I need to say. And she tells him, and he's like, you pledged our forces. It made me think of, we've been concerned about Tyion maybe being turned by Cersei, but I think her saying here that she'll say whatever she needs to say, etc. I think she claimed to pledge her forces to Tyion and hoodwinked him, basically.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping that he's not like. There's another angle of that too, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, I don't know. It makes me nervous.
Yeah, I still have a little bit of faith in Tyion, but I can see where you're picking up on that.
Because she says, you expect me to trust the man who murdered our father? And I was thinking, well, if she doesn't trust him, then she wouldn't want her plan to rely on him. Like it would have to rely on him if he was in on the secret, in on the betrayal. That would give him too much power in her plan. So either she doesn't want him to know, or she's compartmentalizing the truth and keeping Jaime and Tyion from knowing how much each other know.
Yeah, kind of, again, she's playing both sides too.
Potentially, yeah. She's nuts, man.
She is. She's fucking batty.
Yeah.
So Jaime, again, kind of echoes what they were talking about at the big meeting. And he's like, this is not about the houses. It's about living in the dead, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
She goes, and I intend to stay amongst the living. Let the Stark boy and his new queen. And Jaime is like, no, I made a promise. I'm done being an oathbreaker, basically. Which is, again, like a part of his major arc in this entire series is redeeming that reputation. And I really don't think he can fathom not keeping this promise.
Yeah, he will not break his word unless he has to. You know what I mean? Like he had to when he decided to kill Ares. There was no other option. He was going to kill countless innocent people. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So when he has gone back on his word, it's been in times where he felt like there was no other option.
No other choice.
Yeah, and he's like, here, there is another choice. Here, the only choice is following through with what he said. Because, I mean, he tried to prevent an apocalypse of wildfire. Why wouldn't he try to prevent an apocalypse of undead, you know?
Exactly. Totally. And so she completely kind of like changes subject. Like, our child is going to rule Westeros. And he's like, girl, our child is not going to be born if we don't deal with this threat.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? So Cersei kind of goes into this monologue of the monsters are real, the White Walkers, the dragons, Dothraki screamers, all of the frightening stories we heard when we were young. They're all real. So be it. Let the monsters kill each other. And while they battle in the north, we'll take back the lands that belong to us.
And Jaime's like, this is insanity. He looks like this is
talking about.
Yeah, there's this look of like, what the hell on his face. It's hilarious.
And he kind of fires back at her because he is done with her madness.
Yeah.
You know, when the fighting is done, someone's going to win. If, like, do you get that?
Right.
Like,
you understand
if the dead
that.
win, they're going to march south and kill us all. If the living win and we've betrayed them, they're going to march south and kill us all.
Totally. I felt like that was like a, ooh, shots fired moment. Cause he's mad if he's talking to Cersei like that, like saying, you do understand that, don't you? You know, like talking down
Like,
to her.
Have
like,
you lost your mind completely?
Are you capable of logic? You know, you must be
No,
mad if he's
she's
talking to her
not.
like that. That's definitely his attitude here, and how he's like snapping back at her a little bit is foreshadowing his departure from being on the same page as her.
Yes. So she's like, well, they already want to kill us, and most of them are going to die in the north anyways. And Jaime's like, I don't think you get it. We faced them in the field. We cannot beat them.
Right.
Like, they have dragons.
Yeah. And she's like, this is a crazy moment too, because she's like, well, how many dragons did you see at the dragon pit where we just had the meeting?
I found it really interesting that she noticed that there were only 2.
Right. She's like so stupid, but also like so, you know, smart at the same time about some things. Like she has Euron pretend to freak out and leave when it's like an excellent plan to like sneak off and go get the Golden Company, you know, and like she's doing slick things and making astute observations while at the same time, like she's like, she sees all the details, but she misses the big picture. You know what I mean?
Exactly. She can't put all the details together to see like the actual picture in front of her.
Yeah.
She just focuses on like little tiny tidbits.
Totally.
Because she's trying to be like outsmart him here. She's like, well, you know, what happened to the third one? And he goes, I don't fucking know. They could be guarding the fleet. She goes, no, she came here with all of her Dothraki, all of the Unsullied and her dragons to show us her power. Something happened.
The dragons are vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's right, man. Oh, she's right about that at least.
Yeah. And Jaime's like, it really doesn't matter because even if she didn't have dragons, we can't beat the Dothraki.
Right. They just like swamped them and just, shredded them.
Yeah. We don't have the support from the other houses and we don't have the numbers. Like that's it. And then Cersei she tries to be so smug with Jaime. Like she's always trying to outwit him.
Yeah. She goes, she's the worst.
We have something better. We have the Iron Bank.
Yeah, and she's like, you should have listened more when father spoke about the importance of gold. And this is me talking. I'm a gold bug. You know what I mean? Like, I buy bullion when I can. And even I'm like thinking Jaime's like, what the fuck are gold coins going to do against dragons? You know, like,
and dead people.
Plus, dragons hoard gold and maidens. They're going to come for your gold. You know, you don't want to have gold when there's dragons around. They hoard gold in the legends and stuff like that.
The myths.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that's funny too about Star Wars. There's all these mythological archetypes that are woven throughout the story, and Jabba the Hutt is representative of a dragon for Star Wars mythos, and he's hoarding gold and maidens in that one scene in Episode 5 where he's got C-3PO at his side, captured, and he's got Leia on a chain.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, totally fulfilling the archetype. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So even I'm like, dude, gold isn't really going to help in this part in this situation, you know. So that's funny. If even I'm saying gold isn't going to help, then it's probably true. So she's like, oh, I know it's boring for you. You just wanted to hunt and ride and fight, but I listened, I learned. And she just, talking down to him. And she's like, Highgarden brought us the most powerful army in Essos, the Golden Company. And she's like, with all the gold that we stole, we bought ourselves a big army. She's like 20,000 men, horses, elephants, I believe.
Yeah, that was a crazy line.
Yeah. We're going to see war elephants in season 8.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We got to see one of them, like a kraken, a big giant spider, or elephants.
Oh, I'm hoping we get an army of ice spiders, an army of war elephants, Nymeria and her army of direwolves.
Oh my God.
And all 3 dragons at least a few times.
Yes. Blow the budget, HBO.
Blow the budget. Just poo. That's when Jaime's like, the Golden Company, they're not even here. Like, how is some army in Essos going to do us any good? And this is when we learn that she tricked everybody. But everybody should have seen it coming, as I'll explain. But she's like, you really think Euron Greyjoy got scared and ran away? Euron fucking Greyjoy? Dude, he sailed over to Essos to pick up the Golden Company and come back under the cover of being terrified. And everybody bought it. And I was like, oh my God, that was so slick. So they must have had this plan she's like, listen, Euron, for some reason, we don't know why they want to meet us. We don't know what they have. Like, if they have something to show us, we don't know about that. We don't know what the deal is, but you're going to think of some reason to abandon me during the proceedings, right? And make me seem like I'm in a position of weakness. Because when you're strong, you act weak. When you're weak, you act strong, Art of war. So she's feigning weakness in a couple of different ways. Euron leaves and depletes her forces. B, she lets him walk away. And that makes her look weak. Like, you turn the fuck around, Euron Greyjoy, and otherwise the mountain will have your head and I'll still have your fleet. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the idea that she let him walk away, she's intentionally feigning weakness here. Making them, lower their guard a little bit. Jon and Dany, I'm guessing. Because even in this scene, she tells Jaime, no one walks away from me, talking about how Euron Greyjoy walked away. Like, it was all part of the plan. You think he abandoned his chance to marry the queen? No way.
That's actually the name. So the music that's playing while they're talking, that's actually the name of the score is No One Walks
Away From Me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's killer. That's great.
Yeah. This is the episode, just a little sidebar. This is the episode that Ramin Djawadi won his first Emmy on.
Oh, no way. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. That's amazing. I'll have to listen to it again.
It's so good. I really paid attention to the music. I watched this episode.
He didn't win an Emmy until season 7?
Yeah.
What?
Isn't that ridiculous?
That's insane.
He didn't win one for the one where the Light of the Seven plays.
Light of the Seven? Yeah. Season 6, episode 10, The Winds of Winter.
Winds of Winter. Thank you.
My
yeah.
God.
I thought for sure he was going to win one and he didn't.
That's crazy. Yeah. I would have assumed that would have, won one, but
this, because it's for the whole episode. So, I mean, like, Light of the Seven was great, but I guess...
But that came throughout the whole episode.
I know. I don't understand it.
It tied the whole episode together.
This music in this episode is exceptional. I mean... It is.
There are some really good places in this.
I wish Light of the Seven, came into this episode, too, because I might have lost my mind, because it's one of my favorites, but...
One of the melodies from Light of the Seven is in this song, No One Walks Away From Me. This one.
If you listen to every scene that music plays, it's all truly exceptional work.
Yeah, there is when they all show up at the dragon pit, there's they mix a couple different songs together. We'll get to that.
Yes.
So she's like, no one walks away from me. And I'm like, oh, spoke too soon, Cersei, because Jaime is about to walk away from you.
Yep.
And she starts going off on Jaime for conspiring with Tyion without telling him. And he's like, I didn't conspire him. And she's like, you met with him in secret without my consent. And even I'm like, dude, he met with Tyion unknowingly. He didn't even know.
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, and she just keeps blasting off at him without giving him a chance to rebut or defend himself or anything. you plan to promote my enemy's interests. That's the definition of a conspiracy. And I'm like, technically, I think that sounds more like the definition of treason, but I'll give it to you.
I thought that too. I was like, that's more like treason, but okay. Okay, Cersei.
Then he's like, well, I pledged to ride north and I intend to honor that pledge. And that's when she says, and that will be treason.
Treason?
Yeah. Disobeying your queen's command, fighting with her enemies. What would you call it?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like, we're
talking about grammar. We have way more larger problems than grammar.
Also, and like, you're just not listening to what anybody else has to say. So even if you're asking me what my opinion is, it doesn't matter to you. Like, it's like,
yeah, you're just being a giant
belligerent.
Bitch.
Yeah. So he starts walking away and she repeats herself. I told you.
No one walks away from me.
Yeah. And he's like, are you going to order him to kill me? Because Gregor like steps in front of him,
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Give the order then.
When I first watched it, she nods her head.
She does. She gives Gregor the order. And this look flashes across Jaime's face as Gregor draws his sword and his eyes sort of flicker, like he half blinks in astonishment at just the betrayal.
I don't believe you.
The person he loves most in the world ordering him to be executed. And he calls her bluff and says, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Dude, that's twice in one episode. She threatened, 2 times in the same episode. First, Tyrion says, give the order. And then Jaime says, give the order then. They both she threatens to kill both of her brothers in this episode.
I know. It's
That's
crazy. She's
nuts,
she's
dude.
lost her mind.
Yeah. With the death of Tommen, her moral compass is just gone.
And she's pregnant and hormones are a bitch.
Yeah. If she truly is pregnant.
If she really is pregnant. But I can attest that pregnancy hormones, they mess with you for sure.
I mean, for instance, we saw she had this plan with Euron today to trick everybody, right? Where he walks out under the false impression, under a false explanation. She could have easily had an operation like that set up with Qyburn. So when Jaime walks in the room, Qyburn's like, I could give you something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Baiting Jaime to make him think that she's pregnant.
That's true.
Who knows? So I just thought it was crazy. She threatens to kill both of her brothers in one episode, and they both tell her to do it.
Yep, do it.
Damn.
They call her bluff.
Yeah. He's like, you're going to ask him to kill me? I'm the only one you have left. Father's gone, the children. And she's like, there's one more yet to come. I don't need you. I still have one more. And he's like, fine, just give the order then. And she nods at Gregor, and he pulls out the sword part way.
And Jaime looks a little nervous at this point. Yeah,
and and just kind of pauses for a second, looking at her in horror and disbelief that his beloved Cersei, who he's loved his whole life, would threaten him with death and give the command. And he's like, I don't believe you. This.
And he walks right past the mountain.
And he lets him go.
Oh. I think Cersei has to actually say the word, not just nod for him to
in a situation like this. I think the Mountain understands that he needs more explicit orders for Jaime,
And then it cuts to Jaime riding off outside of King's Landing, and he's riding away.
Oh, he's leaving.
And we get all of that eerie kind of music in the background, and he's fitting his glove over his hand, and he looks up, and there's just a little snowflake that falls right onto his glove and melts, and it's oh my God, winter is in King's Landing now.
Yeah. And this mirrors
it's snowing.
I know, and we get that montage of looking all throughout King's Landing with the snow falling.
Yeah, it's
all
the
around
theme
the Red
song
Keep
with people humming the theme song all eerily.
It's so good. We see
badass.
the empty dragon pit and the snow falling. We see this giant wall with a building
my gosh, I get goosebumps.
And snow
I'm getting
falling.
goosebumps thinking about it.
Yeah, then we get that vantage shot of King's Landing from the side, and we see the Red Keep hulking in the mist and the foggy, storm.
And the all of the hearths, the smoke is coming out of the chimneys, and you see all the candles in the windows.
And the sky is dark.
Oh my God. It
Winter
looks
is
very
here.
ominous.
Yeah, and like you said, the theme is slowly playing. And this scene with Jaime with the snowflake on his glove mirrors a similar scene in the book where Jaime is reading a raven scroll and snow lands on it and we know winter is here.
Nice.
I won't give too many details, but
no, I don't think that's a spoiler.
And this made me very nervous as well because with Jaime gone, the next easiest person for Cersei to take out her anger on would be Bronn. And we didn't see Bronn leave. And Bronn thinks he's in the clear, as he said. I've been, I'm having two of the Queen's enemies walk their heads right through the door. But he thinks he's safe, like he said.
Yeah,
but
he's
he doesn't.
Cocky right now.
Yeah, and he doesn't know that just in the last episode, when Cersei confronted Jaime about meeting Tyrion in secret, she suggested punishing Bronn
for betrayal.
Yeah, to Jaime. So we know that Bronn is somebody who is potentially in Cersei's sights right now, and I'm
Bronn's
really
on her
hoping,
shit list.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that she doesn't get her hands on him. He's been outwitted by her at least once now. She knew about how he led Jaime to Tyrion and everything, and and Bronn didn't know that Cersei knew. So she outwitted him and spied on him without his knowledge. That makes me scared for Bronn, that he's in a position where he's vulnerable to the wiles of Cersei and has been, like I said, outwitted by her before. So
I completely agree, because he's also cocky right now, and we know what happens to people that are cocky on this show.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's it for my number 5.
And that's it for my number 4 as well.
Okay. What's your number 5?
My number 5 is reunions.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I'm sure we'll both want to talk about this as well.
This part of it is my number 4.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we have our crew of heroes who have arrived in King's Landing, and they're all walking down the street to meet up with Cersei's henchmen, essentially, who in this case ends up being Bronn, and Brienne is there.
I think because they arrived early, because that raven that Sansa got and sent Brienne to, this is where Sansa was supposed to attend this.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's representing
Sansa.
Sansa.
Sent her,
of course,
in Sansa's place.
Stead,
so
very smartly.
I think they got there early.
Yep.
So they've been waiting for the rest of the North.
So so funny, man. So they come walking up, and Bronn comes up and introduces himself and welcomes them to the city. Oh yeah, he says that Bran and Pod arrived before they did, basically. And the Dothraki walk up, and they're like eyeing all of them. And Brienne and Sandor see each other. Oh my god! And Sandor looks like almost scared to see her.
Yeah,
I think that?
She's very surprised to see him too.
Yeah, I think she
killed you.
Yeah, she can't believe he's alive. I bet.
I thought you were dead, is what she says.
Uh-huh. And I thought Rory McCann had a great performance here, like looking like scared and surprised, and I don't know, just had a really, really great expression on his face seeing her. And so the guards part, and a path opens. And the Dothraki look at Tyrion like, do we trust him? And Tyrion gives the go-ahead. So they walk through the middle and begin their procession towards the dragon pit. And at this point, Podrick comes up to Tyrion. And Tyrion is stoked to see him. He's like, he says, a pleasant surprise in an unpleasant situation. And Podrick, like, obviously, it was like, never expected.
Thought I would see you again.
Yeah, I never thought he'd be back in King's Landing, after being wanted for the murder of Joffrey and Cersei putting like a bounty on his head, literally, specifically his head. Tyrion's like, yeah, I'm back, bitch, and I'm supporting the enemy, no less. I'm on the other team. And Podrick sympathizes with him. He's like, it's hard. It's kind of hard to blame you, man. Like, why? He doesn't want to be with Cersei's side either.
No one does.
Yeah, and Tyrion basically says, well, Cersei will still manage to blame me anyway. But they both say that they're glad to see each other. Podrick's like, I'm glad you're alive. And this is when Bronn comes up and says, you can suck his magic cock later. And Tyrion, I think, one of our listeners commented, I think it was Sir Patrick, has said that Tyrion looked kind of like a little agitated by that and thought Patrick thought Tyrion may be interpreting that as Bronn bringing up the idea of dwarves having, like dwarf magic.
Oh, a magic cock.
Yeah, the magic cock. But I think he's talking about Podrick's magic
Pod's
cock.
magic cock. I took it that way too. But
so
I
who
can
knows?
see what Sir Patrick is talking about too.
They both have magic cocks in their own way, potentially. So
funny.
Perfect line for Bronn, because he could have been taken either way by either of them. And I think it was funny too, because Bronn's like, you can suck Pod's cock later, Tyrion. But Bronn was even more excited than Tyrion when he saw Podrick. He like he grabbed him from behind and was choking him and like grabbed his balls. Bronn was
so
super
funny.
stoked about seeing Pod. But then he's like, chill out, Tyrion. You can suck his dick later. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Rusing each other.
Yeah. And then we get Brienne and the Hound meeting up
This
with
is
each
my
other
number
again.
4.
Nice. You can take it away if you want.
Oh, okay. So the soldier is looking at this donkey pulling this like huge crate, and
he's like, "What the fuck?"
asks. He makes the mistake of asking the Hound, "What's in there?"
Right, and you don't interrogate Sandor Clegane. Sandor Clegane interrogates you. And as we know, the undead White is in there, but this guy doesn't have any idea about that.
Yeah, and in typical Hound fashion, fuck off.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
And Brienne's kind of walking ahead of him at this moment, so she actually stops. So the Hound catches up, and she looks over at him, and she's like,
"Thought you were dead."
Not yet. You came pretty close.
And Brienne's like, I like this line from Brienne because there's a lot of weight to it, because she never really apologizes, but she does say, like, I was just trying to protect her.
Right. AKA, I don't have beef with you. Like it's nothing.
I didn't want to have to try to kill you.
Yeah.
I was following my duties to get Arya Stark.
And Sandor, switches it right back at her, like, you and me both, like it was nothing personal. And now I know better than to fuck with you.
Yeah, I think he was also saying, like, I was trying to protect her too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like she wasn't in danger with me. Mm-hmm. I read into that a little bit, like you and me both.
Right, like we're both on the same side here.
We both were looking out for Arya's best interest.
By saying you and me both, he places himself in a position of mutual interest with her, like saying we're on the same team, essentially. And for Sandor to do that, like he normally doesn't go out of his way to let people know we're on the same side here, buddy. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
It's pretty significant that like he knows not to fuck with Brienne anymore. He's making her an ally as soon as he can. Well, he is the Hound, and that's a prime example of Pavlovian training right there.
And so Brienne finally drops the bomb on him. She's like, she's alive.
And he looks very happy to learn this. Where?
She's back at Winterfell.
Yeah, and this was interesting because this means that Sandor must not have told Jon about the time that he spent with Arya. And in that case, Jon wouldn't have known telling Sandor that Arya is alive would be like pertinent to his interest. So I'm assuming, based on this conversation here, that Jon doesn't know about the time that Arya and the Hound were together. And that's why he didn't tell Sandor that she's alive when he got the Raven.
I agree completely with that.
Makes sense.
So the Hound is like, well, who's protecting her if you're here? And I love it. The only one that needs protecting is the one that gets in her way.
Yeah, and she is dead serious too.
And Sandor, he actually kind of smirks for once. There's like a hint of a smile across his face when he tells her, well, it's not going to be me. Right. I'm not getting in her way. I have no beef with Arya.
He knows she was a badass with like the hard mind, and I think he sort of sees her as kind of like a daughter, and when he learns about the influence that he's had on her, I think he'll be proud.
Mm-hmm. So this is actually kind of where my number 4 really kind of kicks into play, because throughout all of these cut scenes, my number 4 is actually Varys.
Oh yeah.
If anyone gets a chance to rewatch this episode again before season 8 or even after season 8, pay attention to Varys.
He's like laughing at Cersei at times and stuff.
Yeah.
So funny.
I feel like he's always in the background of every camera angle. And you can tell that he's listening to these conversations. So,
oh, right. Yeah. Because he totally like involves himself in a couple of them.
Yeah. I mean, we'll go into this in a minute, but like when Bronn talks about like being Sir Bronn of the fucking Blackwater, and if that's not looking after myself, I don't know what is. Like Varys kind of nods his head and lifts his eyebrows like, well, yeah, I can see that. So he's listening to all of the conversations going on around him that we're hearing as well.
And he even tries to interject and like try to find out what it would take to get Bronn on their side too. He's like, double, Tyrion says, remember my offer, right? And I'll pay double.
Yeah.
And Varys is like, double what? Like, just let me know what it needs to be.
Yeah, so it's in all of these scenes, you can see Varys in most of them, and you can tell that his little spidey senses are listening to all of the conversations going around him, because that was like the only thing that he says during that whole walk to the dragon pit. The rest of the time he's listening. And it's just such a I forget the actor's name who plays Varys.
Conleth Hill.
He does such a great job with just facial expressions.
Yeah, he's amazing.
You know who he's listening to based off what they're saying and in Varys's his reactions. We also get this when Euron Greyjoy like cuts Tyrion off, and he looks like, who's this fucker? Like his eyebrows get all like wonky, and his like little lip like curls up a little bit, and he's like looking around.
What is this?
So he was so entertaining for me in this scene because of his facial expressions. So
yeah, that's pretty
kind
awesome.
of the root of my number 4. It's kind of woven throughout this whole thing. But my favorite part of him is when Bronn and Tyrion are talking. Tyrion starts going, like you said,
he's trying to recruit him.
Yeah. And Tyrion's like, helping me arrange this meeting wasn't exactly looking after yourself. You put yourself at risk. And Bronn goes, I put yourself at risk. Important difference. It's your head that Cersei wants. Right. It's not mine.
And I was like, dude, like, oh man, 2 episodes in a row now. Cersei first mentions Bronn by name, and now Bronn mentions Cersei by name. It's the first time these 2 characters have been like connected to one each other, and I don't like it,
Yeah, that's true.
Bronn is unaware that Cersei has singled him out for punishment just last episode.
Yeah, so he's pretty proud of himself. He's totally patting himself on the back that 2 traitors' heads are coming right through their door. Yep. She can lop them both off and throw them into the Blackwater.
And Bronn is blunt and self-oriented as ever. And Tyrion's like, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. He missed Tyrion.
Oh, they both missed each other. Totally. They love each other, and they
I know.
That's their banter.
I miss them working together so much.
I know, me too.
Hopefully Drogon forgives him.
I hope so too. I don't want to see Bronn die.
Yeah, neither do I. I really don't. Oh man.
So yeah, that's the end of my number 4 for the most part.
Nice. So there's a couple more reunions here to talk about. So it kind of goes right into the Dragon Pit meeting, because there's a lot of reunions at the meeting itself.
Yes.
So we can talk about the reunions leading up to the meeting and then cover the meeting separately if we want.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fine.
Cool. So one, it's cool how they're meeting in the ruins of the Dragon Pit. Like that location is just really awesome with the whole pit so destroyed cool. And everything like that. And, in case you were unaware, the Dragon Pit was destroyed at an event during one of the traumatic times of Westeros, where the people basically turned on the dragons and all stormed the Dragon Pit and burned it to the ground.
Oh, shit.
For a little bit of history about the Dragon Pit, here's an excerpt from one of my Still Smug episodes where I compiled information about the night of the storming of the Dragon Pit and how a shepherd enraged an angry mob to go kill the dragons. We see the Dragon Pit in ruins in this episode as a result of this fateful night during the Dance of Dragons. The Princess and the Queen. When a crazed one-handed prophet called the Shepherd began to rant against dragons, not just the ones who were coming to attack them, but all dragons everywhere, the crowd, half-crazed themselves, listened. "When the dragons come," he shrieked, "your flesh will burn and blister and turn to ash. Your wives will dance in the gowns of fire, shrieking as they burn, lewd and naked underneath the flames. And you shall see your little children weeping, weeping till their eyes do melt and slide like jelly down their faces, till their pink flesh falls black and crackling from their bones. The stranger comes, he comes to scourge us for our sins. Prayers cannot stay his wrath, no more than tears can quench the flame of dragons. Only blood can do that. Your blood, my blood, their blood." Then he raised the stump of his right arm and pointed at Rhaenys Hill behind them, and the Dragon Pit black against the stars. "There the demons dwell! Up there! This is their city! If you would make it yours, first you must destroy them! If you would cleanse yourself of sin, first you must bathe in the dragon's blood, for only blood can quench the fires of hell." From 10,000 throats a cry went up, "Kill them! Kill them!" And like some vast beast with 10,000 legs, the shepherd's lambs began to move, shoving and pushing, waving their torches, brandishing swords and knives and other cruder weapons, walking and running through the streets and alleys towards the Dragon Pit. Some thought better and slipped away to home, but for every man who left, 3 more appeared to join these dragon slayers. By the time they reached the Hill of Rhaenys, their numbers had doubled. High atop Aegon's high hill across the city, the Queen watched the attack unfold from the roof of Maegor's Holdfast with her sons and members of her court. The night was black and overcast, the torches so numerous that it was as if all the stars had come down from the sky to storm the Dragon Pit. As soon as word had reached her that the enraged crowd was on the march, Rhaenyra sent riders to Sir Balon at the Old Gate and Sir Garth at the Dragon Gate, commanding them to disperse the mob and defend the royal dragons. But with the city in such turmoil, it was far from certain that the riders had won through. Even if they had, what loyal Goldcloaks remained were too few to have any hope of success. When Prince Joffrey pleaded with his mother to let him ride forth with their own knights and those from White Harbor, the Queen refused. "If they take that hill, this one will be next," she said. "We need every sword here to defend the castle." The World of Ice and Fire, the battles of 130 AC. Storming of the Dragon Pit, no true battle, where an unruly mob under the leadership of a man known as the Shepherd went mad. This resulted in the death of 5 dragons, the loss of both Sir William Royce and the Valyrian sword Lamentation that he bore, and the deaths of Sir Glendon Good, who was Lord Commander of the Queen's Guard for 1 day, and Joffrey, Prince of Dragonstone. We also find out from the World Book, young Joffrey Valerian, the Prince of Dragonstone, plummeted to his death when trying to ride his mother's dragon, Syrax, to the Dragon Pit in order to save his own dragon, Tyraxes. Neither dragon survived. Wild tales and rumors followed about the deaths of the dragons, that some were hewn down by men, others by the shepherd, others by the warrior himself. Whatever the truth, 5 dragons died that bloody night as the mobs broke into the huge dome and found the dragons chained, and people perished in droves. Half the dragons that began the dance were already dead, and the war was not yet over. The princess and the queen. Mayhaps the attackers hoped to take the dragons within whilst they slept, but the clangor of the assault made that impossible. Those who lived to tell tales afterwards spoke of shouts and screams, the smell of blood in the air, the splintering of oak and iron doors beneath crude rams, and the blows of countless axes.
"Seldom have so many men rushed so eagerly onto their own funeral pyres," Grand Maester Munkin later wrote, "but a madness was upon them." There were 4 dragons housed within the Dragon Pit. By the time the first of the attackers came pouring out onto the sands, all 4 were roused, awake, and angry. No two chronicles agree on how many men and women died that night beneath the dragon pit's great dome. 200 or 2,000, be that as it may. For every man who perished, 10 suffered burns and yet survived. Trapped within the pit, hemmed in by walls and dome and bound by heavy chains, the dragons could not fly away or use their wings to evade attacks and swoop down on their foes. Instead, they fought with horns and claws and teeth, turning this way and that like the bulls in a flea-bottom rat pit. But these bulls could breathe fire. The dragon pit was transformed into a fiery hell where burning men staggered screaming through the smoke, the flesh sloughing from their blackened bones. But for every man who died, 10 more appeared, shouting that the dragons must need die. One by one, they did.
Oh, man, so crazy. So, it seems like Sandor has been tasked with being in charge of the undead guy crate, because on the boat, he walks down to it and like taps it to make sure the undead creature is still living or, still animated in there. And it like,
isn't the hound also the one that like jumped on him north of the wall? Yeah, he was, because he put his hand over his mouth when the white started screaming.
Right.
And like all his skin peeled off.
And he was the one also who grabbed the white when Drogon arrived and jammed him onto one of the spikes on Drogon's back. So he's been like
the protector.
Yeah, as like the biggest and the strongest and the most physically capable. I feel like it makes sense for him to be in charge of controlling the undead demon that's like frantically trying to kill everybody. Makes sense to put him in charge, but he's taking his job really seriously. He's checking on that thing in the cargo hold. He's telling people to fuck off when they're asking about it, so nobody has any idea.
Anyone touches it, I'll kill you first.
Exactly. He leaves it here for a second to go in to get this meeting set up, and he's like, don't fuck with it. He's maintaining the strategic advantage by keeping this a secret and keeping it under wraps. And so it's funny that they're meeting in the ruins of the dragon pit and Tyion and everybody arrived there first, because the last time that people arrived to an event before Cersei got there, it got blown up. Even worse than the dragon pit.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, damn, it's not like I wouldn't want to be anywhere before Cersei arrives because I'd be worried about getting exploded.
Boom.
Yeah. So it's a good
Wildfire.
move. Yeah. It's definitely a good move that Dany waited and arrived late,
Yeah. Maybe that was the reason why.
I'm sure it was, definitely. So they walk into the pit and everybody's getting all situated. And this is when Bronn's like, come on, Pod. Let's you and me go have a drink while the fancy folks talk, eh? And this is, I have written down, after having shot Drogon, Bronn knows he doesn't want to be anywhere near that dragon when he arrives.
For sure.
Smart to get out of there. So I liked how Podrick sort of looks at Brienne like asking for permission. Yeah, she gives him the nod. So they go off together, and it's just cool having those two guys being able to spend some time and hanging out.
They're going to a brothel. They're not getting a drink.
Yeah, and Sandor is anxious, just like he was waiting for the whites to attack when he started throwing that rock. He's pacing around here, and he's like, getting all frustrated.
I left this shit city because I didn't want to die in it.
Am I going to die in this shit city? so good.
You might.
Yeah, Tyrion's just straight up with him. And I'm just thinking at this moment, like, I'm just so glad that the Hound is playing like a big role in all of this. He started off as like a minor, tertiary character, and his involvement in the story has become more and more central as things have gone.
Totally.
And it's really I'm just so glad that he's one of our main characters at this point.
I love his banter with Tyion
so
about,
good.
Every bad idea, there's some Lannister cunt behind it. And Tyrion's like, and some Clegane cunt to help them see it
it's
through.
It's so true, man. First it was Tywin with his mad dog, the mountain, cutting down Elia Martell and everything, doing his dirty work off in the Riverlands during season 1 and 2, causing havoc during the War of the Five Kings as well, at his order. And then we have Cersei now in control of the mountain, and we had Joffrey with his dog, the Hound, for so long doing his bidding.
Yeah, it's so true what they say in those two little lines. It's so funny.
Every bad idea has some Lannister cunt behind it. and so some Clegane cunt to help them see it through. It's so true. And now he's furthering, he is had the terrible idea to come to the city and treat with Cersei, and he's got the Hound helping him see it through. So even with him, it's so great. And then the first we see of Cersei's arrival is actually the Hound's reaction to spotting Gregor in the distance. So we're looking at Tyrion and the Hound, and he his eyes widen, and he turns and points like a hound dog pointing at a target, literally. And then it cuts over and we see the Mountain leading the brigade with Cersei. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is nuts.
And then cue Cersei, and the music gets very...
Yep. Speaking of Lannister cunts and Clegane cunts, a couple more arrive.
Yes, I love the music as she's walking in. It's I think it's a cello that's playing.
Yeah, it's playing The Light of the Seven as well.
Yes, it is.
And
we get this melody a few times in this episode. Right now, in this scene, it's extremely low, but we get it with the violins later on when it's when there's more of a climax and it gets higher and a little bit faster. So it's so great. I love everybody exchanging the looks. The way that they did the camera angles.
So
this seemed
good.
to be a really difficult scene to film.
So difficult. So many things, and they managed to capture everybody's reactions and all of these
and
tiny
the way
nuances.
It was cut, Jon and Cersei we see Jon and Cersei see each other.
Yep.
And then
Brienne sees Jaime and almost melts, there he
and then
is.
Cersei and Tyrion look at each other, and then Euron and Tyion.
For the first time since Tyrion was sentenced to death, he sees, Tyrion, he sees Cersei, and they make eye contact, and it's so tense.
And it's I love that the director chose those moments to show, because we could have really just watched Cersei walk in.
Right. I know this
and not,
yeah.
And the way it cuts, they're just glances. But they add so much to it. The tension, and
it's masterful. It's masterful. Yeah. The way that this scene comes together.
You can cut it with a knife.
You really
the tension, you know what I mean? And it's because of those strategic camera angles and shots and the way it's cut together.
Yeah, it's
super
so good.
Seamless.
So good. Really, this scene is quite an accomplishment. Being able to capture all these nuances while not losing a pace,
Yeah, exactly. Amazing. So they walk up the stairs, and the team Cersei sits down, and Sandor is just dude, fuck this. And he goes and stands right in front of his brother. Yeah,
he can't take his eyes off of the Mountain. He's just this is, he just needs to get closer, A, to see what the fuck happened, and B, to confront him, And he just walks right up to that dais, and the Mountain just comes right out to meet him. And I'm wondering, is he knowingly coming out to meet Sandor as his brother, or is he just doing what he's supposed to do and protecting Cersei from whoever this is? Is he thinking enough to know, that Sandor's even there? I think he knows
it's his brother.
Right, because there was that time where Jaime insulted him, does he even know what we're saying right now?
Exactly.
And he turns towards him.
He listens, because to Qyburn's point, when he first introduces him, this is, Sir Gregor Clegane.
Right. He's still Gregor Clegane.
Yeah, he's taken a vow of silence. So just because he's not speaking does not mean he doesn't understand.
Right. But at the same time, it's is that actually true? Has he taken a vow of silence, or is that a cover because he's undead and no longer talks?
Oh, you know what I mean? You know what? I never even thought of it that way.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was maybe a public explanation to explain why this guy isn't saying anything. When he's really a necromancy abomination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And dude, he looks fucked. His right eye looks all red, and you can't even see his iris. Pretty much, it's just a smear.
You're even uglier than I am now.
Yeah. And I think you're right. The Hound recognizes that the Mountain recognizes him too, because he's remember me? Yeah, you do. He can see the knowledge, the acknowledgement in the Mountain's eyes. So he's in there. The implication is.
And I like the line that Sandor says, what did they do to you? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the same. We've heard that a few times. Cersei does it too.
In this very episode, she does it.
Yeah, she also does it to Ilaria Sand.
True.
It's like they ask these questions and then it shows
Doesn't
like a little
matter.
bit of weakness. So, and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like,
Right.
forget I even said it.
Or even like that, just like the past is the past and there's nothing that can be done about it anymore. It doesn't matter. Like the Hound says the same thing when Beric asks, what do you think happened to these people? The old man and the daughter who died after the Hound stole their silver. And Beric thinks that the guy slit the daughter's throat basically and then killed himself so that she wouldn't starve to death. And he's like, what do you think happened? And the Hound says it doesn't matter, because there's nothing that can be done now. So it seems to be like a recurring theme in season 6 and 7.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe just season 7. I don't know. I'm losing track at this point. It's all blending together.
I know, seriously.
And this is when we get the threat. The Clegane Bowl is imminent, people.
It's gonna happen.
This is it. We got 6 weeks to see Clegane Bowl.
Oh, God.
Oh, the anticipation. I'm probably not going to sleep at all for like the next week until it's aired. Oh, geez.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. He's like, he's like, what did they do to you?
What do they do to you? Doesn't matter. That's not how it ends for you, brother. You know who's coming for you. You've always known.
You know who's coming for you. You've always known.
So
Like,
crazy.
I'm coming for you. Like, Lennox, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, Lennox Lewis.
Oh,
Lennox,
man.
I'm coming for you.
It just gets me
Cersei
so
looks
amped up.
super pissed. Like Sandor is walking away and he goes and takes his place back behind Cersei. And we get an image of Cersei and her lips are all pursed and she's like, where is she?
Right, she's so mad. Yeah, this is when we get into the actual the negotiations.
Do you want to stop
right?
here then, or do you want
That's
to?
the end of my what I have for my
Okay.
number 4. So
Okay, let's stop there and we'll pick it back up in a little bit.
sounds good. So what do you have for your number 3?
Let's see.
Oh man, we got so many good things to talk about in this episode.
My number 3 is the revelation.
Me too.
Okay,
The
cool.
truth.
Yes.
Sam
the
and
truth.
Bran, the ultimate intelligence combo. Oh,
And it
my
goes all the
God,
way,
dude.
like, kind of to the, end of the boat scene. So
Yeah.
I had to have this
This
in
is-
my top 5 for sure.
It's a good transition too because it's another reunion as well.
There you go. Perfect. So we'll collab on this because this is your number 3 too.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool. Why don't you go for it?
All right, man, this scene is just so exciting to me. Like there are certain things that are happening in season 6 and season 7 of Game of Thrones that just are thrilling, like the Tower of Joy and the revelation of the birth of Jon at the end of season 6. I don't think I've ever been as excited to see anything happening on TV as I was when I realized that Ned was riding up on the Tower of Joy, and that we were going to get to see things happening there.
Yes.
And this is that same type thing. It's just an extension of the Tower of Joy scene, right? Where we get to
totally
go back
is.
there and learn more about this truth. So this is something that's just really exciting for me. Whenever we're getting bits and pieces of this story, it's just like probably my favorite thread of things happening through Game of Thrones. The revelation of Aegon Targaryen, it's just so epic.
It's amazing.
So Bran is just chilling as usual in a dark room,
Just like
brooding
Jon.
like Stannis or Jon. And he's sitting there looking into the fire, which I thought was interesting. Just the idea of Bran looking into a fire sort of evokes imagery of 2 supernatural powers facing off with each other. The Werewood
Wi-Fi
network.
networks.
Yeah, exactly. The ice network, the fire Wi-Fi, etc. Exactly. So it's just kind of interesting, and sort of like the way that Ned and Robert in the pilot episode look at each other and stare each other down, and you don't know if they're going to be friendly or antagonistic right off the bat. And it seems like they're going to be antagonistic at first, but then it turns into a joke and we realize that they're good friends. I'm wondering, like, we don't know how fire and ice Wi-Fi's are going to interface when Dany arrives with Jon to meet Bran. You know what I mean? And it's going to be the first time that potentially R'hllor and the old gods are like immediately connected with one another. You know what I mean? If in fact the Lord of Light is accurate in their promotion of Dany. You know what I mean? Because Dany basically has the Red Priests and Priestesses backing her at this point. So I feel like we can kind of equate the dragons with the Lord of Light, sort of. Even if Dany hasn't endorsed that.
It's relatable. It's the fiery aspect of the whole thing.
So 10 minutes later, Samwell finally walks into the room. So Samwell walks into the room and Bran...
Samwell Tarly.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you'd remember me.
I remember everything.
And he has like a look like he doesn't understand, but he's still like nods like, oh yeah, okay. You know,
Okay.
Closes the door. And Bran's like, you're a good person. You helped us to get beyond the wall. And he's like so robotic, but he's able to still distinguish good from bad, it seems.
You're a good man.
Yeah. And he's like, even Samwell like refutes him a little. He's like, oh, well, thank you, but I'm not sure that I am, a good man. And I was like, oh man, Sam is doubting his own honor after having stolen Heartsbane and after having stolen the books from the Citadel. And he may be looking
struggling.
At him. Yeah, he may be like viewing himself essentially as a criminal on the run at this point. Which is kind of funny. These like books stolen from the Citadel, ancient wisdom,
Yeah, he's feeling a little guilty.
Yeah. And he asks like, what happened to you beyond the wall to Bran? Cause like, goddamn, how'd you survive? Like, what the fuck happened, man?
I became the three-eyed raven.
And another great confused reaction by Sam is,
oh,
I don't know what that means.
So Bran explains it to him that he can see the past and the present, everything that's happening all over the world.
Yeah, and interestingly, he does not mention being able to see into the future. So we don't know if he can see into the future at all.
I noted that too, because in his vision, we get that a few episodes back when he touches the weirwood tree. We see the dragon flying over King's Landing.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a possible image of the future.
Right.
But once he said this, I'm thinking maybe it was an image of the past.
But it's strange if that's an image from the past, though, because it would be the only shot of anything we've ever seen from that long ago.
Well, we saw,
except for the White Walker being made. But that was
true.
Like thousands of years ago. We haven't seen anything from that. It happened like 100 years ago. It was about 100 years ago when the last dragon died.
I like you, I did note that he did not see the future, so it made me kind of second guess.
Yeah.
When that dragon flew over.
Various things too, because we had speculated that, Bran has access to the ice network, ice Wi-Fi, and so does the Night King, it seems. So we had speculated that via that technology, that capability, that maybe the Night King had seen the future and knew the dragons would be at north of the wall at that battle at what we think is potentially also Hardhome. So maybe the Night King knew the dragons would be there. Maybe not. We'll just have to keep our eyes out and see if we can determine whether or not they're able to see the future or see different versions of the future. Because also, the three-eyed raven, the first one, had said he'd waited for Bran for 1,000 years. So that indicates that he could see the future.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
It's interesting.
Or maybe he was from the future. Like if he was Bran, some bugged out shit happens and he goes backwards through time or something. I don't know. Who knows? This show's all fucked up.
That's an understatement.
So Bran's like asking Sam why he came to Winterfell, and Sam's like, dude, like I'm on your side. I got to fight with Jon. He can't do it by himself.
He
I
needs
had to
me
come
right now.
Yeah, and Bran tells him, oh, this is a great moment too. He's on his way back to Winterfell with Daenerys Targaryen. You saw this in a vision?
This in a vision?
And he just holds up the scroll like, no, I didn't need a vision for that. So funny. And this is when we get it, the truth.
Oh my God. And the music starts going.
So good.
Starts ramping up.
He needs to know the truth.
The truth about what?
About himself. No one knows. No one but me. Jon isn't really my father's son. He's the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and my aunt Lyanna Stark. He was born in a tower in Dorne. His last name isn't really Snow. It's Sand.
It's not.
He's not.
Dornish bastards are named Sand.
And he like missed it. He missed the detail that first time when he witnessed this. He must have just been so distracted by the mad
that she says Targaryen.
Yeah,
Aegon Targaryen.
Yeah, he missed the name because she whispered it. You know, he wasn't like close enough to get that detail, I guess. Just shows that even his perception is potentially fallible. You know, he can miss details and things like that. So hopefully that doesn't become a problem in the future.
I think he's still learning how to.
Yeah, he is. He needs
use
to be.
It, and I think also she says it so quietly, and I think he was really surprised by the scene because
exactly.
She was supposed to be raped and murdered, and here she is like dying from childbirth.
Well,
and
as far as he knows, she still potentially could have been raped, and
yes, but she wasn't murdered. She died from childbirth.
Yeah, I don't think there really is an official story for how Lyanna died.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if that like appears in the books at all or if there's theories out there.
We just know that Ned didn't really talk about it.
I would love to know. But I think Bran is watching this vision of her handing a baby to his dad.
Right, he's just so distracted by like everything that's happening that he's
like mentally like this is a total mind fuck
it's
for
the
him.
Reverse of Cersei where she sees all the details and doesn't see the bigger picture. He is seeing the bigger picture and seeing Jon
and not noticing the details.
Yeah, and noticing that it's like realizing it's Jon and that he's the rightful heir, or that he is who he is, but he doesn't pick up on the details the first time. He sees like everything in perspective kind of, but slightly wrong. It's so funny. But yeah, he's like, his name isn't Snow, it's Sand.
In Sam's face, he's like
having a revelation.
Yeah, like you see it all wash across his face. He starts kind of like shaking his head and his eyes get really wide. And he's like, oh my God.
And he's like, no. Like, it's not, you know, like, and he like realizes it. It hits him all of a sudden. Like, what a fucking moment.
That at the Citadel, I transcribed a High Septon's diary. He annulled Rhaegar's marriage to Elia. He wed Rhaegar and Lyanna in a secret ceremony.
Bran's like, oh
I
my
just
God.
Literally, like, all the hairs on my arms just stood up when I said that.
Bran's like, are you certain? Is it possible?
Sam's like, I don't know why this guy would lie. It was his private diary.
Dude, in a High Septon, it's not like just some random person.
Yeah.
This is like a big deal. And then Bran's like, I got to investigate.
Yeah, is this something that you can see? And he's like, let me tap into my network.
Yeah. Computer Bran, activate.
Download data. Oh, fuck. We're such nerds.
And it cuts to the wedding and it's happening and we're seeing it. And we see Rhaegar Targaryen for the first time. Yeah. And
who does he look like?
He looks a lot like Viserys.
I think Viserys got his total style from his brother.
Oh, yeah,
he was like trying to totally like rip it off.
Yeah, he was biting his style totally.
I thought it was the same actor when I first saw it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's different actor.
That's crazy.
But they look alike. Same like profile, the same shape of the nose.
In the wig that they have.
Yeah. He was criticized. Like people didn't think that this was good casting when it first happened. Like they were expecting something else from Rhaegar, but I thought I think the casting's pretty good.
I think it was perfect.
It fits the family. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
What did they want him like more of like a warrior type look?
I'm not really sure. More gallant or something. You know?
I liked it because I feel like, and this is the vibe, maybe it's because Viserys was on the show. I always like had this image of like the
male Targaryens
being like more feminine in a way, like in their style.
Oh, gotcha.
Not necessarily like their tenacity or ability to be great warriors, but I always feel like their descriptions, they always have like the the silver hair, and they have like they're told to be like beautiful.
Right. Yeah, you don't normally hear men described as beautiful.
Exactly.
Jaime Lannister is another example of that.
Exactly. And kind
Beautiful
of the same
fool.
thing is they have strong features, both Jaime and this actor that plays Rhaegar, but there's like a softness to them, and then you add like the longer, like flowy silver hair, and I thought it was a good cast.
Me too.
I didn't have a problem with it.
So they're going through the typical Faith of the Seven wedding, repeating, like you were saying, saying in unison, Father, Smith, Warrior, like we saw with Robb Stark and Talisa, and like we've seen so many different times.
And Rosalind and what's his face?
And
Edmure Tully.
And the floppy fish. Yeah.
Floppy fish.
And Bran, again, is having a big picture revelation at this moment where he's realizing that Lyanna wasn't kidnapped or raped, that she was in love with Rhaegar, and that something beautiful was happening.
He loved her.
You know, and he sees it as they kiss, and he realizes, he says, we get the narration to come over it.
In that scene?
Probably.
Yeah, I think because she looks, it's hard to tell.
I didn't see, but I'm assuming
she's wearing like a long flowy dress, but she's kind of a small figured woman, but it looks like she has a baby bump, but I rewound it a few times. I think she's pregnant.
I bet she is. Yeah. So Jon's there too, technically, which is cool. And we get this music leading into the Dany and Jon theme, and I think we could call it the Rhaegar and Lyanna theme during this part.
Yeah,
and it's cool because Rhaegar and Lyanna led to the creation of Jon, so it's neat having their theme song build and develop right into the Jon and Dany theme song, as they're like a progression from generation to generation, and like a progression from theme to theme in the song. Yeah, it's so good.
Ramin Djawadi is a genius.
Yeah, so it makes sense that he won an Emmy for like just creative, cool stuff like that. You know,
this whole episode, like musicality wise, is seamless, I guess is the only way I can really describe it. Like from one scene to the next, it flows so well. And it builds so much tension, and it builds so much emotion.
So many emotions, yeah.
It's crazy. He's a genius.
Definitely.
And then we cut to the boat.
Then it cuts to the boat after they kiss, and Jon walks up to Dany's door and knocks.
And the music starts going even more.
The Jon and Dany theme comes in, yeah.
I love how he hesitates first, too. He holds his hand up and he looks at it and he like takes a big like breath in, and then he's like, knock, and then he's like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that.
And Bran says he loved her, realizing that Rhaegar loved Lyanna, but the camera is looking at Jon when he says it.
It's so genius the way this whole scene cuts in and out.
Totally. And then it cuts to Dany and on screen, and he says, and she loved him. And it's just like mirroring these two events together.
I'm seriously getting goosebumps. It's hard for me to want to this scene was so hard because it's coming. And it's like, that it's incest, but you want desperately for them to get together because they don't know it's incest.
Right. You got to be a really good writer to get 99% of the world rooting for incest.
It's I don't want to like it, but I do. And it drives me crazy.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm sure it's caused quite a bit of confliction, but introspection.
It makes me feel awkward about my feelings about it,
Yeah.
It's I still love it. I want to see it, and I want to see them together.
It's hilarious. They don't know.
Related. I know. It's not I think that's the difference between the Jaime and Cersei situation and the Jon and Dany situation, incest wise, is Cersei and Jaime know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they're their blood relation, their brother and sister. It's really close genetically. Whereas Dany and Jon, they don't know.
Reason to suspect.
They're the same
Aside
age.
from the little details that we've talked about where Drogon seems to like Jon, or Jon doesn't like killing either. That was a characteristic that Rhaegar
would not
had.
even
Exactly. That's not anywhere near enough to make them
You know, but like an aunt and a nephew, like I feel like the genetics are like far enough apart that
you're trying to rationalize it now, Rachel.
I
can
am
stop right there.
rationalizing it because it's like weird for me to like want to like it. It's like I always rationalize it. It's like
that's funny.
I mean, if they were to have a baby, it would like genetically, I think, be okay. You know what I mean? Like whereas.
Well, I mean, this is also Joffrey. Like a typical Targaryen scenario, right?
Oh, really? Like aunts and nephews?
Well, at least incest. I mean, Aegon and his two sister wives. I'm sure there's been like, you know, aunts and nephews or some crazy shit like that too as well. Sure. You know, like whoever, if the family tree is running low, you gotta, you know, pick them from where you can get them to keep that bloodline pure as possible, I guess.
Yeah. It's weird, but I like it.
It mirrors real history, you know, so there's an element of relatability for sure.
He loved her. And she loved him.
And I love how she just like...
She opens the door
and she just pushes the door open. He's like
beckoning him. You know, it's a like, the door's open.
Oh my God, literally.
And metaphorically.
Oh my goodness.
So he walks in and the door closes, and right as he like walks in, and they never take their eyes off of each other's eyes. He walks in, turns to his left as he passes the doorway, and they're like locked onto each other. And as the door closes, as it passes Dany's face, the last thing we can see of her is that she is just still locked onto Jon. And their theme is playing so beautifully. And then ominously, the music changes as we see Tyrion.
Yeah, because he's creeping.
Lurking, and we get a very, very ominous,
very sad
foreboding note in the music, and it like settles in a very different place than it had been a second ago. It's really like Ramin Djawadi was being very clear with the music there that like something is not right, you know, and we've been worried that it's Tyrion, like this is after his secret meeting, you know, we don't get to see what happens with Cersei after Tyrion sees that she's pregnant, but we do get Tyrion in that same scene saying that his biggest regret, like the thing that he feels the most guilty about in the world, is what happened to those children because of him partially. So it's feasible that Cersei could have made him swear that no matter what happens, he won't do anything to endanger the child that she still has, you know, like it's something that could have possibly happened, you know, although we do get the hint that she potentially deceived him as well, and he may not be in on her deception. So it could be innocent, and it could just be that he was mad that like he was first mad after Jon compromised their negotiation by admitting to having knelt to Dany, and essentially admitting that there's something happening there, you know, that they're allies. It's quickly happening, you know, like their relationship has potentially affected their diplomatic relations with Cersei at this point. That made Tyrion mad. And this is eerily mirroring the scenario with Robb Stark, how he married Talisa and love overcame duty, and it ended up costing him his head. Literally, and his progeny was killed, and his wife was killed, and his mother was killed, and their whole army was slaughtered. And here we have a similar thing happening where they're falling in love, and they're going to have to straddle the balance between the priorities of, you know, the love and duty. And even like when Davos was with Jon a couple episodes ago, and he said, you know, her good heart, I've seen how you look at her good heart.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't have time for that. He can't let love be the death of duty, because duty is life here. That's like life is on the line as a whole.
When I first watched this and I saw Tyrion creep in under the stairwell, my first thought is he intended to marry her at some point.
Right, because he had been positioning himself, as we talked about, with getting Dario out of the way and
you know, talking about, you know, aligning herself with like a noble house and you know, the scene where she names him Hand of the Queen.
And he's in love and you can see it.
Yeah. So when I first watched it.
Right. There's so many layers to this.
I felt like he just was really sad because that part of his plan is not going to pan out.
Yep. And then you look again and deeper and you realize that there's that whole Cersei
There's
angle.
that whole Cersei layer.
And then you look again even deeper and you realize all these layers from previous seasons where love has been the death of duty and this whole like overarching theme. And it's just like there's so many layers of things happening here. The writing is so good.
It is so good.
Right?
Yeah. So, you know, we flash back to after Lyanna gives birth to Jon and Ned's kneeling beside her and Bran goes, and Jon's real name. And then we cut back to Lyanna. His name is Aegon Targaryen.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, oh my God, he's a fucking Targaryen. Like, this is insane.
Yeah, you have to protect him. Promise me, Ned.
Oh,
and my God, you can see the weight of the truth hitting Ned.
I love that actor so much.
So good. You know, his blood is suddenly the mortal enemy of his best friend, you know, and he's bestowed upon him and he's realizing that the difficulty that faces him because he realizes that what he's heard is a lie, you know, that
when we see we see her say, you know, like, Robert will kill him, you know, he will, like, you have to protect him, like, promise me.
You know he will.
The sense of urgency in her voice is so, like, gut wrenching because she knows she's going to die. And there's nothing more that you want in life than to protect your child.
And this is another love versus duty situation with Ned Stark. You know, the one person who duty would always be, who would come first. In this case, he chooses love, whereas his duty under his commander, Robert, would be, you know, to obey Robert and to expose the truth here. He chooses love and decides to protect Aegon and call him Jon and is loyal to his sister and sacrifices a lot, you know, for it. It's just so like so much like he's just like thrust into the grips of this impossible decision. A similar decision that Jaime had to make, you know, when he had to just choose to kill the king. Ned is essentially betraying his king here, Robert, by doing this, you know? So in a way, Ned is betraying his king just like Jaime did. Jaime stabbed the Mad King in the back, and you could say that Ned is backstabbing Robert here by covering up this important truth. And
it's
like,
crazy.
What a tragedy, this whole situation.
I know he's doing a dishonorable, honorable thing, if that makes any sense. Like, he's dishonoring his king, but he's doing the honorable thing by protecting his nephew.
And it's just a balance of priorities again, you know?
Yeah, it's, you know, and Jaime talks a lot about this with Brienne. It's like when there's so many oaths to keep, like you're bound to break one of them.
Honor your father, honor your king. What happens when your king asks you to kill your father, you know?
Like, what do? You know, it's like you're going to have to break one of them.
Right. And so, man, it's just so intense. Like the intensity of this situation, it's on an epic scale, like a Shakespearean tragedy of galactic proportions, like a relationship so beautiful and so potent between Rhaegar and Lyanna, who, you know, ice and fire connect at this tournament and in bizarre circumstances and fall in love and realize that they're part of a destiny and a prophecy. And they sacrifice everything to be together, and in doing so would have united the North and the South together in preparation to overthrow the Mad King. Rhaegar knew about the prophecy and realized that the prince that was promised was potentially his progeny and was focused on preventing the long night, essentially forging the prince that was promised from this combination of ice and fire. So it's like this Romeo and Juliet-esque tragedy with star-crossed lovers from opposite warring families, you know, a tale that ends in tragedy, a dead prince, a dead wife and mother, both Romeo and Juliet dead at the end of that story. Spoiler alert. A destiny lost and shattered to the winds of time.
I love that connection. That's great.
And just one shred of hope left behind in this case, hidden and protected and secreted away to the north. A king hidden as a bastard. It's fucking epic.
Yeah, and so then we cut back over to the boat, and Dany's like on top of Jon, and they are like just going at it, and there's a nip slip.
Dangling by their bellies like two sparrows.
We see Dany's boob,
Damn,
too.
I missed the nip slip.
It's a nip slip. Yeah.
Oh.
So I was actually kind of surprised by that, because I've always kind of wondered how they like film these like naked sex scenes without like their stuff like actually touching one another.
Right.
But I mean, she looks totally naked, and so does he. Like,
Was
there's
it,
like
a lot of times they'll wear like something covering them, and there'll be like contact, but not actually any like
skin to skin.
Yeah, maybe like there'll be some skin to skin, but not necessarily full on. And a lot of times there's not penetration, but sometimes there is,
Yeah.
Like, didn't you hear recently that, what's his face, Khal Drogo, Jason Momoa is wearing like a pink fuzzy, what is it? They call it a
dick cover.
Yeah. What do they call it? A, modesty sock.
It was pink and fluffy. Oh my God.
Yeah. It seems like it would not help.
I know. Well, he like pounds her too. I mean, like you see like her butt jiggling and stuff in that scene.
Yeah. In between takes, he was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry about this, Amelia." Like, literally.
Like, how awkward is that? It's because like, I just think Jason Momoa is married.
Yeah.
And like Jon Snow is married, and
right.
You know what I mean? It's like, it kind of blows my mind a little bit. Like the technical aspect. I know like this scene is very well done and it's extremely passionate.
But these are still real people with real lives. These are real people with like real relationships. Real life. Yeah.
And I can't like, she's like, her boobs are like touching his chest. And I just feel like that would be so awkward for the act, like especially Kit Harington being that he's married.
Right.
So like, do you know what I mean?
But also, like, it's got to be awkward for this spouse, like for Rose Leslie. Like, it's to some degree.
I'm sure it's fucking really awkward for Emilia Clarke too, because she like knows these people outside of the show, and it's like, yeah, like our genitals touched.
Yeah.
and my boobs were on your husband's chest, and
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's just I can't help but like look at it from that perspective sometimes.
It's so funny.
Just like the technicality of shooting a scene like that, because they are naked, like naked. And yeah. And so he like flips her over.
Yep.
And she like, they just start going at it.
Yep.
Making out.
And we get more voiceover from Bran, realizing, putting the rest of it in perspective, like the final piece.
He's never been a bastard.
The final important details that he's never been a bastard.
He's the heir
to the Iron Throne. Like you can only imagine like the vibe in the room between Sam and Bran as they make this amazing discovery together, like the most important.
And they have no idea that he's like having sex with Daenerys Targaryen at this very moment.
Or Bran could be watching. Oh my God, it's so typical in like such typical Targaryen fashion that this would be happening. So the fact that it is happening is just so ironic because they don't know that they're Targaryens, so there's that whole element too, which is hilarious. Oh man, it's just wild. And as Sam and Bran are realizing this, and like this amazing connection is happening between Jon and Dany as like ice and fire are combining again, and we're getting all this amazing music, and Bran's just like, he needs to know, we need to tell him. And like, fuck, he does need to know.
Like, no, don't tell him. Don't do it.
Man, what a scene.
And the music just makes it, and the lighting in the room.
And like you said, we're all rooting for incest at this point, basically.
I know, it's so wrong. It is so wrong.
But it feels so right.
It does. In this case. It feels so right in this case. It's like, I don't even care anymore.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Like, Oh, they did such a good job. Their chemistry. I know that Kit Harington is married to Rose Leslie, but they have some amazing chemistry. It's there.
It's electric. Like that look between the two of them when he walks into the room and they're just locked onto each other. Like it's fucking intense for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, his chemistry was a little bit stronger with Ygritte in the cave because they were like in love at that point. And you can just feel that a little bit more, but this is close. I mean, they portray it extremely well.
Yeah, I thought it was really awesome, like really well done. Anything else you want to add, or should we move on to your number 3?
That was my number 3.
Your number 2 then. Sorry.
So my number 2 is The Wall Comes Tumbling Down.
Oh, nice. Of course, that's my number 1. And I know what your number 1 is.
What's my number 1?
The Death of Littlefinger.
It is. I wanted it to be like I wanted The Death of Littlefinger to be in my top 5. I wanted it to be my number 1. And I was having a really hard time choosing between the grand meeting and the wall falling down. I felt that they were kind of like equals. Yeah. As far as like importance and
my number 2 is the grand meeting. So perfect.
Fabulous. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So we cut up to the wall and
first we get Bran by the heart tree warging into the ravens. And so he's watching.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yep. So he's the one. Cause we get the ravens. They're cawing. They're all sitting up around the wall,
and
up at the top.
Bran, he's such like a sentinel, just like on guard,
Yeah. And so Tormund and Beric, they're patrolling the top of the wall and they look towards the north, and Beric is like, dude, it's a long way down.
The crows keep telling me I'll get used to it.
And then there's a guy, he goes, I can see movement. Watch on the tree line.
And we get a horn blast too, right?
Yeah. And then the horn blasts and the other guy goes, what is it? And then all of a sudden out of the brush and the trees, the undead army emerges as far as the eye can see.
With riders leading them out in like intervals.
Yes,
and we get this creepy music with like clicking like a clock, hinting like time is running out.
It's up.
It reminded me of the music at the beginning of The Dark Knight when we like get the first scene at the bank robbery with the Joker. And there's like a similar type vibe with like the...
Oh, really? I don't remember the music. I remember that scene, but I don't remember the music.
Yeah, it's a very distinctive, like... it just evokes like a feeling of time, you know what I mean? And everything about that bank robbery scene is calculated down to the second. It all revolves around time. Like, he's like, I killed the bus driver, and like steps aside and the bus comes flying through the door right at that time because he's got everything planned out to a T. Whereas he claims he plans nothing. It's total deception. Can't believe anything the Joker says. But yeah, we get that clicking, like, telling us time is running out with these, like the dead are coming and
like a rhythmic sound.
Yeah, it's so
building tension.
Really good.
And then
3 horn blasts.
Yes, it's 3 horn blasts.
Remember that back in season 1 when they explained
when they're up
the
at
significance?
The fist.
Yeah, even before that when we like first arrived to the wall and Rangers return with like Benjen or something leading the way and
Samwell is actually the one that says that.
Oh, that gives us the explanation. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Rangers
1 blast
returning.
for Rangers, 2 blasts for Wildlings, 3 for White Walkers.
Yeah, and it hasn't gone off 3 times in so long, and like it was foreshadowing the first time that we had that happen, where we got 3 horn blasts. But here, it's like at that first time that we got 3 horn blasts, that was foreshadowing this. Where like they
this
arrive
is like at an extreme level.
Yeah, they arrive at the wall to take it down. And that's when the 3 horn blasts are like a big deal.
Yeah, and so the whole army is now out of the woods, and they stop, and they're still as fuck.
You're like, what?
And we cut back up to the wall, and Tormund and Beric are like, oh, fuck us. And then out in the distance, we hear a dragon screech.
Oh, man.
And it's like, oh no, and it comes flying out from the darkness.
Dude, so fast.
It's super fast. Okay, so did you notice, I was curious, he is able to blow flames longer than the other dragons, in my opinion.
I feel like he's now exponentially stronger. That like now it's ice magic combined with fire magic, and he's like even more powerful than Drogon. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I feel like Viserion, undead Viserion, is going to kill Drogon.
Oh no.
I know.
No. Oh God.
And it's going to ground Dany because she's only ever flown Drogon. And Jon is going to have to, in a flight of fancy, in a moment of destiny, hop on the back of Rhaegal and take off and essentially sacrifice his own life in an effort to take out the Night King. There's an ancient a tale from the Dance of Dragons where two dragon riders are fighting in an aerial battle, a dogfight over the God's Eye Lake.
Oh, damn.
And one of the dragon riders undoes his safety chain and leaps off the back of his dragon and flies downwards and lands on the back of the other dragon, impaling his spear through the eye of the enemy fighter, another Targaryen during the Dance of Dragons. Sorry, his sword, and not just any sword, it was Dark Sister. And I feel like that story of yore may be a foreshadow of what could happen here. Jon could leap off of Viserion and
oh my gosh.
Sorry, Rhaegal, and in an effort to take out the Night King, sort of like Jaime risking his life to try to javelin or try to joust Dany a couple episodes ago. And it's probably not going to happen.
Crazy.
It's too obvious, because the story of what had already happened in the aerial battle and it happening, but it would be so nuts if that did happen. I feel like Drogon's in danger. I don't like that.
I don't want that to come true, Duncan.
Yeah, neither do I.
I don't like that.
Yeah, so Jon dies.
I don't think I'm going to like a lot of things that happen in season 8.
Oh, I know.
I'm going to hate them, but I'm going to love them at the same time.
Yeah. I hope all of our predictions are wrong too. I just want to be like totally surprised by whatever does happen.
Yeah. I think we'll probably hit a couple on the head and be totally blown away by other ones.
Yeah. Oh man.
So I noticed that Viserion is able to spit flames for a really, really long time.
Yeah.
Because we just had the loot train battle and we kind of saw Drogon would come in, spit his fire. It would go, it spit for a long time, but then it would stop and he would fly up and then he would spit again, spit the fire. And Viserion
he's like the Energizer dragon. He just keeps going.
Yeah,
and going.
it never stops.
Yeah. And we get these as he's just blasting unlimited supply of this icy flames, we get these awesome close-ups of his face. He's like we get this crazy sound. And the fire is just
it's blue flame.
Yeah. Oh my God. A couple of those shots.
Now we have blue fire. Now we have green fire and red fire.
Yeah, totally. Very interesting. And his head is just kind of like going back and forth and just spraying the flames. And we get this amazing sound of his screeching as he's doing it. And these blazes of blue flames are just like these gargantuan blasts are just penetrating all the way through the wall and just shooting out the other side.
I know. And Tormund and Beric are standing there in total fucking disbelief.
Yeah. Oh my God. And Viserion is hovering and we get these amazing shots of the Night King on his back.
The Night King on the dragon.
Just the CGI here is incredible.
And he starts blasting the wall again. And Tormund and Beric start running down the watchtower. And I love Tormund. He's like, run! Just
yeah. Totally.
And they all start fleeing and the wall just kind of starts to buckle and fall and the stairways are shaking and people are falling off the walls and
there's just fire everywhere.
And the undead army is just standing there, like, totally motionless.
Yep. Attention! Just at attention.
Yep. And we see that Beric and Tormund, the wall, like, literally collapses on either side of where they're standing.
Oh, my God.
And it's like, oh, my God. The wall came tumbling down.
Yes, it did.
And it like, the second kind of the dust settles, they start marching. And I'm just like, and the drums are kind of playing, I think,
and
in
it's
the
just
music.
like dominoes too. Once that one section of the wall falls, it just like triggers
all the way out to the sea.
Yeah. Oh man, so intense.
You can tell though that you have to like kind of go up the wall because of all of the
wreckage.
the
Imagine
rubble.
all the rubble.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they still like are kind of like wandering through hills and valleys of the broken ice.
Oh, it's so cool. Massive chunks of ice too, like jagged peaks all around them.
It's amazing. So, and then we get the Night King leads from above, riding Viserion onto Winterfell. There you go.
And they've done it. They've penetrated the wall and broken the defenses. Oh man, what a moment, right?
Totally.
Remember when that aired? Everybody predicted it, but it was so obvious, but it was so like, it felt so good to finally see it happen.
It was like so hard for it to be the cliffhanger, and we've been waiting for 2 years.
I know.
To like,
think about that. The most powerful, the most popular show on the planet, taking a year off in its prime, leading into the final season. That could have gone two ways. Either people lose interest, but it didn't go that way at all. It only made interest like hype up more. And got people more excited and built the anticipation even higher and led to them, like gave them more time to produce an even better product.
It's so intense. It's such a great show.
Yeah. And it sucked waiting, but it's worth it. Like I think it's going to be worth it. We're going to get something better.
I seriously like lay in bed thinking about Game of Thrones sometimes and like what is going to come. Like the anticipation. I feel like it's like Christmas. And like Christmas is coming.
Christmas is coming.
It's like, oh my God, I can't wait.
Someone sent us a picture of a meme where it's the guy lying in bed facing away from the girl, and the girl's kind of like facing the other direction, but looking over her shoulder. They're like back to back. And she's wondering what he's thinking. I bet he's thinking about other women. And it's him, but the guy's speech bubble over his head, his thought bubble, he's thinking, I wonder how big Drogon's going to be in season 8.
I've totally seen that.
It's great.
It's so funny. Yeah.
So it finally happened after all of this time. It was Chekhov's wall. You see a wall in Act 1, it's coming down in Act 3. You know about Chekhov's gun? You familiar with that?
Yeah, I am. You're probably going to articulate it better than I could, though, so I'll let you explain it.
Oh, yeah. You see a gun in Act 1, you expect it to be used in Act 3.
Yeah, exactly.
So the concept of the wall here, it just in general was a giant Chekhov's gun where it's this barrier of protection, and we know at some point it was destined to come down because that is what's going to lead to like the main plot.
Aspect of the show.
Yeah, the big arc of the plot. It revolves around that big piece of protection being gone. So it was inevitable, and it was fantastic the way they did it.
I just didn't think it was going to be the very last scene of the 7th season.
I know, right? It's so crazy.
You know what I mean? Like, I knew it was going to come down in season 7 at some point, but like, I thought maybe it wasn't going to be the very last thing that we were left with.
Oh, and the physics of the dragon are so cool. Like he's flapping his wings and you can see his torso going up and down. It's like
his muscles like expand and contract.
And it's not like his body is perfectly still in the air and his wings are flapping around it. It's like his whole body is moving in conjunction with the wings, and like nothing is perfectly stable, so it's a very realistic way to portray the flight of an animal. Like I just thought it was really, really impressive what they were able to pull off with the dragon physics in season 7. I can't even imagine what it's going to look like in season 8.
It's going to be fucking epic.
It's going to be so good.
Well, that's my number 2.
All right. My number 2 is the negotiation scene itself.
Okay.
Okay, so cutting back over to the negotiation. Cersei, like we talked about, is asking, where's Daenerys, basically? Where is she? And we learn that she did not travel with Tyion and the rest of the negotiation party. So there's all these little hints, basically, that she's traveling by dragon, which is a really good strategic move.
I like the way
on her part.
Tyrion says no.
Yeah, it's just like no.
She doesn't travel with us, Cersei.
And then everybody's waiting and we hear a dragon screeching and everybody starts to stand up. Not Cersei, though. She sits, but Euron jumps up.
She's trying to be so, I'm not afraid
I'm so
of you.
chill and powerful and I don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, until the White Walker comes flying at her face.
Yeah. So she's sitting, and even Jaime has like a PTSD moment where he like remembers the loot train battle. Yeah, and jumps up and like steps forward to get a view, and Euron steps forward and everybody's like standing up, and Jon walks out, and oh, what a moment as Drogon like kind of soars around quickly and then lands on the side of the pit, and and we see
kind of
Rhaegal's flying crumbles in the background too. Yeah, it's crumbling under him, and he sort of like slinks downwards, with his arms spread wide, like he's halfway doing a push up. Really cool. And it's just so like the graphics again here are just incredible. Like, how do they do this? And he dips his head down, and we see Dany sitting on top of him.
And he opens his mouth and lets out a big screech.
Yeah, just like a show of power. Growls at everybody, roars, and Cersei looks a little shook here. She looks a little shaken up.
She's trying so hard not to her poker face is pretty strong.
Pretty strong,
You can see a little chink in her armor when that dragon, I kind of want to, he almost slides down into the pit.
Yeah, it's so cool. He slinks downwards like a slinky.
And then the look washes over her face because she sees Daenerys Targaryen and she knows that it wasn't Marjorie Tyrell.
Yes, exactly. She realizes
it was Daenerys,
the younger, more beautiful queen from the prophecy. She was wrong. That means that everything that she did, all of these decisions that she made that resulted in these horrible things, trying to prevent Marjorie from coming into power, she would have been a better ally. It would have been good for Tommen. Tommen's dead because of all this, It's a reality check, potentially.
Yeah, she realizes that she was, living this prophecy, but it's like, oh my God.
But it just pushes her further into delusion, It's crazy.
And then
she
Euron
can't accept
sees
it.
Dany, and he's like, ooh, I like what I see.
Yeah, totally. It's so funny. And Dany starts stepping down off of Drogon, and she gets to his shoulder, and he slowly
he bends it down.
Yeah.
It looks like she's on an elevator. She just has her hand on his shoulder, and
so
he's
smoothly
letting her down.
Drops it down in such an elegant motion, and his eyes never stray from monitoring the people that are there for the meeting, just look glaring at Cersei and the mountain and everybody, and Dany just steps right down, and his shoulder pops back up to his posture that he was in, this
I love the way
stance.
the dragons fly off.
I know, it's unbelievable.
They leap in the air, and
it's incredible. It's so well done.
His wings flap over the dais or the dais.
His wings span the entire dragon pit.
He's so massive.
It
covers the whole floor of it.
Yeah. And it's shrouded in darkness for a second as he leaps into the sky
shadow.
And flies away. Yeah, it's just amazing. And it's so crazy.
I love how Dany and Cersei make eye contact for the first time as she sits down, and then Dany just looks forward.
Yeah, she sits down and looks straight ahead and then turns to meet eyes with Cersei. It's so crazy.
We've been here for some time.
My apologies.
I loved that so much.
Yeah, ever courteous. And she looks to Tyion are you you're up, buddy.
You're up, dude.
Yeah, you know her. And this is when the negotiations start. Almost. He begins speaking and Euron cuts him off immediately. I'm like, dude, what? Just a mad dog. God damn.
So crazy.
He's crazy.
Again, Varys' face.
Yeah, who is this guy? What is happening here?
What are you, what the fuck? And then Tyrion's reaction is priceless.
Yeah.
He's
owns it.
what the fuck
Yeah,
is going on?
because Euron isn't even talking about the situation. He starts addressing Tyion. Like,
yeah, it's like, I have your sister. It's
Yeah.
like, this has nothing to do with why you're here, dude. Like,
I think we ought to begin with larger concerns.
Well, then why are you talking? You're the smallest concern here.
Damn.
And I love Tyrion. He looks over at at Tyion.
Yeah.
And Theon's like, it wasn't even good.
Yeah, do you
his
remember
dwarf
when we
joke.
discussed dwarf jokes? Yeah, he explained it at the end. Never explain. It always ruins it. That's like kind of like a Joker reference too. Never start with a head. Leaves the victim all fuzzy.
You and your Joker stuff.
Yeah, it's just everywhere.
It's so funny.
So, of course, Euron has to like just take it even farther. He just will
Kill
not
you at
back down.
birth. An act of mercy for the parents.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
That's so fucked up.
You know, Jaime like had to speak up eventually because he always sticks up for Tyrion. So I'm glad that he did that. It shows he's on the right path still, and sort of foreshadows his decision later on, choosing the right decision and not bowing down to Cersei, who ends up being allied with Euron in secret, as we find out. So him turning, like standing up to Euron here foreshadows him standing up to Cersei at the end of the episode. So he's like, perhaps you ought to sit down, you know? And Euron talks back to him like, oh my God, dude. Why? And this is
sit down or leave.
Yeah. And that means something when Cersei stands up for Tyrion, you know, and she's probably, it's more like, you know, nobody talks shit about my brother except me, you know,
I think
thing.
it's not even, I took it a totally different way. Like, she's not even really standing up for Tyrion, but this is so not why they're there.
Right. Like, you need to fall in line. Like
you are
subject
stepping
matter
way out of your...
Right. Yeah, like your purview.
You're just here for the Navy, essentially. Like, you shouldn't even have a role to play in this
you don't have a voice
particular
in this situation. Yeah. So it's not even like necessarily the subject matter. It's just that he's like out of bounds here. And this also could be part of the ruse between Euron and Cersei. Like, maybe this is part of the plan. He just acts wild and then it's like, fuck this, I'm out.
Yeah, and it's like, it has nothing to do with why they are there. It's a completely irrelevant
totally
side.
Yeah, so
and
that's
I think
entirely
maybe
possible. True.
Euron thought he could do it because the Hound did it to his brother.
Maybe. Yeah,
I think so. That gave him the idea, like, oh, I can, you know, fuck with Tyion right now, but it's not this. It's not on the same level.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, like, I have your sister. No one fucking
cares.
Plus,
the meeting
dude.
had just started. Like, shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah. Like, at least when the Hound did it, Dany wasn't there yet.
Yeah, nothing was happening yet. So it's like there was still like some flexibility, some fluidity to the situation, right?
Exactly.
So this is when the meeting like really begins, you know, because the mountain steps forward, threatening Euron, like, you better fucking, you know, sit down or leave because I'm gonna make it happen one way or the other. Like, you know,
I'll cut you in half and make you the half man.
Yeah, exactly. So the meeting begins, and Tyrion has a great opening line: "We are a group of people who do not like one another, as this recent demonstration has shown." Which is so true. And like he says,
alluding to the outburst.
Yeah. And again, showing people's reactions as they talk about these things. We've suffered at each other's hands, and it shows Cersei and Jaime, who have suffered the loss of Tywin and have experienced their family being torn apart after Tyrion killed Tywin. You know, and it's like the way it's shot, like you said, it's just so good. Showing us everything we need to see without losing a beat. I'm not sure if it's
right here, but like, we even get like glimpses of Brienne staring at Jaime and Jaime seeing her do that. And then it's another camera angle of Cersei looking at Jaime, looking at Brienne.
Just like at the Purple Wedding.
Yeah, it's the way that the camera angles cut in and out. So we feel like we're there watching.
It's so good.
The little nuances of the characters interacting with each other.
I feel like that's something they said in the behind the scenes thing too. Like they wanted you to feel like you were there.
Right. I think you're right. I didn't watch that this time because I ran out of time, but
it sounds familiar. Yeah.
Justin woke up from his nap. So I maybe that's where I'm getting it from, because it truly is brilliant.
Yeah. It's so good. So he's like, we didn't have to meet. we're entirely capable of waging war without ever meeting face to face. And of course, Cersei has to be, argumentative here. So she's like, what, we're just going to live in harmony, settle it all?
She's so sarcastic.
Yeah, always.
Like, in a weird way, I kind of like Cersei's sarcasm.
Sure, I gotcha.
Like, I don't like Cersei as a character, but
it's like you love to hate her type thing.
She's
where it's
witty.
Like, yeah, right.
Like, she has good lines.
It's sharp. Like,
like
in her own way.
I like,
if not cunning, she's sharp,
Yeah, I like people that have that kind of wittiness about them. So I kind of, I like it when she does that, even though...
Yeah, she's got a spark to her conversational...
It's one of the few aspects of the Cersei character that I enjoy is her witty comments, however unnecessary they are or impertinent to the situation. They're kind of humorous in a way. Sure. I have a super dry sense of humor, so I kind of like it.
Yeah. So Tyrion's like, no, like we know that's not going to happen. We're not going to get along. And Cersei's like, well, then what the fuck? Like, why are we here, man? And that's Jon's cue, So he steps forward to talk about how it's really like the war for life and death, and we all it's not about being friends, it's just about living, and it's the Great War is what we need to focus on, because there's a general that you can't negotiate with. And I'm like, maybe Cersei can marry him. Maybe Cersei will figure out some way to tempt him and team up with him. So an army that doesn't leave corpses behind on the battlefield. And I'm like, oh shit, that's intense. The battlefield. And he brings up how Tyrion mentioned how 1 million people live in the city, because that was interesting when they're riding up on the city. Jon had never been there before. So we're seeing Jon arrive to King's Landing for the first time and be surprised at how many people live there. Just vast amounts of people, right? 1 million people. And so Jon's saying 1 million people, that's just 1 million more soldiers. They don't leave corpses behind because they become the army like this. And that's what's so stupid about Cersei. Jaime understands this, and he's like, oh God, we all just need to fight. There needs to be a unified front. Cersei doesn't understand that, the Northmen will go north with Dany and get wiped out. But that's just going to be, they're just going to be fodder for the army. They're going to amplify the undead forces. It's going to
double in size.
Yeah. So she's so stupid. She can't see the forest through the trees. She's so focused about, maintaining power and everything that she's going to put it all humanity on the line for her own pride, essentially. What are the lives of the people worth? How much is your pride worth? Right. That question. Cersei will never kneel. That's saying she's willing to kill everybody, basically.
Yeah, she's willing to be queen of the ashes. Yeah. But I mean, and again, with her kind of snarky comments, I love it. She goes, I imagine for most of them, it will be an improvement.
Yeah. Again, she's so horrible.
And Jon, this is serious. Yeah. And it's so true. It's stop being snarky. And as much as I love the snarkiness, this is not a time to be snarky. Right. But in fairness to Cersei, she doesn't believe any of this bullshit. It
seems like nonsense. Like she says, I don't think this is serious at all. It's just another bad joke. And she says, it's what did the maester say? A child surviving beyond the wall with the help of a magical raven. Yeah. She's like, if my brother told me correctly, you're asking for a truce because of an undead army. This is fucking ridiculous.
Yep, that's it. Can you shut up and listen, Cersei?
Yeah.
And she goes, that's all. Pull back my armies and stand down while you go on your monster hunt.
Right.
Or while you solidify and expand your position.
Yeah, what are you really doing?
Hard for me to know which it is, with my armies pulled back.
Yeah. So that you go, you do your thing, and then you return after marshaling your forces to being 10 times as strong. Now that you're allied with the North, which she's about to find out, which makes her even more suspicious about their true intent.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's a solid concern,
Dany's like, look, I'm not interested in taking your capital
she says,
from
your
you
capital.
Until this threat is dealt with. So you have my word that you're safe for now, basically.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting, too, because Cersei had said, something about my capital, and Dany replies here saying, your capital will be safe. So she's acknowledging that it's under Cersei's possession for now.
Yeah,
she's willing to let it slide currently.
And I liked that
Yeah, it was interesting.
That
Very
thought
interesting
process,
choice of
her
words.
choice of words.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is there an echo in here? Oh man.
Yep. The word of a you would be. She's like, your capital will be safe until the northern threat is dealt with. You have my word. The word of a would-be usurper.
Tyrion's like, okay, time out. We cannot wipe out the last 50 years from one conversation. So we need to move forward.
Yeah, he sees the venom on Cersei's face and just like the bite in her words as she's like.
And I love
vicious.
Dany. Like she rolls her eyes. She's just it's like she takes this like breath in through her nose and she's just like,
yeah,
fucking stupid bitch.
And this is when, it's time to bust out the evidence. We have something to show you.
Oh my God. I love his face when he says that. It's so expressive.
Yes,
like his eyes are wide. Because he's seen it, I'm sure, like, heard it, like, thrashing about in this crate.
Yeah, I don't think he's seen it yet, but he knows it's there.
We have something to show you. Like, this is
fucking.
We didn't come here to, like,
man.
convince you to believe our stories. Like, we brought proof.
This isn't about talking, like.
If any more words come pouring out your cunt mouth, I'm going to have to eat every fucking chicken in this room.
Right? That's what Dany's basically thinking when Cersei's talking. Yeah. And then the Hound goes to retrieve the box. And I thought it was interesting. He goes to get it and he's carrying it up the stairs here and it's on his back. And we've seen this like Jesus symbolism before with Jon and in various occasions. Mm-hmm. And Dany as well, I believe. And here we have some sort of like Jesus symbolism with Sandor. Like this is sort of made me think of bearing the cross as he's carrying it up the stairs and towards the middle of the dragon pit here. And he like sort of kneels and puts it down. So I thought that was interesting. It could be more like hinting that he may be like in the running for Prince That Was Promised type thing.
Yeah, like a more important role.
Yeah, born amidst salt and smoke, the salt from his tears as the smoke burns from his face.
Ooh, damn.
When
nice,
Gregor pushed
Duncan.
his face into the fire. So,
I like that.
Thanks. Yeah, so that's entirely possible. We're getting like, symbolism along those lines here, I feel.
That's a heavy box, too. That guy is super strong. That's a big box.
Again, yeah. Another reason we saw him carrying that big-ass log.
Yeah, so did you...
Man.
I noted, so when they're on the ship and he flicks the box, that the White Walker goes fucking nuts.
Yeah.
He's like moving this box around and like thumping it on the ground.
Nothing's happening.
And nothing's happening. And I was like, oh no, like what if there's like some magical spell over King's Landing where...
Or if it's just like dead
they tried
again.
to bring that hand in.
Right,
and
in the books.
Like stopped moving by the time it got to King's Landing.
Exactly.
So I thought when I first watched it, it's like, I wonder if there's some like magical spell over King's Landing that like doesn't allow their necromancy to work in this area.
Yeah, and the audience is wondering, is it dead? Is this all for nothing? That whole mission, is it a failure?
The box over.
Yeah, and we learned that it was just playing dead and like just waiting for its moment to strike.
Oh my God.
As it animates and jumps out of the box and goes
Cersei,
screeching at Cersei.
Flies to the back of her chair. So like her like demeanor completely changes 180 degrees.
Moment of real panic. And interestingly, the mountain does nothing. You'd expect the mountain to step forward and intercede on Cersei's behalf.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I didn't realize the mountain didn't step forward.
Yeah, like everybody is just in shock.
Maybe he was like, oh, a fellow brother.
Yeah. It's not a threat. He was also like when Cersei gave his instructions to him, if anything happens, kill the Dragon Queen first, the bastard king second, or whatever. She gives him a specific order. Maybe he is like thinking like, oh, I can't kill yet. My first target has to be this one.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, he's following
that's more of like kind
order.
of a joke comment. Like I think I don't know. Like he didn't react.
It could
though.
be
It's interesting
because he didn't. I mean, if he didn't react, I find that kind of strange.
She recoils in horror as Sandor grabs the chain that's holding on to him, onto the white, and
rips him
right
back
at the last possible moment. And his hands are like inches from Cersei's face as he's gnashing his jaws at her and screeching. And this look of horror is on Cersei's face as her hands like contort and her face contorts.
They're grabbing she looks like how I look when I'm flying through turbulence in an airplane.
Or almost like
gripping the seat in terror.
And it's, I feel like this is her moment to have that Ilaria reaction, where Ilaria reacted to Oberyn's head being crushed, and there's that look of horror on her face. And a couple episodes ago when Cersei had Ilaria in the chamber, she mentioned that scream, how it was like horrifying, and she'd never heard anything like it. And I thought it was like meta commentary about the actress's brilliant performance. And here we have Cersei trying to like emulate that horror in this moment. And she doesn't even scream. She doesn't try to take the
all
glory.
Her body language. Yeah. I love it so much.
I felt like it was like respectful to the actress who played Ilaria, that Cersei's not trying to scream here and capture that, like take the glory away from her accomplishment there. She does a wordless like look of horror and captures the feeling in a different way, which I thought was cool.
Well, so this is actually where the mountain kind of steps forward, is after the White gets ripped back
by
towards
Sandor.
Yeah, Jaime and the mountain, they kind of go forward to protect Cersei.
Yeah, Jaime spasmed in fear when the White came running too.
I mean,
he didn't
it's
step
pure
forward.
Disbelief on him. I think they're in disbelief.
Right, and terror. Like this is horrifying.
You know, I know that you brought this up like way back. Is there's the fight or flight or like be
or
frozen?
Freeze. Yeah, fight or flight or freeze.
I'm a freezer for sure.
I'm a refrigerator. I'm always cool.
Yeah, truly. I tend to freeze in situations, and because I like to assess things, I guess.
Right.
Like, I would say I'm a freezer, and then I'm a flight. Like, I'll run, but if I have to defend myself, I will. You got to do what you got to do. But in that, moment, I think they are assessing this, like, what am I looking at? I've never seen. Imagine if that was you.
Like, what do you do?
I would be standing there in disbelief.
And
and I'd have to process it a little bit before I decided to do it. Am I going to run? Am I going to fight? Am I going to stand up?
Yeah. So the whole King's Landing crew is just like deer in the headlights at this point as the White comes running towards them, and Sandor yanks it backwards and it comes running at him.
And even Varys.
Oh, man.
I mean, even the look on Varys' face.
Right, because Varys hasn't seen it yet either, As much as he loves things in boxes, he hasn't, gone and opened the box himself yet. Tyion in a box, sorcerer in a box, dick in a box.
Dick in a box.
I'm wise enough to know when a gift keeps giving.
Oh my God. So, yeah, like you were saying, the White goes towards the Hound.
Yeah, and he draws his sword.
Oh my God, and slices him in half, and he stays alive.
Oh my God, and it's two halves start scrambling around, and it's like dragging himself with his arms, and it's showing us Jaime's reaction and Qyburn's reaction.
And Qyburn's like, ooh, I like what I see.
Yeah, the second that it gets sliced in half and starts crawling, Qyburn is instantly entranced and has no choice but to stand up and walk towards it, and he just like... He's drawn to it, like it's uncontrollable. The second it starts crawling and he sees it, it's just instantaneous. It's hilarious. And Sandor slices off the arm, and it's like, like
it's like screeching.
Yeah, like that movie Idle Hands. So Qyburn reaches the hand and picks it up, and it's like bending its fingers and like as he's holding it and everything. Amazing CGI or whatever they did here.
And he's in disbelief.
Yeah, he's just looking at it like, oh my God, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Yeah. And Jon steps forward to take the hand from him, and he gives it to him. He hands it over without trying to keep it, so you got to give him credit for that. Like, he doesn't try to say, mine, my precious, my precious, like steal the hand for himself. So Jon takes it, and he's like, we can destroy them by burning them. And he sets it ablaze, and it's just like
and the White behind him, he's screeching because it's not attached to him, so it's not killing him. But I was thinking it might feel the pain.
Yeah. And then he continues, he drops it on the ground, and we can destroy them with dragon glass. And he takes out this dagger. Yeah, it's so sick. And he jabs it right into the White, and it just collapses. And he points out that, like, if we don't win this battle, that is what is going to become of every one of us. We're all going to be turned. And if that's the fate of everyone, that means Hodor is one of those. And I want to see him, man. We're going to see Hodor.
Hodor is coming back.
He's got to, right? That would imagine the fan reaction. Like people would lose their shit.
Oh my God.
HBO has to recognize the potential like virality of that video. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Yeah. So I'm hoping
he's in the army.
He's got to be. I'd recruit him if I was the Night King, you know, I'd want him.
He didn't get burned. There was nobody there to burn his body.
Yeah, totally. So, so everybody's just watching and staring in disbelief, and Cersei seems horrified, but is she just putting on a show to make them think that she agrees with their terms? And we see her visibly gulp, like she's like her throat clenches and she like gulps and blinks as Jon approaches. And
I think in this moment, she's genuinely horrified, but her psychosis returns when she's had a little bit of time to process.
Right. She snaps back into snapping out of it, basically.
Yeah, I do think she's truly terrified in this moment because she's trying to play it cool. Like she doesn't move when the dragon flies in, which is terrifying in itself. Like to see a dragon for the first time, like,
for all she knows, it could have just roasted him.
Again, she's just sitting there calmly, calmly, air quotes there. But for her reaction to back up in that chair like that, that's not Cersei.
Yeah,
that's a true instinctual reaction.
Yeah, totally. So Jon's he's like, there's only one war that matters, the Great War. And it is here, and Dany speaks up and she's like, listen, I didn't believe it either until I saw them, until I saw all of them.
All.
Yeah. And Jaime, you can tell that Jaime is on point. He was super shocked by the revelation of that the undead exist. He knows that soldiers will join the army and we can't have that happen. Our forces can't be divided and aimed against us when they're killed. And so he sees the real threat here. He sees what's happening. He feels destiny calling him. He can't just sit by and do nothing. This is a fate more horrible than the one he broke his vows for last time and killed his king to prevent.
I love how he says it too, because he's in utter disbelief.
Right.
And he's visibly shaken and scared, and you can hear it in his voice.
When it really comes down to it, Jaime's a true humanitarian, on some level. So this is when Euron freaks out, or at least appears to freak out, and stands up and walks over, and I
found this kind of an interesting little hole for me because, so they had this whole thing for Euron to leave to go to Essos to get the second sons, but
this could be real. He could really be abandoning her here.
Yeah, they had no idea that
this was going to happen.
They were going to bring a White Walker.
But it is perfect. It's a perfect cover. Nobody thinks he's going to be going to do this. It makes sense, So it could be he's actually having this reaction. If that
didn't happen, how was he going to exit and look like a coward and have that all pan out?
He could see the dragons and be like, fuck this, I'm out of here.
But he didn't do that. But we've already seen the dragons.
Maybe it was supposed to happen later, who knows? Maybe he was supposed to stick around to learn at least enough about what the plan was so that when he leaves, he could see what they're up against. I don't know.
Yeah. It just feels a little,
sure. Yeah. I feel
too perfect for me as far as the way, but I mean, again, I like calling little stuff like that out every once in a while.
Analyzing every little detail, and you never know
that we've talked about before. It just feels a little imperfect to a really awesome scene.
Sure.
It's they had no idea that they were going to bring this White Walker.
Right.
It was his cue to leave to go get the second sons.
He read it perfectly and came up with a perfect story on the spot, basically.
Yeah, and he doesn't strike me as the most intelligent creature on the planet. So.
But who knows, man? I mean, he's accomplished a lot.
That's true. That's true. I know he's a little bit more developed in the books.
True. Yeah. We learn more about him and what he's done, I guess. So he's like, fuck this. Can they swim? Jon's like, no. So he's like, yeah, good. I'm going back to the island that I came from. Screw you guys. I'm going home. And everybody's like, whoa, as like this big tough guy is telling him like, listen, I've been around the entire world. I've been player hated and, you know, I don't know what, I don't know why, but this fucking terrifies me. And it's the only thing I've ever seen that scares me. And I got to get the hell out of here, basically, because I don't play that shit. You guys can deal with this. I'm going to my island where I'm safe.
I love that he goes up to Dany. He's like, I'm going to go to my island. You should go back to yours. And when all this shit is over, you and I are going to make babies together.
Yeah, he gives her like this look, like, like a little nod. And she kind of like, so funny. And so that's like, he really does want to end up with her in the end, right? So he could be betraying Cersei in reality on some level, somehow yet to come. I think we're going to see that happen. So he's, you know, this is true. Like he is like angling at Dany. I wonder what Cersei's reaction to that could be. Cause she says later on, like, he's not going to miss his opportunity to marry the queen, you know? And again, she doesn't specify her. And it's true. Like if he has an opportunity to marry the queen, like the dragon queen, is delusional. The queen. Yeah, totally. So, he's out. And this is when Cersei seems to have a moment of clarity. And she's like, he's right to be afraid, but he's a coward to run. If those things come for us, you know, there'll be nothing left to rule. Everything we've suffered will be for nothing. We have to team up. The crown accepts your truce. Until the dead are defeated, they're the only true enemy, right? And Varys...
And did you see Varys' face?
Yeah, he's smiling like, what? No way. Like, this is crazy.
This is like what I'm talking about. Like this whole scene, Varys makes it. He's sorry, so he does.
I know, it's so funny, man. Like,
I love it.
Conleth Hill, too, he's working on instinct here, imagining what Varys's reactions would be to this type of, like, all these different dynamics. And he really nailed it in this moment. He's got that look on his face, like, no way.
Triumph.
Like, oh, my God. Like, this is really happening? Yeah, and Jaime is probably relieved because this is the first rational thing that Cersei's said since, like, season 4. You know, since he came back with no hand.
When I first watched this, I thought something was a little fishy here, that she would accept the truce so easily. But then again, like her distinct reaction to the fear of this White Walker, I was kind of like,
right.
Well,
it could have been like world shattering.
It could have been honest. But we come to find out that it's not honest.
Right. At least, I mean, it could be honest. Yeah, it's not
right
honest.
now, but like, maybe not after.
Until we find out. We don't know that she's like not on board until we learn like the truth about Jon having bent the knee. So I guess like she was never going to go along with it, but she would have just pretended to go along with it earlier if Jon had not bent the knee, basically, and Tyrion wouldn't have needed to go try to get to her to agree to it the second time.
I do find that kind of weird because it's like you just saw this undead thing. You just accepted the truth. Why should there be a condition for you to help?
Right. And that's like what Jaime's thinking. He's like, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. Like Cersei, you're just not rational.
Like the king, who cares who the fuck the king in the north supports right now? Who cares? There's an army of dead people marching on the Seven Kingdoms. You literally just saw one for yourself. Dany just said that there's like at least 100,000 of them. Like, who fucking cares who is bending the knee to who right now?
I know. Yeah.
It kind of bugs me. That's like the one thing about this whole thing that I'm like, God damn it, Cersei, you were so fucking stupid. Like, stop making people try to bend the knee to you.
Yeah. Even Dany realized, like, she told Jon, like, we will fight together. You know, even before Jon said he'll bend the knee, you know? So, like, even she gave up on that. Yeah. She realized that, yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter who sits the Iron Throne if the dead take over.
Yeah. So then Jon, he like kind of sighs in relief.
Yeah, but we learn that Cersei has another condition to the agreement where Jon, the king in the north, cannot choose sides until, you know, the end of the war, basically. She says that I'll team up with you under the condition that Jon remains a third party, basically, and doesn't worry about trying to fight, like our fight for the Iron Throne.
And Dany's like, wait, just the king?
Yeah. And she's like, I would, you know, like, why? Like, I would never ask this of you. Like, first of all, it's not something you'd ever agree to. And if you did,
I wouldn't trust you.
I would trust you even less than I do now. And oh man, she totally like guilt trips Jon here too. Like, I ask it only of Ned Stark's son. You know, I know Ned Stark's son
and
will
so
be
now
true to
he
his word.
can't lie.
Right.
Now he can't lie because...
But he's not Ned Stark's son. Like, really? Which is just kind of funny.
That's true, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like, fuck, you know, it's true. I gotta, like, I can't lie here. I gotta stick to my guns and tell the truth. And he looks over at his crew, at Davos and Dany, and Dany looks at him like, kneel, you know, like, don't say you kneel to me. Like, just go along with it.
And the pained look across his face.
Yeah, he's like, fuck, like, oh, it's just such a horrible moment. And he's like, I am true to my word. Or I try to be, you know. That's why I cannot give you what you ask. I cannot serve two queens. And I'm like, oh my God. And everybody's jaws drop. And he's like, I've already pledged myself to Queen Daenerys of House Targaryen. And I'm like, holy shit, a public announcement, a public proclamation that the King in the North has bent the knee. First of all, that's huge that it's going public now. And second, like, Davos is just trying to process what he's hearing because he doesn't even know yet, I don't think.
Nobody knows.
Like it. Yeah, like,
because
so
they did it in private.
Yeah, this is like the first time it's being revealed. And
Tyrion didn't even know.
Yeah, Dany's realizing that asking him to bend the knee in the first place, demanding that before agreeing, you know, to fight in the North, like, she's realizing that asking for him to bend the knee just fucked their negotiation too, that he did it. And now,
and she like closes her eyes and she's like, damn it.
And realizes it's like her doing, you know, because she insisted. And even though she did agree to fight without demanding it in the end, he ended up following through and doing what she had initially insisted. And it's biting her in the ass here. So Davos is trying to process it. Tyrion is just in disbelief, and he's fucking pissed. This is going to mess everything up.
Yeah, and Cersei's just like, well, there's nothing left to discuss. The dead will march north first. Enjoy it. We'll deal with the remainder of you guys.
Yeah,
like,
have fun.
Fuck you.
And I'm like, oh my God. And they all stand up and leave. And Jaime gets up to leave too, even though he's like,
Brienne like runs after him.
Yes, this is a huge moment. This is, first we had Tyrion trying to recruit Bronn to Team Dany earlier in the episode. And now we have Brienne trying to recruit Jaime, and she's throwing it all on the line here. Like, she's like, this
she
is,
even
she
says like, fuck loyalty.
I know, like, oh my God.
He's like, fuck loyalty.
Yeah. It's so crazy. Like, she rushes him, and he's given in to defeat, essentially. He's like, it's been good to see you. I imagine the next time it will be across a battlefield. And he's like storming off, and she's like, bro, like, she's like this is not gonna fly. She like grabs him, you know, and like smacks him, and she's like, we both just fucking saw that shit. Like, you're just gonna like walk away. Like, this is not it's not right, you know? And he's like, yeah. And like, I understand that, but I'm loyal to the queen, and you're loyal to Sansa. Like, it just is what it is. And this is when like she hits him, and she's like, fuck loyalty, like you said. And he's like, what? He's flabbergasted.
Coming from Brienne of Tarth. Yeah,
like, what did you just say? Like, and like, when Brienne of Tarth is saying fuck loyalty, like, you know, it's serious. Cause I mean, goddamn, she named her sword Oathkeeper, and she didn't even hesitate. Like, it was something that she had like was destined to do. And like this like concept of fidelity and oath keeping and loyalty is just like it's in her fiber, you know, like it was already like named Oathkeeper in her mind before she even had it, you know, like, and like for her to say fuck loyalty, like, it's just like, it's
so beyond her character.
Yeah. It's like paradigm shattering for Jaime. He's just like, can't believe what just happened. And she's like, listen, this goes beyond loyalty and oaths and honor and houses. Like, this is a war for life itself. Like, you have to talk to Cersei. And he's just like,
and tell her what?
Yeah,
what am I supposed to tell her?
Walks away. And I thought that like, you just have to respect Brienne for being like putting it all on the line and doing what she can to try to save Jaime's soul, essentially. Like, this is like, You know, if he goes along with Cersei, it's the end of his redemption arc, and it's the death of his character before he may not be dead, but his soul is dead essentially, right? So this is Brienne being like, listen, dude, like join the good team. Like you have to, like, I know it's inside of you. It's
which is what he inevitably does at the end.
This is like Jaime's Luke Skywalker. Like, there's still good in you, father. I sense it, you know, like, and Cersei's the emperor, and she's like shocking, you know, like Luke, and and Jaime's still in his decision. Like he's like trying to figure out where he stands, but he's still backing the emperor at this point. You know what I mean? Like, totally. I sense the good in you, father. You know? It's, oh man. Like, I sense the good in you, Jaime. Like, you know, it's there. Like, just follow your heart, you know? It's so hardcore. And he leaves, and then we get like the fallout with Jon and his immediate group, Dany and Davos and Tyrion. And Davos is like, fuck, like, dude, I really wish that didn't just happen, man. And Dany's like, listen, like, I'm grateful for your loyalty. I asked you to bend the knee, but think about what we've sacrificed to get here. You know, my child is dead. My dragon is dead. He may have died for nothing. And Jon's like, I know. And he's so frustrated, and he doesn't have the words yet that he's trying to form his defense, you know, while he's being berated by all these friends of his that like he is counting on, that like are on his team and who have believed in him, and he needs to like make it right and figure out how to do it. And Tyrion is scolding him like, I'm pleased you bent the knee. I would have advised it, you know, like he said, like I also would have advised you not to go to Dragonstone. Like, we know he wants to give Jon legitimate advice. And he's like, but have you ever considered learning how to lie every now and then, just a bit, you know? And Jon's like, he's come up. It
pisses him off.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it comes down to. And like, he figures out the perfect way to explain himself and to rationalize his decisions. And this is just so good. He's just like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to swear an oath that I can't uphold. Talk about it, you know, bring it up. I know it. Like, my father, it was the same way, and it got him killed. Like, you can say it. I know you're thinking it, but when enough people tell lies and make false promises, words themselves stop having meaning. And when that happens, there's no more answers. There's no solutions.
Better lies.
Yeah, there's just better and better lies, and lies aren't going to help us. And that's the difference between Jon and Cersei, as we'll get to in a moment. Like, Jon is willing to tell the truth even to his enemies, whereas Cersei is using deception to sabotage her enemies and to maintain the strength of her force. So Tyrion's like, you know, he can't argue with that. He's like, that is indeed a problem. Like, he's forced to admit it, you know, but he's like, but the more immediate problem is that we're fucked. Like, what the fuck? Like, we're fucked. And
super fucked.
They have to brainstorm. Like, Davos is like, is there anything we can do? Like, anybody have any ideas how to change that? And Tyrion's like, there's only one possible solution. It's that everybody stays here and I go alone to meet my sister.
Like, I didn't come all this way to have my hand murdered.
Right. And he's like, listen, like, I don't want Cersei to murder me either. You know, I could have stayed in my cell and saved a great deal of trouble. Like, I escaped from Cersei because she wanted to kill me before, and now I'm theoretically walking right into the lion's den, literally, lions, Lannisters, you know?
Yep.
And Jon's like steps up as expected, you know. He's like, this is my responsibility. I just fucked all this up. Like, I need to go and talk to her myself. You know?
She'll definitely murder you.
Yeah. And Tyrion, like, he's still like standing up for Jon and protecting him, and he's like, it's either I go and see her alone, or we all go home and we've accomplished nothing and lost a dragon, and we're even worse than we started off, you know?
Yeah, the guilt is washing over his face.
And Dany here, this is a big moment. This is the moment where Tyrion, it all comes down to Tyrion, and we've had a question. We've been questioning his loyalty. Is he still committed to the cause? Is he shaken? Dany puts everything in Tyrion's hands here and trusts him to go and handle this negotiation as an envoy, as an ambassador for her. And everything rides on what happens in this meeting with Cersei, and we don't get to see the full thing. So we have to worry about where Tyrion's loyalty lies. We don't have the option of feeling comfort like he's on our side anymore fully, which is tragic. I mean, imagine how powerful it would be to have one of the most beloved characters of the entire story betray Dany and Jon in the final season because of the guilt that's resulted in him being partially responsible for the deaths of the children in his family, of his house. And we could have one of the most loved characters turn into somebody who's hated instantly if he betrays Dany and Jon. Like, can you imagine that? I can't. It comes down to it, and at the last, like, some moment where like everything is riding on it, Tyrion does something to, turning his back on Dany and results in like something catastrophic, I mean, who knows? It's something that, like, it doesn't seem like it could happen because we all love Tyrion so much and he's been so consistently good and just. But like Arya and Sansa said, like, sometimes fear makes people do crazy things, or sometimes anger makes people do stupid things. Sometimes guilt can make people do stupid things, and it's possible that we could see that happen with Tyrion. Hopefully it doesn't, but I hope not. This is the moment, and Dany agrees and knows that it's their best option, and lets him walk off alone. And he walks off by himself. He's got to get to the Red Keep from here. There's not even going to send a guard with him. Send somebody with him to escort him to the Red Keep. Or like a litter so he can get there, like a carriage or something, so he can get there faster. He was like a reviled figure with all the propaganda in King's Landing. He's in danger, but from like the flea bottom people, you know what I mean? Like, he's got to get to the Red Keep to be able to have this meeting with Cersei. And so it cuts to... I guess that's the end of the main part of the negotiation. Should we continue talking about their meeting? Because that sort of continues the negotiation. That's totally fine by me. Okay, because it's not in either of our top five, so we'll just continue this because it is sort of ongoing negotiation. So it cuts into King's Landing, into the halls of the Red Keep, and Tyrion's walking along, being ominously next to shadowed by the mountain. Yeah, he's just hulking over him, and Tyrion keeps looking back. He's literally half the size. He comes up to, that actor's waist. Yeah, Thor Bjornsson. It's crazy. Half Thor. Yeah, and he keeps looking back, like, kind of like imminently expecting death at any second. I don't think Tyrion has had a single moment where he truly feels safe, aside from being maybe in the top level of the pyramid in Meereen, since he was on trial. Like, as far as he knows, he was captured in Volantis. Cersei has people all around the planet hunting him down. Mm-hmm. People could have infiltrated in Meereen at any time, so he's feeling like in danger here, and he has been for a long time. So he runs into Jaime here, and Tyrion's like, "You spoke with her, like convinced her to meet with me?" And Jaime clarifies, "I spoke at her until she kicked me out. She thinks I'm an idiot, trusting you." A lot of people seem to think that. And he's like, "Well, I'm about to walk into a room with the most murderous, insane woman in the world, who's already tried to kill me twice. Hired an assassin at the Blackwater Bay. Yeah, exactly. Hired an assassin at the Blackwater Bay at the Battle of the Blackwater. Who is it? The Kingsguard, I'm drawing a blank on his name. He tried to kill Tyrion, and Podrick killed him. Yeah, I can't remember his name either. Right. And then obviously at his trial, she paid people to give false testimony, etc., to frame Tyrion, later learning that Tyrion had nothing to do with Joffrey's murder. And so there's 2 times that he knows of. Third, obviously she sent assassins out to track him down and kill him. So those are other times that she's tried to kill him, countless times. Countless, yeah, exactly. And so he's like, who's really the idiot? You for trusting me, or me for trusting her and walking right into her clutches? I suppose we should say goodbye, one idiot to another. Yeah, I thought this was funny too, because Jaime's like even more of an idiot. He's not an idiot to trust Tyrion. He's an idiot to be to trust Cersei. You know, they're both
Totally.
idiots for trusting Cersei, and he's going to realize later in this episode that he's an idiot to have allied with Cersei. And
Totally.
his real redemption arc will begin by his leaving her, I believe, and we'll see him at least attempt to redeem himself in the final season.
Yeah,
So,
I think he will.
Will he follow through and redeem himself, or will he fall? Will love become the death of duty again for Jaime, and will he end up aligning himself again with Cersei in some desperate moment where her life is on the line and he falls into his old behavior and his old routines and his old feelings? The same thing, you know, like we're worried for both of Tyrion and Jaime falling into the trap of being forced to somehow out of guilt or out of love to protect Cersei, you know? And as Tyrion walks into Cersei's chamber, the rains of Castamere begin to play. And it cuts to the chamber, and Cersei's waiting. And Tyrion walks in, shadowed by the mountain, and Cersei does not hesitate to jump right into the attacks. You know, I shouldn't be surprised, I suppose. She's your kind of woman, a foreign whore who doesn't know her place. And I don't know why, it made me think of that clip when she was on Jimmy Kimmel's show. And she takes a sip out of the goblet, and they're like doing Game of Thrones quips at one another, and she's like, "That's a lovely tie. It's a shame it's around such a worthless neck." To Jimmy Kimmel. I feel like this is the same type of line here. Like, I shouldn't be surprised. She's your kind of woman, a foreign whore who doesn't know her place, just tossing a barb, you know? And Tyrion responds, "A foreign whore you can't abduct, beat, or intimidate. That must be difficult for you." Great way to spin that back around at her.
Yeah.
And she thinks that he's convinced Jon to kneel, and calls him her pet northerner, which is hilarious. And Tyrion's like, "I didn't know about that." And she keeps making all these accusations against both of her brothers, like, "You convinced her to kneel." And he's like, "I didn't know." And like she says to Jaime, "You met with you met with Tyrion and conspired knowingly against me." And Jaime's like, "I didn't know about that." You know, same thing. So these paralleling scenes with her interactions with her brothers in this episode, there's
Very, very close.
yeah. And so she may come to find that nothing she believed about Tyrion and his motivations is true. You know, that he's not all about destroying, that, like she says, your goal that you've worked towards your entire life, destroying our house, you know, and like she may come to find out that nothing that she believes about Tyrion is true, that he didn't kill Joffrey, that he's not trying to destroy their family, you know, that he's the one that's been thinking clearly the whole time, basically. Much like she may come to find out that Dany is the queen from the prophecy, and she was wrong about that, you know, so she could be wrong about the Valonqar as well, I guess.
I guess she could be, but I don't know. I have a feeling that might play out.
Yeah. Oh, man, I can't wait to see what happens. So Tyrion's like, "I'm not trying to destroy the family. I'm trying to prevent that from happening. I'm the one trying to prevent that, trying to save our family and save the future of humanity so we can have a family." He's like, "Daenerys didn't even want to negotiate. She wanted to bring you fire and blood, and you don't even know it." Like he's like, "You're only standing because I saved you. I'm working to save our family." You know, and it's true. And she can't deal with it. And she's like, "You killed our father." And he's like, "Yeah, after he sentenced me to death for a crime I didn't commit. Fucking yeah, I killed him." And interestingly, he says, "Hate me for it if you want. I hate myself for it, in spite of what he was." So we get this idea. We learn that Tyrion feels guilt over killing his father. It's something that he hasn't really expressed before.
I think he did non-verbally. I think his guilt came out with the amount that he drank. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense. So it like we learn he feels guilt, and she's like, "Oh, like poor little man," and she just keeps like attacking. "You left us open. Do you have any idea what you did when you fired that crossbow? You laid us bare for the vultures, and they tore us apart." And I thought that was interesting. She said vultures because it was the sparrows that invaded the city, right? So it's like she's like giving like these people that seemed to be so meek and mild and non-influential sparrows. Like nobody worries about the sparrows. Nobody's watching their back for the sparrows. But it turned out that they were vile and vicious and bloodthirsty and like picking at the dead, basically. You know what I mean? Like, so they turned out to be more like vulturous. And she also, as well as the other houses that were combining forces trying to, strip the Lannisters of their power and wealth. So you could say that the Sparrows, as well as the other houses together, are the vultures, which is just kind of I like that choice of words.
Yes.
So she's like, you may not have killed Joffrey. She accepts the truth of that now, but you killed Myrcella by sending her to Dorne. You killed Tommen. I don't know how. No one would have touched them if father were alive. So she thinks that since he eliminated Tywin from the equation, it opened up the Lannister house to attacks from people would have been too scared to attack otherwise. And Tommen would have been safe and Myrcella wouldn't have been in danger because they never would have dared to strike and kill Myrcella while Tywin was alive because he would have destroyed all of Dorne. You know what I mean? So, this is when we start to see how deeply he regrets like what happened to the children. And he's like, I've never been more sorry about anything. And she's like, Cersei freaks out, kind of like, she's like, remember, I will burn our house to the ground. To the ground. She's like, I will not hear it here with him, and like freaks out, not from you. And this is Tyrion's Hail Mary. This is like, I was like, holy fuck, when I was watching this. This is when he puts it all on the line. He's like, all right, you love your family and I destroyed it. I'll always be a threat. So put an end to me, And I was like, watching this. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot this happened.
I totally did too.
Oh my God. And she like kind of is taken aback by this admission, like, he's like, if it weren't for me, you'd have a mother. He killed her in childbirth. If it weren't for me,
you'd have a father.
You'd have a father. I killed him with a crossbow. If it weren't for me, you'd have 2 beautiful children. I've thought about killing you more times than I can count. And like, he's just admitting it. Like, I want to kill you. I've thought about it. And she's realizing that he's telling her, like, your smartest move is to kill me. And they're both silent for a second as she's absorbing it.
And her teeth are all clenched. She's super pissed.
Yeah, and he turns and starts walking towards the mountain. And this is the most ballsy thing anybody has done in this entire series, is walked towards the mountain and said, do it. And I was like, oh my God, this is fucking nuts. And he turns back to Cersei and says, say the word, just like Jaime, give the order.
Say it.
Yeah, say it. And oh my God, a pause.
And she can't do it. Yeah. She can't fucking do it.
Ecstasy and anger and power and shock all fill her face simultaneously. And she hesitates. And like you said, she just can't do it. She grimaces and turns away, unable to give the command. And like, isn't this what she's dreamt of for all of this time? And now in the moment, she knows, like, is it that she feels sympathy and she won't do it? Or is it because she can't do it? She knows that part of her bigger plan revolves around Tyrion surviving, because this would trigger war instantly, and she can't have that yet. So as much as she wants to do it, and as much as she may have done it, she knows she can't do it. And as it comes across as maybe she feels sympathy and maybe she chooses not to do it. But I think that strategically she knows she can't do it. And that's what is upsetting her, is that she has the opportunity here and she can't do it because it would sacrifice her power. Basically.
I totally agree with that, but I also think there's an underlying tone of deep down in her soul, she knows he's right.
And I think that's what Tyrion thinks, And I think that this is, and he immediately, when he realizes that he's not going to be killed here, he exhales.
Grabs a drink.
Right. And he grabs a drink, and it's like the old dynamic that it used to be, where like they hated each other, but they'd be sitting there talking with each other and negotiating. And I think that this is the first moment since he escaped from King's Landing, since he was taken into custody, that he's felt safe, where somebody isn't immediately trying to kill him. There's been the looming threat of Cersei hanging over him since the moment he was taken into custody, since the moment Joffrey died. And he's been in danger, in constant danger. And this is the moment where he can finally let a deep breath out and go grab a glass of wine, and it's over. That part is over. You know what I mean? The hit is called back. He's no longer in danger of Cersei killing him. That's his interpretation of this. And I think that that's a fair perspective. I think that effectively at this moment, the hit is withdrawn. And like, I just thought it was really cool. I watched this like the first time I realized that it's the first time I think he's felt safe in a very, very long time. And it's got to be just like a giant weight off of his shoulders. So he pours a glass of wine, and it turns out that this glass is for Cersei, you know, and he brings it to Cersei, and too bad he didn't sneak some poison in there.
I don't think she drinks it.
Yeah, I don't think she does either. But
because she's preggers. True,
yeah, and that's another hint that he picks up on. Probably he's like, "Oh, not drinking? Like, weren't you at Lush the last time I saw you?" You know?
Yeah, you were drinking like Robert.
Yeah, exactly. So this is when he goes to pour himself a glass, and this is when he brings up the difficult thing. You know, he's like, "I am more sorry about the children than you could ever know," and you can tell he's so sad. And she says, "Again, I will not." You know, like, I'm not.
It's like, I don't care. I love them. You know I did. You know it in your heart. If there's anything left of it.
Search your feelings, Cersei.
Since we just equated her to being the emperor.
You know it to be true.
And she's like, it doesn't matter. And we get that thing echoing Sandor, as he said earlier, it doesn't matter. The past is the past. There's nothing that can be done now. It doesn't matter if you love them. There's nothing you can do now. Your love isn't changing the fact that they're dead and gone, and that she's just in constant pain, like Mike Tyson, just like
stomping their testicles so you can feel my pain, because that's the pain I have waking up every day.
What?
Literally.
I've never even heard of that.
So, we get that great echo. We're echoing Sandor and how it doesn't matter now. The past is the past. It is what it is. And Tyrion's like, well, if there is no future, if it doesn't matter, then what's the point? Why are we here? Why did you even allow me to come? And they're kind of just like discussing it. And she's like, well, what were you hoping for? You wanted Jon to submit to Dany, obviously. You want everybody to bend the knee.
I didn't want it to happen like this.
Right. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, but yes, I do want everybody to bend the knee eventually.
Eventually.
Right. And she's like, why? Like, why are you turning against me? Right? Like, she's got it. Like, I mean, she obviously knows he hates her and they've always hated each other, but she's like, explain to me why you're backing her. Right. Yeah, exactly. And he says it, you know, I think that she's going to make the world a better place. Like she said to Tyion and Yara, and in that room when they were joining forces, like, our fathers made the world a worse place when they left it. And like, we're going to leave the world
terrible
a better
men.
place. Yeah. And Tyrion believes it. And I think that she deceives Tyrion in this scene. And I don't think that he's plotting against Dany. I'm hoping. Because that's what I want to believe.
I hope so too. I'm going to stay positive with that whole
stay positive.
Storyline.
And so Cersei's like, you said she'd destroy King's Landing, but now you're saying she's going to make the world a better place? Like, what the fuck? And Tyrion's like, yeah, like, she knows herself. She chose an advisor who would check her worst impulses instead of feeding them. And that's the difference between you and Dany. And it's true because think about it. Cersei did the polar opposite. She chose Qyburn as a hand who's just encouraging
her ego.
Yeah, stroking her ego, encouraging her dark desires, like a yes man, you know. And also the saying that's the difference between you implies that there are also similarities, which could be a hint that they're both Targaryens, you know, for that whole secret Targaryen theory.
Yeah, could be.
So Cersei's like, fuck the world, basically. I don't care about making a world a better place. I don't care about checking my worst impulses. All I care about is this, you know, and she has her hand on her belly. And she doesn't say it explicitly as that. She's just like, fuck the world, basically, and like is holding her stomach. And Tyrion sees the wine glass that she hasn't drank and sees her, the way that she's cradling her belly, you know, and he realizes, and she breathes, and he's like, oh my God, like
you're pregnant.
And this is the thing. Like Tyrion was just saying how he feels more guilty about the children, about the deaths of Myrcella and Tommen than anything else in his life. Cersei being pregnant now is a way for her to manipulate him, to get him to swear, to do something to protect the new child, or at least to do no harm, to make up for his role in the demise of the last 3 children or 2. And if Tyrion were to turn on Dany, I believe that it would be because of an oath sworn here and now to protect this child. You know,
interesting. I kind of like it. I can see
it's
that.
The only thing I could think that would make Tyrion side with Cersei is the idea that he has to make up to atone for the deaths of the children of the Lannister house,
or at least instruct Daenerys to not like kill the child.
He's got to do something to like Cersei she's off limits until the kid is born. Once the kid is born, we can try to salvage and save the kid, and Cersei's a target. But
I also think Tyrion realizes that she's newly pregnant. She's not even showing.
Right.
Okay.
And that means that there's going to be quite a distance of time where this could be up in the air, where Tyrion may be, feel obligated to do something in her favor to protect the child. So it's not good.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. And she continues, he's just seeing what's happening, but she continues on a monologue, and she's like, that thing you brought, that undead beast. I know what it is. I know what it means. I know what the implications are for the world, for humanity. When it came at me, though, I didn't think about the world. I didn't care about that. When I saw its teeth, gnashing at me, and it opened its mouth and I saw the black down its throat, I wasn't thinking about like the death of humanity. I was thinking about my family. Maybe Euron had the right idea to just get away and
go and hide.
And this is when Tyrion realizes and says, "You're pregnant." And I'm like, fuck, baited. Like, God damn it. This is a piece of bargaining material that could be influential for Tyrion. Like, put up or shut up. If you really care about the kids that you played a role in their deaths, then do something now and promise me you won't do anything that'll result in this child's death. You know what I mean? And then that's like the last we see of that scene is him saying, "You're pregnant," and we don't see the further negotiations after that. He has to do something that makes her agree to send her army north. So there has to be some concession on his part.
She doesn't send her army north.
Right, but he doesn't know that. He may have sworn a vow under the impression that she would follow through, and he may not know until after he's made a mistake that she was never true with her word.
That's true.
So
it's very fishy.
It's a pickle.
It's definitely a dill pickle for sure.
It's a pickle.
Yeah. Nice. I like it. I like that there's uncertainty there.
Yeah, it's hardcore. Definitely. So then it cuts back to the dragon pit, and it's Dany and Jon time as they're hanging out, bonding over some bones. I thought for a while, like, people were saying, "Oh, they pick up a dragon skull," but there's no way this is a dragon skull. Those would have been taken for years ago. This has to be just some other animal that died in the pit and like became eaten.
I thought that too. I was like, I don't know, but the way she like picks it up and holds it and looked at it made me kind of question.
I mean, it could have been what they were
little dragon,
right? It could have been what they were going for, but it wouldn't really make sense. I don't think.
No, I took it the first time I watched it. The first time I watched it, I thought it was just like an animal skull, like an animal jaw, and then like over the course of me watching it a few times, I was like, well, she's kind of like.
She's talking about dragons tenderly when she's
talking about dragons. It could be a skull from a dragon, but it looks pretty intact. But then at the same time, the
dragons were tiny when they died.
They were. So I don't know. I would like to think it is a dragon.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. I feel like that's the vibe they were going for.
All of the dragon skulls are down in the dungeons of the Red Keep.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon pit was stormed and dragons were killed there. But I feel like the bones would have been, taken as like victory tokens a long time ago.
So I have I don't really know. It's poetic if it is a dragon jaw.
Right. Like I said, I feel like it's the vibe they were going for, but it doesn't really make sense. So
it doesn't make sense. I'm totally in agreement with you on that.
So Jon he picks up the bones and Dany walks up and he's trying to tell her, like, listen, like, really, nobody's more like upset about this than I am. Seriously. She's like, I know, I wish you hadn't done it, but I respect it. And I like that she does respect that. She sees like the value in it, You
kind of have to, because he makes a good point when he says like, if I were have to lied, then it's just like,
words mean nothing.
If no one tells the truth anymore, then it's only better lies. And it's just stupid at that point. And it's irrelevant because we have an army of dead men marching against us.
Right.
So.
And she sort of becomes reflective here, and she's thinking about where they are and the significance of where they are and what it meant and the effect that it had on their family. And she talks about how the dragon pit was the beginning of the end for the Targaryen dynasty, that dragons aren't slaves. And she knows this, that when she saw how Viserion and Rhaegal were stunted, their growth was stunted by being locked in the crypt under the pyramid, right? So she's like, a dragon is not a slave. They were amazing. They were extraordinary and terrifying, and people were awestruck with them, and we locked them in here, and they just got smaller and smaller, and so did we. Like, we lost our extraordinary nature. Without them, we were just normal, and we
were just like everyone else.
Right, and we lost power and everything like that, and they're sort of passing back and forth this bone.
I love Jon here, because you're not like everyone else.
Yeah.
And your family hasn't seen its end. You're still here. And Dany's like, I can't have children.
Right. But also he's like, you're still here. But also I'm still here, because he's a Targaryen too. And that's the other thing too, is like, your family like hasn't seen its end. There's hinting that he may be able to help give her family a future. You know, it hasn't seen its end. There's still a chance for a new legitimate Targaryen
and he has
heir.
like this look in his eyes like, I want to do you. So we can like get together and, you know, make a baby.
And she's
like, well, I can't have children.
Who told
Jon's
you that?
like, well, who told you that? And the witch who murdered my husband.
And she sees how smart he is here too. Like, and this only solidifies her perspective that she should have listened from the beginning. Because he's like, has it occurred to you that the witch who murdered your husband may not be a reliable source of intel? You know what I mean? Like, maybe you shouldn't believe the things she tells you, because she could be trying to sabotage you further. And I'm dying laughing, because she's like, yeah, it's true. You know, like,
she kind of like shrugs her shoulders.
Yeah.
She's like, okay.
She's like, you're right about everything.
There's a valid point there.
Yeah. And she admits it. Like, if I had just trusted you, everything would be different. Like, i.e., you might be right about this too. Maybe she should trust him, and maybe she will be able to get pregnant, you know?
He doesn't soothe her like thought process either. He doesn't say like, oh, you know, it's hard to trust somebody you don't know, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
He just goes, okay, well, what are we going to do now?
Right. Now you're going to trust me? Like, you're going to move forward with this
He doesn't really
trust?
like acknowledge it. You know?
He's just like, so what now? He's assuming that they're both on the same page, that they trust each other now. I think that's what she said. Like,
exactly.
Like, if I had trusted you, everything would have been different. I.e., like, now we're fully on the same team. Like, we're on board.
trusting of each other. We're allies.
Exactly. So he's like, so like, he understands that, and he's like, so what next? You know, now that we're fully on board with one another.
Well, I can't forget what I saw north of the wall, but I love how she's like kind of whispering here too. And she's like, I can't pretend that Cersei won't take back half the country the moment I march north.
Oh, I know, it's rocking a hard place, right? And she's right. Even though Cersei claims she's going to march north with them, she turns her back.
She's calling Cersei's bluff.
Right. And yeah, basically. And Jon brings up Tyrion's assessment. It appears Tyrion's assessment was correct. We're fucked.
Cue the boat scene.
Yeah. And speaking of Tyrion,
in the scene.
Yeah. Speaking of Tyrion, here he comes, followed by Cersei and company, and ominous music. And oh god, that ominous music again makes me nervous about what happened and what Tyrion agreed to in order to get Cersei's pledge.
I know, and kind of all their jaws drop when they see them walk in.
Right, like, oh my god. And I'm just hoping that
I just have to comment too on the Kingsguard's armor. It's so cool looking, like the black and the silver.
I know, right?
With like the
full makeover by Cersei.
It's pretty cool.
Totally. So when we do learn that she lied when she tells Jaime, it's implied that she maybe deceived Tyrion, because she said, why would I trust the man who killed our father? Right. So either that's true and she lied to him and deceived him, or he's in on the charade, which would be very sad.
Yeah. It's so believable. It was shocking that she was lying here. You know, my armies will not stand down. I will not pull them back to the capital.
Right.
I will march them north to fight alongside you in the Great War.
We'll face it together.
Yeah. And when it's over, perhaps you'll remember that I chose to help.
Oh my God, that's the most convincing line right there. Like, she knows that the dragons are more powerful and that she's doomed, and she's like, maybe you'll forgive me if I help.
Maybe you'll let me keep King's Landing.
Yeah, totally.
Call our banners, all of them.
Lies. Oh my God, so intense, man.
Cunt. Yes.
Yeah.
There's no cure for being a cunt.
There is no cure for being a cunt.
All right, so let's move on to your numero uno.
My number one is the faceless man's demise.
What? Oh, man.
I'm sticking true to my theory until I'm proved otherwise.
Haha, nice.
I know there's some holes in it, but I don't know. This scene solidified it for me after like the first few times I started feeling this way, because I know that I had said when I explained my theory that Littlefinger has never pleaded for his death, or like he's always like kind of stood strong. Life. Yeah, he's always kind of stood strong in the face of death. So
yeah, it's like a desperate gambit. Like
yeah, and he even sounds a little bit different, and his mannerisms are a little bit different.
There's a little bit like, it's hard to tell though, because like he like goes through like a series of things where he starts, like whining and get a little bit sad. And then he like waits to see how she reacts, and she doesn't fall for it. And then he like exaggerates it and starts like crying almost. And then he like looks to see how she's reacting, and she's not buying it.
I know, it doesn't seem like Littlefinger to me. It's so out of character for him.
It seems like he's scheming though. Like he's trying to do the things that he would think would work for her. You know what I mean?
The only things like left to do.
I don't know.
So if my theory is to stand on two legs, the Littlefinger would have
there's so much evidence that's compelling for your theory too, though. Like I think it's a totally viable theory.
I think it's a viable theory, but I think Littlefinger would have had to have a conversation with this faceless man and given the history on what happened to give this faceless man some ammo to make it believable that it's Littlefinger. Because it's like, I know Littlefinger has been known to kind of like change his voices from here to there.
Sure.
Depending on who he's talking to, but he sounds different.
Interesting.
And the way he like, his eyes go wide when she says Lord Baelish. It just doesn't feel like him.
It would be the ultimate.
I think he would have
trick.
like looked at her and like faced her, but I don't think he would have like been wide-eyed, like blinking at her like
and
a
we
cartoon.
Know that Bran doesn't necessarily see everything. He would have had the capability. We know he can see what's happening as things are happening.
I think he has to check in on people to see them. It's not like this knowledge. He has
and also,
to actually
if Littlefinger swapped faces with somebody, then from outwards appearances, it would look one way, but actually be another.
So why check in on Littlefinger? Because he's still there.
Right, exactly.
As far as Bran is concerned. Because
even if he was checking in on him, he may like be tricked because he looks like somebody else. May not even recognize Littlefinger looking at him.
And he's assuming that he's at Winterfell, so Bran's mind is tricking him into looking at the Littlefinger
at Winterfell,
and not the one fleeing.
Yeah.
So we start.
Sansa's on the battlements.
Yeah. So exactly, she's up on the bannerments at first, and she's like looking out to the snowy landscape, and she turns to one of the guards and says, "Have my sister brought to the Great Hall."
Oh, and this is right after that, like not right after, but soon after the scene where Baelish seems to have turned Sansa against Arya. And we'll talk more about that later.
Sure. And so they're all sitting at the great table, Sansa and Bran and Maester Walken. And the room is filled with northern men, and the guards escort Arya into the hall. And she's standing there alone. And she looks around and she spies Sir Royce, and then she looks over at Littlefinger, or what is being portrayed as Littlefinger, in my opinion. And Arya looks over at Sansa and she's like, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
Mm-hmm.
And Sansa's like, "Well, it's not really what I want, but it's what honor demands." And what does honor demand? Arya says to her sister. Well, it's to defend my family. We can't have anyone harming us. And that I defend the North from those who would betray us. And when I first watched, when I was a first-time viewer of this scene, I was like, there's no way that Arya and Sansa are going to like try to kill each other.
Right. That's so ridiculous.
They dislike each other. So I knew that there was something like fishy about this whole scene. And then she goes like, okay, we'll just get on with it.
Yeah, get on with it. Like what?
And they kept like panning over to Littlefinger. And I remember like distinctly looking at Dave. And this is before like my theory came into play. Cause I watched this episode, this season, over a dozen times. So
you're like, oh my God, Littlefinger's about to die.
Littlefinger's going to die. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like Littlefinger has nothing to do with this. I'm like, I'm calling it.
You stand accused of murder. You stand accused of treason.
How do you answer these charges, Lord Baelish?
And he's like, what? Oh, man. And everybody turns towards him. And he's just like doesn't even know how to react.
I know. And this is kind of my
silent
point where it's like kind of out of his character, because even when he's caught off guard, he keeps his cool. And he doesn't keep his cool from the beginning. Like even his facial expression changes. And he's like, what?
Right.
And Arya goes, my sister asked you a question.
Oh, my God. Lady Sansa, forgive me. I'm a bit confused.
Which charges confuse you?
Oh, my God. This is so epic, dude. Like all of Littlefinger's dirty deeds are coming to light here. Everything's coming full circle.
Yes. Like you murdered our aunt. You threw her through the moon door. Do you deny it?
Oh, my God.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Well, I did it to protect you.
And the Vale people, like Bannerman, are all right there listening to the admission. Now they know he lied to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. So Sansa continues, well, I'm sorry. You did it to take power in the Vale.
Yeah.
Earlier, you conspired to murder Jon Arryn.
You gave Lysa tears of Lys to poison him. Do you deny it? And at this point, Littlefinger, the first one, it's like, yeah, you witnessed me push Lysa. Yeah, obviously you know about that.
Yeah, so and now he's like, how the fuck do you know this?
Yeah, he's like, maybe Lysa told you, because there was that one point where Lysa hinted at it, like, you gave me the drops to put in his drink, but...
Yep, so it still could be that Sansa's figured it out.
It could be, but she didn't say tears of Lys, so Baelish is like, wait a second,
There's
that's more
detail
details than... Yeah, so he's like, he's a little bit concerned, like, how do you know this? And this is another hint that it actually might be Baelish, because he seems to like pick up on what, they should know and what they shouldn't know.
This is why I think he like debriefed the Faceless Man.
Yeah, it's totally possible.
Like,
and it's
here
also
are my
possible
crimes.
that you like are able to use people's memories if you're doing the Faceless Man magic.
That's
for all we know.
Too.
Who knows,
That's
man?
true too. That's yet to be seen, but I think he probably had to confess his crimes.
Right. And so this is funny because he's like, you may have known that. And he assumes that Lysa would have told her because Lysa had let it slip partially that time, right? So he's like, whatever your aunt may have told you, she was a troubled woman. She imagined enemies everywhere. And I thought this was crazy because this is exactly what he's been telling to Sansa to do. Imagine your enemies. Imagine the worst possible reasons they could have.
Exactly.
Imagine what Arya is really here for. He's telling her to imagine enemies everywhere. No wonder Lysa went crazy, with like this type of influence on her.
It's totally true.
Right? So it kind of puts in perspective, like the type of potentially trauma and mental brainwashing that Lysa had been subjected to. And from early childhood, as we learn, as Sansa goes on to continue, like how Littlefinger had divided their, like the women of their family, first Lysa and Catelyn, and now trying with her and Arya. So this but yeah, you continue. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a total pattern. I mean, she basically just calls him out on all of his crimes. That
right.
You sent the letter to my parents telling them that it was the Lannisters who murdered Jon Arryn. You conspired with Cersei Lannister and Joffrey Baratheon to betray our father. do you deny it? And he's like, I deny it.
Right. And the only reason he says he's like, I know of no such letter. The only reason he outwardly denies it is because he thinks for sure. There's no way you could know that. It's impossible. Right.
Yeah, so he's like, I deny it.
Right. So that's when she goes on. You conspired with Cersei Lannister and Joffrey Baratheon to betray our father, Ned Stark. Thanks to your treachery, he was imprisoned and later executed on false charges of treason. Do you deny it? And
I deny it. None of you were there.
Hard denial. And it's crazy. First of all, it's just unreal that all of his dirty deeds are being presented in front of the whole North. Everybody's learning the truth about the conflict
and then the true truth sets in.
Yeah.
Bran.
Right. Yeah. None of you saw it. None of you knows the truth.
He goes, well, you held a knife at his throat.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And then to further that, he goes, you said I did warn you not to trust me.
Oh my God. Yeah. He's the first thing he's like, you held a knife to his throat. And Littlefinger turns aghast that Bran knows this detail because none of you knows the truth. None of you saw it, but all of a sudden he's confronted with exactly what happened, right? And he turns to face Bran in shock and doesn't even say anything. And that's when Bran expounds upon that. You said I did warn you not to trust me. And holy shit. What a crazy moment, right?
Right. They're throwing shit at his face, and finally,
Arya has the dagger partially drawn, and Littlefinger knows it's serious at this point, and he starts trying to get into Sansa's favor. He comes up to the table, right?
And he is this where he gets down on his knees and he's like, Lady Sansa, I've known you since you were a girl.
At this point, he's leaning on the table with both of his hands.
Oh,
on
that's
the table.
right. He's leaning into her.
Yeah.
And Sansa's protected me. By selling me to the Boltons?
If we could only speak alone, I could explain everything.
Fuck that shit.
Right. It's like with Jorah. Didn't he say that to Dany, right? If we could only speak alone, Khaleesi,
you'll never be alone with her again.
Exactly. You'll never be alone with her again, Littlefinger. Ever. Hopefully.
Or unless you're still alive.
Yeah. Right.
And then Sansa repeats his words.
Yep.
Sometimes when I'm trying to understand a person's motives, I play a little game. I assume the worst. What's the worst reason you have for turning me against my sister?
Oh my God.
That's what you do, isn't it? That's what you've always done. Turn family against family. Turn sister against sisters. That's what you did to our mother.
And Aunt Lysa. And that's what you tried to do to us.
No. Sansa, please.
Yeah. Oh my God. And Sansa totally nailed that there because this is exactly what Littlefinger does. We had this revelation at some point on the podcast where we realized that it's what he's done ever since he was young, basically. It's his whole thing. Just setting his enemies against each other and letting them take each other out.
And this is where I feel him begging for Sansa, please. It's just so out of character for him. And this is kind of where I first started getting that Spidey sense. This is not Lord Baelish.
Yeah,
this is not.
Yeah, this is when he's
threatened to kill him before. She said I could have Lady Brienne cut you down. And what does he say? Well, then I die.
I think he had some ammo there, though. At this point, everything's been revealed. The people are turning against him,
That's true. I don't know, though. I just have this gut feeling that he's still alive.
It's totally possible. But he had sort of stepped away from the table there, and at this point, he turns back around and he's like, "Sansa, please." And Arya,
I'm a slow learner.
As he moves towards the table, Arya strategically repositions herself in a place to strike Littlefinger if necessary. If he does something aggressive, she kind of encloses in from the side and he sees it out of his peripheral vision.
Give me a chance to defend myself. I deserve that.
Yeah. And she's like, fine, try.
I am Lord Protector of the Vale and I command you to escort me back to the Eyrie. And Lord Bryce is like, nope.
Not happening,
Not gonna happen, brosif.
We know the truth now about you just admitted hijacking the authority of the Vale. And remember that whole situation with young Robin where Littlefinger essentially threatens to have Robin throw Royce through the moon door. He's like, no, I'm not going to stand up for you here. And this is where we see Littlefinger amplify his plea level by level, like potentially feigning tears to try to win sympathy in a desperate last resort.
I beg you, I've loved your mother since I was a boy.
And yet you
betrayed her. I loved you.
I loved you.
More than anyone.
More than anyone.
And yet you betrayed me. Oh my God. And the music here is so good.
It's so badass.
As Sansa rises up
You told me there's no justice in the
tells
world,
him that, like, this is just like the biggest moment here when she pulls it all together for him.
Thank you for all your many
When you brought me back to Winterfell, you told me there's no justice in the world, not unless we make it.
AKA, I'm making justice now by executing you. This is justice, motherfucker.
Yep, and it's your swan song, Littlefinger. If it truly is Littlefinger. Thank you for all your many lessons, Lord Baelish. I will never forget them. And then
Arya in Grey Worm style. All right.
Yes, like the blade is like up against her forearm.
Yeah, she unsheaths it and slashes his throat in one motion, the same way that Grey Worm does when he executes those two slavers at the Battle of Meereen, the brief battle, right? Kills those two guys in one stroke.
And then he fucking dies.
Dude.
Or the faceless man dies. We'll see.
Yeah, he starts he's trying to talk still. He's like, Sansa, and Arya just creeps up out of nowhere, lightning speed, and his throat just opens up and he still tries to talk. I
know.
Oh my God. And then Arya returns to Sansa's side and everyone watches as Littlefinger bleeds out on the ground. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Right? Dun, dun, dun.
Right?
Is he alive?
Maybe. Okay, so let's start with our notes. Starting off with notes, we're at the beginning of the episode, right? Outside the walls at King's Landing.
Yes, and that awesome music.
Yeah, and how cool is this?
Oh, I love it.
All right, speaking of the music, yes, the music is epic, and it's a mix of what I like to call the dragon attack music and the Rains of Castamere.
Yes. It's like a slow version of, a deep version of Reigns of Castamere.
Mm-hmm. Combined with the dragon music. It's so cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And this is just amazing. We get all these, first of all, Bronn and Jaime are looking down from the battlements and just at this beautiful image of perfection, of the epitome of order, all of these unsullied standing in perfect formation, totally still. Remember, they'll stand until they die if you order them to, you know what I mean? These guys are so cool. But I mean, although they are a little bit different now that they've been freed, they probably have some sort of autonomy that they've gained from the lax regimentation of being in Meereen, I imagine.
And this is the first time that Jaime and Bronn have seen the Unsullied. They're
true.
Fuck me. She has the Dothraki, which we've seen.
Yeah, just a terrifying, chaos personified. And then here, all of a sudden, it's the total, polar opposite.
This structured army.
Yeah, also terrifying.
Yeah.
So
and
cool.
I love Bronn here because he's is that oil? And the soldier's no, it's pitch. And he goes, well, how many barrels? And the soldier says 500. And Bronn looks at him. He's get 500 more.
Yeah, double that. We got trouble, boy.
And I love, again, the Dothraki. They just come screaming in and they funnel through the Unsullied.
How badass is that? Just right through all the gaps and the pathways. And it was just the coolest thing for me. It was it just demonstrated Dany's mastery over both order and chaos. As we see,
I love that.
Right? We see chaos just coming through the order and just the combination of both, and it's total full spectrum domination.
And you can see it on Jaime's face. He's what the fuck?
Yeah, holy shit. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before.
And she has dragons. Don't forget those.
Yeah. Force multipliers.
Yeah. So
awesome.
Oh, goddamn.
There's a funny conversation about what are we fighting for here too. Remember we talked about with Jaime and Jon, with Jon and Beric last week about what they're there for. Why is the Lord of Light brought us back? Type thing. And Beric said, maybe it doesn't matter why. Maybe we're just fighting for justice, and maybe that's just enough. Fighting to help people that can't fight for themselves. And so here they're talking. It's Jaime and Bronn talking about what are they fighting for, and apparently it all comes down to cocks.
All comes down to cocks.
Yeah. What is it? Bronn's like what? What's left to fight for if you don't have a cock, right? And Jaime's like gold, and I'm like, that's a pretty good call. Silver. I like silver too.
No, because the soldiers spend it on women of the night.
Yeah. And if not that, then on family, and without a cock, you don't have any you can't make any family, right? So
yeah. So maybe it really is all cocks in the end.
Yet your brother has chosen to side with the cockless.
He's always been a champion of the downtrodden.
Gotta love Tyrion,
Yeah.
And just the back and forth is great. And that's when you hear the trumpet and the Dothraki come riding through the Unsullied, just ruthless and vicious and savage. It's so cool. And then they ready the archers, and everything's about to, get crazy potentially as they're like.
Well, because they're not sure if they're going to stop.
Yeah, they don't know. We know after the fact that this is all just a show of force by Dany, basically saying, my army's here, my dragons are here, my fleet's here.
You try anything, we're going to fuck you up.
Yeah, basically. Let us meet in peace.
Yes.
Exactly. So next, we cut to the deck of a Targaryen ship. And we see Dany's fleet is approaching King's Landing. And who's parked outside King's Landing but Euron's fleet? And so there's like a face-off.
Yeah, they only have like 4 or 5 boats.
Yeah. So they're riding up.
Dany.
What?
They as in Dany only has like 4 or 5 boats.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. So they're riding up on this big ass fleet that Euron has with that monster mega mothership. That thing is so cool. With the
Bertha.
With the big kraken arms sticking out on the side and everything. So sick. So we got Tyrion, Varys is there as well. The whole
Tyrion
crew
looks nervous.
Yeah, and Dany is not there with them, right?
No, she's on Drogon.
Probably still at Dragonstone because she can fly and catch up really quickly. So Jon's on board too, and this is his first time seeing King's Landing, like we mentioned earlier. And he learns that more people live in King's Landing than in the entire North. And he's like, God, like why would people want to live like that? And I totally feel him. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. Crazy. I am not a city person. I go into San Francisco and I get so claustrophobic. I can't wait to get out.
Right. Yeah. I don't necessarily mind being in the city, but it's not some place that I would want to be when there's like a power outage or if there's like an economic collapse or something like that.
No, I mean, give me the forest and the mountains and a quiet place to lay my head, and I'm a happy person.
So I think that they sort of exaggerated the size of the number of people that live in King's Landing for the show to make it a little bit more relatable and make it seem like there's more at stake. Yeah, in the books, the population is about 500,000.
Okay.
And Tyrion makes, gives Jon a pretty good couple answers for why people would want to live in in King's Landing, right? There's good work, there's lots more work here, and the brothels are money. You don't get those type of women outside the Dreadfort,
Except he liked himself some Raws up in the north.
Yeah, she was like a living legend type thing. Pretty great. So it cuts down to the cargo bay, and Sandor is checking on the box with the white. And he cautiously approaches, very cautiously, like tiptoes type thing with his torch. and knocks on the box and it starts scrambling around in there. And he's like, still alive. Interesting. He doesn't seem like scared. He seems a little nervous, but he seems like inquisitive. Yeah. And he's like studying it kind of. Yeah. Like I said, he's the strongest and most physically capable. So it makes sense that he's in charge of trying to wrangle this demon beast.
Demon beast. I like it. Maybe I should start calling Justin that.
So, so Cersei is sitting there with Jaime and Qyburn, and she's all pissed because she's heard that Dany's crew is here, but Dany's not with them. And this is our first hint that, well, aside from not seeing her on the ship, and everything, that she's going to be arriving via dragon. It just makes perfect sense. We should have been expecting.
Of course, yeah. She's the dragon queen.
Yeah, exactly. And Qyburn's like, no one's seen her, and and he tells her that Jon and Tyion and Varys and everybody are on the way to the dragon pit now. And this is when Cersei gives the Mountain the instructions. If anything goes wrong, kill the silver-haired bitch first, then our brother, then the bastard who calls himself king. And after she threatened him last episode, Jaime looks horrified at this command given to the Mountain. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, who is this person?
She's fucking crazy.
Nuts. Yeah. And so then it goes back to outside the King's Landing as the crew is walking up. And there's a brief discussion between Jorah and Missandei about dragons and about the dragon pit, which they're talking about. And Jorah's telling her about the history of the dragon pit and how they had to build it for the dragons because once they were like in mainland Westeros, basically having these big ass dragons flying around was too risky for the private property and personage of the common folk. He mentions that the dragons don't understand the difference between what is theirs and what isn't, which calls into question the level of intelligence that we were talking about in a previous episode, or speculating about how well Drogon understands what is going on in conversations and things like that. He mentions that land and livestock were in danger, as well as children. And of course, we know Dany has learned that lesson the hard way. When maybe Drogon,
it's kind of like adolescence, like even like child development,
maybe, yeah.
They grow into understanding more versus, because when Drogon did that, he was still quite small. Oh, Loki.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab him so he doesn't cheep. Okay, so I've got him in my sweatshirt now, so hopefully he'll be quiet.
Hi, Loki. Yeah, so I think it might be like a development thing because, like with kids, they develop into understanding language. So, I mean, when he roasted that child, he was still quite small. I mean, he wasn't small, but he was young. And so I think as he's gotten older, he understands more. And I'm sure their bond has gotten stronger too.
Right. And he could probably tell when she's mad if he does something like that. Like Drogon kills a kid and Dany's like all pissed off and sad. And he's like, maybe I shouldn't do that.
Probably not, Drogon.
And this is when Bronn and Brienne and Cersei's guards all approach. We talked about this scene already.
Yeah, we did.
Next is Littlefinger and Sansa, right?
Yep.
Oh, man.
God, Littlefinger.
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Sure. We do get that glimpse at first of that raven struggling through the winter storm that they're having.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
And that's kind of what the first thing that Littlefinger says is it's not easy for ravens to fly in these storms. Maybe Jon tried to send you this information earlier. Sansa's like, no, he's always been this way. He never asks for my opinion. Why would he start now? So I think she's, discovered that he's bent the knee, and they kind of talk about that.
And here, Littlefinger's totally like undermining Jon's authority here, encouraging Sansa to take over basically and usurp his authority the way that Alliser had the option to when Jon was gone.
Yep, exactly. So, Littlefinger basically is like, I can't believe basically stroking Sansa's ego. Like, I can't believe he did this without consulting you. And it's like, well, why should he? Sorry. I mean, I know that they're siblings, but he is king in the north and Sansa is Lady of Winterfell. But if he wants to bend the knee to somebody, why does Sansa have a say in that?
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
she's not in a position of authority over the north here.
Over bending the knee. I mean, she's Lady of Winterfell, so her concerns are of Winterfell. Yeah. Sure, she has some authority there.
Maybe she's warden of the north, and has some authority, but not like this type of authority.
Exactly. So, he's kind of stroking that ego in her. And she's like, no, this is definitely him. It's his signature. He pledged to fight with Daenerys Targaryen.
He's bent the knee.
And then Littlefinger kind of goes into how Dany is super beautiful.
And this is like a subtle attack at Jon's character, like casting doubt about the strength of his resolve and potentially comparing him to Robb.
That's true, because he's blinded by beauty.
Right. Like, I heard Talisa was quite beautiful. Cost Robb the Frey alliance and ended, led to his death at the Red Wedding type thing. Like, hinting doom is in the future now that Jon has fallen for the beauty of the Dragon Queen.
And she's like, well, you think he wants to marry her? And
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
It does make total sense. I mean, they're both young and unmarried. Like, why shouldn't they?
Right. And as Littlefinger says, together they would be difficult to defeat. The whole power of the North plus Dany with dragons and the Unsullied and the Dothraki, like, geez.
So then Sansa brings up Arya, and we know that Littlefinger likes to rip sisters apart.
Yeah, anybody who's got a relationship with anybody else, he basically likes to turn against one another.
Yeah, just to cause more chaos.
Yeah.
So
Sansa's worried that Arya would be mad if she betrayed Jon.
Yeah, I mean, she was afraid that she would kill her, and I think she would.
Right, because doesn't Littlefinger says he was named king, but he also says that he could be unnamed king, right?
Yep. He says that. Is it this episode or the last episode? I think it's the last episode that he says that. Because they're talking about the Northmen getting anxious.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought that was this.
So we get this conversation about if Arya would kill her own sister.
Oh, and we've been wondering too.
And I love this because going kind of into my theory, this is where Littlefinger doesn't seem like Littlefinger to me anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Because Sansa says, do you know what she is now? Do you know what the faceless men are? And he smirks and he turns away from her.
Yeah. And he says, only by reputation. And I'm like, really? And I thought it was interesting, first of all, that she even divulges to Littlefinger that Arya is a faceless man. I mean, that's like priceless strategic information, that you have an ally, an asset who can become anybody and infiltrate any place, anywhere, as anyone. Like, you can't go around telling people that, especially not Littlefinger. So why is she divulging this to him? This has to be part of a setup to try to get him to make a move. The fix has to be in at this point. You know what I mean? Because there's no reason, especially if she doesn't like him or trust him, that she should be divulging this to him. And
I totally agree.
Right. And I'm like, dude, like, he has to know more than he admits, right? He has family connections in Bravos, etc.
Man.
Right.
I think he is the faceless man at this point. So I think that's why he smirks and turns away, because he's almost like, I am a faceless man right now.
But a real, like, faceless man in the game of faces would never betray any hint of that.
No, so I think that's why he like looks away, and he goes kind of into what they are, like a more of a, like, well, they worship the god of death, I believe. So he's like, well,
speculating a little.
He's speculating, because I think it is the faceless man at this point. I think Littlefinger's gone, and this is the faceless man that is talking to Sansa.
It's possible.
And so he's trying to, this faceless man is trying to play it off a little bit. Like, well, they worship the god of death, I guess, And I never trust godly men.
That's a Littlefingerish line, though. That's something I could see him saying.
That's true. And this kind of goes into, you know, how magical the faceless men get. Like, I mean, they can take on their voice. They can take on the appearance. Can they tap into some type of, you know, like attitude or thought process that the person that they're impersonating has?
Capture, like, use their memories to get into character or something.
And I'm sure Littlefinger had some time, if my theory stands true, or the theory stands true,
to train
coach this person a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So Sansa goes, they're killers, and Arya was one of them. What do you think she's after?
Yeah, and that's interesting to me because it makes me think that Arya seems to think she's like one of the faceless men and that she's not on the run from them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, she said she's a faceless man.
Yeah.
So maybe she did graduate from faceless man school.
Yeah, because she doesn't seem like she like didn't make the cut and she's on the run. She's like talking about how she's like in on, you know, like she's one of them basically.
Yeah.
So I guess that's canon as far as we know.
That's true. So, you know, this is definitely Sansa leading Littlefinger down a rabbit hole here. Because Sansa's like, well, she could want me dead because she thinks I wronged my family. You know, Littlefinger is trying to lead Sansa to think about, like, critically think about why Arya is here.
This is something else that I thought was interesting too. Your theory that Baelish could be a faceless man. Get this. I was thinking at this point, I was like, is this even Baelish, or is this Arya posing as Baelish, testing Sansa's loyalties?
Oh shit!
Like,
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, talking to Sansa, seeing if she's like willing to betray Jon, doing her own recon to see, you know, to see if Sansa's really on her side, or if Sansa needs to be dealt with. It's pretty crazy, right?
I like that. You know, so Littlefinger's like,
that
well, why did she even come here?
As well.
That's true. I just don't think it's Littlefinger in this scene. I mean, whether it's Arya or a faceless man, the faceless man does a good job. You know what it's reminiscent of is when Arya portrays Walder Frey in Kills All the Freys, where that actor did such a great job. There's just something off. It's like, if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is a duck. But then there's like something off about that duck.
Right.
You know, it's like not quite that character anymore.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to guess it's Arya, though, because he does go into his strategy here, right? Like imagining what the worst motives are and everything like that. That's so Littlefinger-ish, you know. I don't know if
it's
Arya.
So Littlefinger-ish, and I think while I like the idea that it could be Arya, I think this is where he's maybe instructed the faceless man, like, this is what I do. This is how I kind of think. So when you're talking to Sansa,
make it convincing by saying this, you know, like the type of thing.
Yeah. But Sansa's leading him down this path because, you know, he asked her, why would she unearth this letter from Cersei to provide proof of my betrayals? You know,
this could be realistic speculation as well, though, because I could see all of this stuff being true. The only part where I see it transition into the bizarre is when Baelish says, and then what would she be, right? And she's like, Lady of Winterfell.
And Sansa knows that Arya does not ever have a desire to be a lady of anything.
Right, so they're talking about what people's worst motivations are and how they could be pretending to be cool with you while they're scheming against you. And it all culminates with Littlefinger leading her to the point of figuring out that Arya may be wanting to take power and remove her from the equation. And I'm not sure if Sansa realizes everything, like realizes that that's not the case beforehand. It may be that coming to that realization and having Littlefinger push her to that point is what makes her realize that Littlefinger can't be trusted and lets her in on his scheme, because she knows that Arya doesn't want to be a lady, never has wanted to be a lady. If she's even uttering the fact that Arya may want to be, she's being led to say that by Littlefinger, because that's not a thought that would ever cross her mind or Arya's. So when she says that out loud, I think that something clicks in her head and she's like, no, this doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Yeah. Littlefinger is the enemy here. And this, I could see this prompting Sansa to go and consult the Oracle, to talk to Bran about, you know what I mean?
The Oracle.
Yeah, and be like, I need some information here. Littlefinger's got me down this rabbit hole, and I need to know what the hell's actually going on, because this doesn't make any sense, right?
It's so funny, because we were at the Warriors game. We were at the Warriors game last night, and it's called Oracle Arena.
Oh, nice. So yeah, I think that if we've been speculating about how much are Sansa and Arya collaborating and working together to trick Littlefinger. Maybe not at all until this point. Maybe this is the moment where Sansa realizes, after Arya didn't kill her and handed her the dagger instead, and then after Littlefinger is leading her to speculate about Arya wanting power at Winterfell. Maybe this is the moment where Sansa realizes that there's something fishy going on.
Littlefinger's the enemy.
Yeah.
I agree.
Anything else you want to add about that scene?
Nope.
Next, we're at strategy planning time, right? Down in Dragonstone in the map room.
Yes. We'll sail together.
Yeah. Talking about going north after their meeting, right?
Yeah, so Jon is basically saying, like, the Dothraki need to go on the King's Road. They'll get there within a couple of weeks.
That's really fast. 2 weeks from Dragonstone area? I mean, god damn, didn't it take like a couple months to get to King's Landing from Winterfell? But then again, so. Robert's train of crew of people was going
giant caravan.
Yeah, it's caravan. That's the word I was looking for. They're going really slowly.
Yeah, they have all these wagons and all their kingly bullshit giant that they drag along with them.
Yeah, like portable houses.
Whereas
basically,
the Dothraki, I mean, they're nomads.
Yeah, and he says if they ride hard on the King's Road, they'll get there within a fortnight.
Isn't a fortnight
21
weeks. Days? Okay, I thought it was
days.
A little bit 14 days. I always thought it was a little longer than 2 weeks.
Fortnight, 14.
Oh, got it. Okay. So, and Dany's asking, like, what about the Unsullied? The Unsullied are going to sail with them to White Harbor and meet the Dothraki, on the King's Road.
Then they'll ride together.
So
Jorah suggests that Dany flies, because she's got tons of enemies in the north, and we've seen.
You'll see that dollop of Daisy.
No, he's saying the dollop of Daisy in her caravan if she were riding.
Yeah, and one angry man with a crossbow.
Yeah, definitely bad news, and the man who killed the conqueror, he says, and I'm like, that's a good point, Jorah. Pretty good thought. Got to protect the queen.
And Jon kind of agrees, he's like, well,
no, he disagrees.
It's your decision, but if we're going to be allies, I think he's allowing her to decide that, though. Maybe not agree, but he understands if she wants to fly in, like for safety reasons.
Right. Yeah. He understands, but he thinks it's better to have them.
If we're going to be allies, we need to travel together.
Yeah.
I think it sends a better message.
Definitely.
And Dany makes her point. She's like, well, I'm not coming to conquer it. Yeah, I'm coming to save it.
Exactly.
We'll sail together.
And she, at that moment, like, first of all, it's cool because she says, I'm not here to conquer it. So she's like, Jorah, I'm not a conqueror, like that. Yeah. And then
Even though she totally is, right. She conquered Slaver's Bay.
Totally. So after she says we sail together, it cuts to a shot of her and she
everyone's
touches the table.
Looking at the two of them looking at each other.
But then she turns and she's looking down at the table and touching it, and she sort of smiles giddily, and you can tell that she's and at this moment we get the Dany and Jon theme playing on one lone cello in the background, just slightly,
and he scans her body.
Oh, for sure. inevitably. And then
like his eyes are low and they like rise up and then their eyes meet and we cut over to Jorah and he's looking at them, looking at each other, and Tyrion is looking at them, looking at each other. And again, you feel that sexual tension.
Definitely. And it cuts back to Dany and she's like looking down at the table and she's like grinning giddily as if she's like excited about appearing in public with Jon. You know what I mean?
I think she's excited about being on a boat alone with Jon.
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
she does.
definitely.
She knows what's up. She knows it's going to happen.
Yep. So as they're leaving the this area, Jon walks out first with Davos, and Tyion runs out to catch Jon to have a quick little conversation with him. I love this scene. How about you?
I do too. I love the way Jon turns around and like he gets into like this stance.
Right.
And, you know, Tyion talks to him, you know, what you said, you could have lied, but you didn't. You risked everything to tell the enemy the truth.
And it seems like he's kind of like scolding Jon at first, like, you risked everything just to tell the enemy the truth. You know what I mean? But it's the opposite. This is something that Tyion admires about Jon, you know?
Totally.
Yeah. And Jon's like, you know, we came down here to make peace. And if we're going to do that, like, we need to be honest with each other.
Yeah, we can't lie to each other.
If we're going to be fighting with each other, we need to be able to trust each other. And that's like, you know, like they say, if you're like in a foxhole with somebody, you know, you need to be able to know they've got your back and they'll provide cover fire, or that they'll like run to, if you get hit, to drag you back to safety. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able to trust these people. You can't be lying to them.
Totally. So he even says, like, you've always known what to do. You know, even when we were young, you always knew every
what
step
was right.
Yeah, you always knew it was right.
I want to cover this quote verbatim because it's important. Like, it's just a really cool quote. He says, you've always known what was right. Even when we were young, all young and stupid, you always knew every step you take is always the right step. And I just thought that's an amazing line, right? Like, what writing?
Totally.
Every step is always the right step, you know?
And Jon is like, it's not.
Yeah.
It may seem that way from the outside, but I promise you, it's not true. I've done plenty of things that I regret.
Yeah. And Theon's like, yeah, not compared to me, man. And he agrees.
Dude.
He's like, no,
not compared to you.
I always wanted to do the right thing, be the right kind of person, but I never knew what that meant. It always seemed like there was an impossible choice I had to make.
Just like Jaime, man, you know, caught between oaths, except, whereas Jaime tried to make the best of those decisions and, like, I think did the best he could. Like, killing the king was the best choice in that scenario. Tyion makes the bad decisions when he's thrust with these impossible choices. He betrays Robb. He joins his father. He, you know, kills Sir Roderick. He makes the bad choices where Jaime has made, you know, arguably the better choices. And they're both trying to redeem themselves at this point, you know?
Totally.
And he goes back to, Tyion lists like the first most impossible choice on his mind.
Which am I a Stark or am I a Greyjoy?
Yeah, like the core divide of his identity crisis that he's been struggling with the whole time, you know? Oh man, it's so crazy. He's realized the crux of his issue here.
Jon says our father was more of a father basically than your own father. And he's talking about Ned there. Like, Ned was more of a father to you, Tyion, than your own dad was.
Yeah.
And Tyion agrees. And Jon brings up the point. Well, then why the fuck did you betray him? You betrayed his memory.
Yeah. Oh man. It's tough love. You know, he's got to like point out that Tyion fucked up, and the fact that Tyion admits it and wants to do right is probably influences Jon's decision to turn it back around with the next line. You know, Theon's like, I fucked up. It was horrible. And there's like a pause, and Jon like lets out a breath, and he brings it back and offers and like sticks out the olive branch and tells Tyion that even though you fucked up, you know, you lived with Ned for like 10 years or something. Like, you fucked up, you betrayed him, but you never lost him. You know, he's still a part of you, just like he's a part of me. And that's another funny one too, because it's more true than Jon knows, because he's not directly descended from Ned.
Yeah, I have that in my notes too. Like, he's a part of you.
Yeah, like a father figure and not an actual father. The same thing for both of them. You know?
Exactly.
And I thought this was really very mature of Jon and very beautiful sentiment from Jon. And instead of using Ned's memory just to scold Tyion and berate him and make him look like an asshole, instead he's using Ned's memory for inspiration and showing Tyion, just like in life, how Ned would have done to bring him to the right path and tell him to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, I mean, Tyion he's regretting the things that he's done, and Jon goes, well, it's not my place to forgive you for all of that bullshit.
How could he?
But what I can forgive, I do.
Huge.
And
moment.
it's like, wow,
yeah.
You know, you don't need to choose. You're a Greyjoy and you're a Stark. And I loved that line because I think about it from Jon being a Stark and a Targaryen.
Oh yeah, true.
You know, it's
totally.
like you're both. It's okay to be proud that you're a Greyjoy and know that that's where you come from. But it's also okay to identify with being a Stark because you spent your adolescent years growing up with Ned. And you learned a lot from him.
And embracing that influence is okay.
Yeah, you can have both. You don't have to choose.
I love the way that he delivered that line too. At first, there's like a pause. He's like, "You're a Greyjoy. And you're a Stark," you know? And at first it seems like he's telling Tyion, like, you're a Greyjoy, just fucking get used to it, you know? But then he adds the Stark thing and like the whole message changes and Theon's eyes like kind of light up, you know? And this is like the beginning of the end of Theon's identity crisis, where he realizes that he doesn't have to choose, you know, and that he can forge his own destiny and be the person that he wants to be and be the right type of person, like you mentioned. And it's sort of like the conversation with Jon and Beric again, where they're talking about the Lord of Light and what he wants from them. And it's sort of like this message that he's saying, Jon is telling Tyion, like, it doesn't matter like what your house is necessarily, what like you're supposed to do based on what your father was like it doesn't matter. There's nothing that you're supposed to do. Like, you can forge your own destiny. Maybe the fact that you can do what you want to do and you can try to be that good person, maybe that's enough, you know? Like, you don't need anything more than that.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to choose.
My voice totally just cut out when I said, yeah, I don't know if you heard this.
I barely heard anything.
It got caught in my throat.
That's funny. Classic.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do love when Tyion goes in. You know, Yara was the only one that tried to save me when I was Ramsay's prisoner.
You can tell it haunts him that he didn't.
And she needs me. And I love Jon here because you can tell Jon still doesn't really like Tyion.
Yeah, he's trying so hard to be welcoming there.
But it's like, oh yeah, well, why are you still talking to me?
And just walks out. And Theon's like, that's true. Like, I gotta make some moves. And now it's time for Tyion to step up.
And he does.
He does. So we cut down to the shore of Dragonstone, and the Ironborn are preparing to abandon Dany, it seems. And Theon's like, wait up, like, this is not okay. Like, we all chose to follow Yara and we need to go get her. We're not leaving her behind. And that guy Harag, who looks a lot like Euron, I think is worth mentioning.
I thought so too.
It probably helps with encouraging Tyion to want to fight him. You know what I mean?
Probably.
So this guy's like, you know, she's dead. We're out of here, basically. Why the fuck should we listen to you? Like, you're stupid. The dead can't swim. Like Euron said, we're going to an island and we're gonna fucking.
But she's our queen.
Yeah. And we're gonna yeah, and so he's like, run away, little Tyion. It's what you do best,
little Tyion.
Yeah, and that's what Euron keeps saying to Tyion as well, right? Little Tyion. So the fact that he calls him little Tyion and looks like Euron, I think it's enough for Theon to enjoy beating his ass in a minute here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He's like, I'm not going to let Euron and some Euron wannabe beat me up. Right? And this is when Euron's greatest weakness becomes his greatest strength.
The ballless wonder.
Yeah, the guy knocks him in the face and knocks him over, and Theon gets up to fight him, and he's taking all these punches, and then the guy like goes to knee him in the balls, and
I love his face when he figures it out.
He doesn't really react, and the guy's like, huh? And like does it again, and after like 2 or 3 knees, Theon realizes his superpower, and his face goes from
smiles.
Yeah, it goes from being dejected to like this smile developing on his face, and he's like, ha ha ha, and he starts punching the guy and beating him up. And that guy he was like really out of breath too for a while.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Keeps like destroying Theon and being like, stay down.
Or
Stay
I'll
down.
kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you. He sounds so weak as a yell. I would hate to have a yell that sounds that weak.
Yeah.
You know, like if I was saying, I'm going to kill you, it sounds like strong. You know what I mean? That guy was like, I'm going to kill you. Winded and airy.
I don't want to yell because I'll like totally blow your eardrums.
No, you're hard limited at -7 decibels in my headphones. You're not blowing my eardrums.
Oh man.
So Theon whoops his ass and gets up.
Does he kill him?
I don't think he kills him, probably not. But as Theon is getting progressively more beat up, you know, he ends by the end when he beats the guy down and leaves the guy lying on the ground. He gets up and he's kind of like all like imbalanced and everything, and he looks like Tyler
he's got
Durden.
his bell rung.
Yeah, he looks like Tyler Durden from Fight Club after his first fight, you know, where he's just like elated and in ecstasy of having won a fight. And it reminded me of that line where, what is it? Tyler Durden says, "You haven't lived until you've been in a fight." When he first meets Jack or whatever his name is at the...
God, I can't even remember the last time I saw Fight Club.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie.
It's been so long.
Yeah, you haven't lived until you've been in a fight. And this is like a big catharsis moment for Theon. You can see it like all over his face, where he finally like feels comfortable with who he is and has found the right thing to do. And he stood up and he got in this fight and got partially beat up, but he feels good because he's taking, you know, every step he's making now, he's trying to make it the right step, and going to fight for Yara is the right thing to do. And I think that even though he was needing the balls, or where his balls should be a bunch of times and everything, that he's happy with this, that he's finding his path finally.
Totally.
Right. So it's awesome. And he's like, after his stunning defeat of this Ironborn guy, he turns to the rest of the crew and he's like, not for me. You know, it's not about me. For Yara. Everybody starts chanting Yara. And Theon is it's such a good moment for Theon. Like the best moment we've had for him in years. You know, it's good.
I love it. Yeah. It's like he's finally Theon again, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is the moment where
you know, something that he believes in. He gets kind of a blessing from Jon that it's okay to be both. And, you know, while I can't forgive you for everything, I do forgive you for what I can. And you had mentioned this back when Tyion was Reek and kind of coming back towards Tyion is, you know, that season, you know, he was trying to figure out his first name. Was it Reek or Tyion?
Yeah.
And I think here he finally gets, you had said, like, he gets his last name back.
Yeah, he's got to figure out his first name first. You know, is he Reek? Is he Tyion? And now he knows he's Tyion. And now he's got to figure out Stark or Greyjoy. Like, what am I?
He's a Greyjoy.
But he's also a Stark.
But he's also a Stark.
And that's like the powerful thing is that he realizes that he's, you know, this whole time he's been thinking like, I figured out my first name. I gotta figure out my last name. That's like what we think he's doing, right? But Jon's like, you don't have to choose. You don't have to worry about figuring it out.
You can hyphenate your name.
Yeah, you can just be you and be both. And it's like super empowering for him,
Yeah. So I feel like after coming off that conversation and then having this like dude kind of confront him, he's like, fuck this.
Yeah.
Like, I have something to fight for too. I need to get my sister back,
And he also has that fresh confidence boost that he's needed, which is the blessing of the Stark male heir, basically the Stark lead man,
the patriarch.
Yeah, the Stark male head figure, the patriarch of the Stark family. Like it's big. Like he felt like he betrayed Ned, and living with that guilt and his betrayal of Robb, and he was so scared to face Jon because he thought he would be rejected. And as much as he had betrayed the Starks and was angry at them and had turned against them, like I think he was scared most of all of being rejected by them, because deep down he loves them and wants to be like them and admires them. And
well, they were like brothers. I mean,
and idols, like he comes from the shitty old horrible Ironborn people,
and he got to grow up with the Starks of Winterfell,
like the noble, honorable Starks. He hates them for being honorable, but he also admires it and is jealous.
I think it bothered him when he was younger, which is why he was so kind of an asshole, if you will. But now that he's older and gone through what he's gone through, he knows that he was brought up the right way.
Yeah. And
by really good people, and definitely respects it.
And since he loves those people, he just needed their blessing to be able to start with a clean slate. Essentially, he needed that seal of approval that he was good to go and was in their good graces, so that he could then focus on fixing himself. It was just like he needed that approval from Jon.
I really feel like he's back. Tyion is back. His story arc is not complete, obviously, because we have season 8 to go through. Yep. But I feel like coming into season 8, Tyion is Tyion Greyjoy. He is back.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to say it. I think Reek is dead. Reek is a season 7 casualty.
He understands that his upbringing was important in his development as a person, and has gotten the blessing, if you will, from a Stark. I'm using air quotes there, a Stark. Yeah. And now he has something to fight for as well, which is to get his sister back, because that's I think that will be the final puzzle piece for him to feel whole again.
Yep.
Because she tried to save him, and he didn't try to save her.
He was worth redeeming. But now that Jon says you're a Stark and a Greyjoy, and Jon sees value in him enough to include him in the Stark umbrella, he sees that he's worth redeeming.
Totally. I like Tyion at this point.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see him in season 8, because I really think he's kind of come full circle.
And he was a great fighter.
Totally. Yeah. When we first meet him, was a total immature
hot shot with a bow, everything, sword fighter,
kind of cocky. And then he went through this horrible torture and did all these horrible things. And now Theon's
got his groove back.
Yeah, he does. And I'm excited. I hope that he does get to rescue Yara. I think if he doesn't, he'll still be okay with who he is, but that'll always haunt him.
Yeah. I could see him now that he's got approval from Jon and he's saved Sansa. He's got all he needs from the Starks. I could see himself putting his life on the line to save Yara and potentially dying in the process.
Totally.
And that could, having Yara could be even stronger, could be even better strategically, than having Tyion potentially.
Totally.
So, but he could redeem himself by sacrificing himself to save Yara, I think. So, moving on, now we're with Sansa and Arya outside the Winterfell, on the ramparts, right?
Yes.
And Arya's like, "Hey, are you okay? This is after Littlefinger's been killed." And Sansa's like, yeah, I'm all right. It's just weird because in his own fucked up way, like, I really think that he kind of loved me. It's fucked up, right? And this is cool because it's great to see them comforting each other, Sansa and Arya, and working together. And they're really like, ever since the start of the story, they have been yin and yang. Sansa's been the perfect lady. Arya's been the tomboy fighter warrior who's like the opposite of a lady. So together, working together at Winterfell, they can be a powerful duo. Yin and yang for diplomacy and warrior capability. It's a really potentially powerful and effective combination if they just put aside their differences and get on the same page. You know what I mean?
I think they are because they, again, a lot like Tyion, they have both gone through a lot. They are more mature now, and their childhood made them who they are. But there's a respect now
and
between the two of them. And they may still butt heads here and there, but they're going to remain loyal to each other no matter what.
Hopefully, unless Sansa does freaks out and does end up betraying Jon in the end or something, but hopefully not. But yeah, this as far as Arya and Sansa working together, I agree. I see it as Arya essentially pledging fealty to Sansa in this scene. So he loved me. It's weird. And Arya tells her, you did the right thing. And this is interesting. Sansa's like, well, you did it. And Arya says, I'm just the executioner. You passed the sentence. You're the lady. And I thought that was weird because, as Ned would say, the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Right? So it's a little bit anti-Stark, but I'll let it slide,
Yeah, I have that note too. It's like, well, Sansa should have done it, but Sansa is not a killer. And we get that
Arya's
echoed. Tyrion actually even says that.
And she's also not a man. She's not supposed to be, So maybe Ned would be okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. Well, Catelyn does kill somebody. She kills Frey's, but that was such a different situation.
And it is expected in at least Bear Island in the north that women are fighters and tough and everything like that.
Yeah, I think Sansa, being the Lady of Winterfell, would have an executioner.
Yeah.
I just don't see, and I don't see Ned having a problem with that.
So Arya says, you're the lady. You passed the sentence, you're the lady. And Sansa says, does that bother you? Because there's been this whole undercurrent of tension between the two of them. And this is the moment where that ends and where Arya pledges fealty to Sansa, essentially. She doesn't say it, but she does it. The first thing she says is, I was never going to be as good a lady as you. And to me, that says you're meant for this job. I want nothing to do with it. You're the one that it's supposed to be, and I back that. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So this is Arya swearing her sword to Sansa, basically. And she says, so I had to be something else. And this is when and further submitting to Sansa, she decides to agree with what Sansa had stated in the previous episode. I never could have survived what you survived, she says, because that's what Sansa said. You never would have survived what I survived, after dealing with Ramsay and all that craziness. So I was like, wow.
Joffrey.
Yeah. So I was like, wow, Arya is admitting it, or at least conceding the argument, whether or not she agrees, as a gesture of submission to Sansa, the lady. And Sansa perfectly, turns it around and says, no, I was wrong. Basically, you would have survived, and gives her a huge compliment. You're the strongest person I know.
I love that.
Yeah. And Arya's taken aback. She's like,
I believe that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah. Well, don't get used to it. You're still very strange and annoying. Wonderful line there. So funny.
Yeah.
Where I like that too. They're they don't want to have a perfect dynamic between the two of them. They enjoy a little bit of the playful antagonism, as Sansa says here, demonstrates with her strange and annoying comment. I think that they realize that they're going to enjoy that that they can move forward to knowing that they're allies, but that they can have a little bit of fun and pick on each other a little bit, and that's something that they'll both be able to enjoy. I think,
Yeah, totally.
And this is when Arya brings up that amazing Ned quote from season 1, or that they've heard throughout their whole lives, you know, about what happens when winter comes and how they need to be as Starks, as wolves. In winter, we must protect ourselves, look after one another. And immediately Sansa's like, Father. She knows what Arya's talking about. And she continues the quote, when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies. But the pack survives.
The pack survives. I love that so much.
Good.
Oh my God, I just got goosebumps all over my arms.
Me too. And Arya's like, oh, I miss Father. I miss him, you know?
Me too.
And they agree. And we end the episode with Sansa and Arya on the same team, on the same page, working together.
Staring out into the north.
Yin and yang with a full spectrum dominance over Winterfell.
I love them. And the Stark music is playing. It's like a higher pitched violin. And it just, I've said it before, the violin is the one instrument that invokes the most emotion from me personally.
Right.
I can't listen to a violin without getting emotional every time.
And the Stark music must knock you off your feet every time.
I get tears in my eyes every time it comes on.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like, I put it on, Justin loves it. And I think it's because I watched it all the time when he was like a really small baby. Seriously. And also just like hour after hour sitting in his room, like nursing him and cuddling him and napping in a chair with him. You know
the Mozart effect? Have you heard of that?
I have, but I can't quite remember.
It's like if you play Mozart music for your baby when they're in utero or when they're like a newborn, you know, when they're in early development, that the music and the complexity of the combinations of notes and things like that will encourage brain development, and that it will result in them having a higher IQ. Maybe there's a Gurm effect also, where if you play like George R. Martin writing, that it'll like develop synapses. Or just
even listening to Ramin Djawadi.
Yeah. So that's it for notes, right?
Yep.
We've still got Raven's calls and everything ahead, but quickly, let's wrap up season 7 with just a brief discussion about where we are and where we're going. I mean, what a ride it's been to get to here, huh?
Oh my gosh. Yes, you have done such an amazing job and you fought super hard.
Oh, thanks. I mean, I was just talking about seven seasons of Game of Thrones, but yeah, I mean, the podcast ride was crazy too. But yeah, let's like more about the show. Like, man, like it's been such a wild ride to get to this point in this series. We've had ice and fire separated by an ocean. Now they've come together, literally and figuratively. And even in this episode, and
wow.
And now, I mean, man, like just the trials and the tribulations, the deaths of our heroes and people who from the start we thought would have major influences on the show and be there till the end for the end game. I mean, the loss of Ned, the loss of Robb, the loss of the Red Viper, the trial and the sentencing of Tyrion and the deaths of Tywin and the Sparrows and the blowing up of the Sept and the elimination of all these great houses, the Tyrells and the Martells and the Tarleys and
oh god,
Jesus, the wall coming down.
And actually, I mean, I know that Jaime and Cersei are still alive, but the Lannister and Tyrion, but it's like the Lannister, the Lannisters lost their patriarch.
Yeah, and their future, like
through their all their children. Yeah, it's
Tyrion's gonna need to find a wife. Maybe Sansa. You know, that could be the future.
Could you imagine if they got back together?
Right, that would be. It might be the end of the Stark line, though, unless Arya decided to have kids. And no, but then again, there's no male Starks.
There's Bran, but he's not going to have kids.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no real way for the Starks to have a legitimate male heir at this point, because it's not like Arya or Sansa could just have a kid, because then it would just be a bastard. And if they were married, they would take the name of their, the male's house, I assume.
Yeah.
So the House Stark may be over at this point.
With this generation.
Yeah, unless they come up with something crafty, like some type of royal decree or legitimization or something like that.
That'd be hard, though, because Jon's going to find out that he's a Targaryen, so he's not a Stark either.
But as a king, he could still issue a decree of legitimization for if, like, Sansa had a bastard, or maybe he could issue some type of allowance to for the preservation of the Great House for like Sansa to retain her name in a marriage or something like that. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I mean, she went back to being a Stark after technically she's a widowed Bolton.
Yeah, was it under duress, though? She could claim that she was, like, forced to do it. And if Rhaegar's marriage to Lyanna could be annulled, then
so could hers.
Yeah.
She's also a Lannister.
Never consummated, so that was
Sansa
by
Stark,
default
Lannister, Bolton.
Yeah, right?
Hyphens.
hyphens. Good one. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we're at a really interesting point right now. Also, the 2 years off between seasons is wild. It's resulted in just a heightened amplitude of anticipation, and it's like really played off, I think, played out well for HBO. I think that this season's gonna be a massive success. And it's going to be super, super exciting. There's less than a week until new episodes of Game of Thrones.
Oh my gosh, we have 6 days.
Yeah, and even less, even few. Oh, I almost fucked that up. Even fewer by the time this episode comes out, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a wild ride. So looking forward to talking about season 8, and we'll be doing. Well, Rachel, you won't be available, but Game of Microphones will be doing live broadcasts immediately following the season 8 episodes as they air.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that I can't do it, but just being that I'm on the West Coast and you're on the East Coast, it falls right at dinner time for us, and with my son, I wish I could, but what I might do is film some of my reactions as I watch the show with my husband.
Yeah, do it. I'm going to record mine as well, and we should also say to all of our listeners out there, everybody record your reactions to season 8. And,
yes, please, and post them on Game of Microphones.
Or you don't have to post them publicly if you don't want to, but send them to us, and we'll compile them all into reaction videos.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so much fun.
Yeah. So everybody record your reactions for season 8. Send us clips and of major moments, and we'll sync them up and get them all put together. That'd be a lot of fun,
I wish I would have recorded my reaction to the loot train battle, because I was seriously like standing on my couch.
Oh hell yeah. So yeah, we'll have our live reaction episodes with me, a couple guys from our new network, and special guests popping in on Skype. It'll be fun. And then we'll do our regular episodes during the week. We'll have special guests on the premiere episode. And on episode 3, we're going to have an actor who spent 60 days shooting the major battle for season 8. He's going to be joining us to talk about his experiences.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Really cool. So we're hyped about that. That's something you guys can look forward to. And we'll, it's almost here, guys.
Thank you for sticking with us all.
Thank you for
rewatch.
Thank you for sticking with us and making the rewatch a hearty success. And we're looking forward to carrying through season 8 and beyond into the long night and spin-offs. And we have ideas for plenty of types of episodes to keep everybody occupied during the break. So we'll be still issuing regular podcasts through the gap between the end of Game of Thrones and the beginning of the spinoff, which is another thing to be very excited for. They're shooting this year, right?
Yes, I believe they are.
Awesome. So we'll jump right into Raven's Calls. You hear that?
I do. It's our last rewatch Raven.
Yeah. We'll start with an email from last week, which I forgot to include. Sorry about that. It's from Lady Evgenia of House Lazarova. Beyond the Wall is such an epic episode. That moment when Drogon shows up above Jon made me jump and scream in relief. Only thing that made me angry is Benjen saying, "There's no time." It seemed there was enough time for him to jump on the horse with Jon and get the hell out of there. Losing him and Viserion and Thoros was heartbreaking. Can't wait to hear the podcast episode. Really enjoying it and learning so much from you guys. I started listening to the Season 7 rewatch as I need to be ready for Season 8. Almost there, counting the days. Have a lovely sunny day wherever you are. It's been grey and gloomy in east of England for weeks now. And talk to you soon. Yeah, it's been kind of sunny in here in Connecticut. Thank you very much and hope you're having a great week. Lord Johnny of House Store. I just want to say my favorite part is you guys recapping the whole series and doing an over-the-top job and finishing in time. I thank you for all you two do and put into this.
Oh, thank you, Sir Johnny.
We
love doing it.
Sir Johnny. Yeah, we love doing it, and we thank you for being an avid listener and supporter of the show. And also, thank you for doing those amazing motorcycles that we like looking at online, too. Those paint jobs are incredible. Outlawed paint.
And thank you for our Fire and Blood books, too.
Yeah, totally.
Sir Matthew of House Rep. Tyion and Jon stand in Dragonstone reminiscing about Ned. Jon says, "Our father was more of a father to you than yours ever was." Little does Jon realize Ned wasn't his father either. Yeah.
Classic.
To quote Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy about Rhaegar and Balon, "He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy."
Ooh, let me try in my what's the actor's name? Michael Rooker. Okay, I'm going to try doing my Michael Rooker impression.
Okay, go for it.
"He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy."
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Thanks.
Sir Matthew continues, "Sansa teases Littlefinger's fate right to his face. Even if I wanted to, Arya would never go along. She always loved Jon, far more than she ever loved me, and she'd kill anyone who betrayed her family." And finally, after Arya slits Baelish's throat and he is struggling to talk his last breath, Sansa really dropped the ball by not saying, "No need to seize the last word, Lord Baelish. I'll assume it was something clever." I love that.
Oh, man, that
Oh
would have
God.
been too fucking epic if she said that. Oh, man. Good
What
call.
an epic end of season 7. Thanks for guiding us through the rewatch, Duncan and Rachel, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
Likewise.
You are so welcome. Thank you for being such a great and active participant in our
I think you've
podcast.
sent more feedback than anybody else throughout the rewatch. So thank you
I
very
think
much
so.
for being consistently part of the show and participating. It means a lot. It was really great to have you have your feedback as a rock to look forward to every week.
For sure.
Definitely. So thanks again. Lady Sarah of House Larkham. Where do I even start? This episode was beyond epic. The Hound to Brienne. Is she alive? Bran responds, "She is alive and back at Winterfell." Pod to Tyion. "I never thought I'd see you again, my lord." Tyion to Pod. "It's good to see you again, Pod." Tyion to Bronn. "I can match what Jaime is promising, and I want you to join me on Daenerys' side." Bronn to Tyion. "It's good to see you again." When they get to the pit, there's so much tension that you could cut it with a knife. Cersei gets impatient. So where is she? Then Daenerys arrives on Drogon, and Jaime is shocked and in awe at the same time. And Cersei isn't fazed by Drogon. Yeah, that's true. That must be interesting for Jaime because he was like face to face with Drogon and Dany for that brief moment right before Bronn tackled him into the water. So,
that's right.
So he's like, he tried to kill them and Drogon tried to roast him. And luckily Drogon doesn't seem to remember him. I try to finish him off. It's great. When Tyion seeks guidance from Jon, Jon tells him, "You can be a Greyjoy and a Stark. You're still Tyion." That may foreshadow Jon's confidence crisis that he has when he finds out that he is a Targaryen and remembers what he said to Tyion. Yeah, because he's going to have to have his own identity crisis coming up, hilariously. I mean, he's always,
Oh my God,
he's always
yes.
sort of had an identity crisis as well, where he's caught between being a bastard and wanting to be a Stark, right? So nothing's going to change. He's still not going to be a Stark, but he's going to be a Targaryen. And he's going to be like, this is fucking crazy.
And he's fucking his aunt.
Yeah. Brienne saying to Jaime, fuck loyalty, reminds me of the Hound saying, fuck the king during the Battle of Blackwater. Fuck loyalty, fuck the king. When Daenerys sits down and Cersei says, we've been here for some time. When Jaime and Cersei are in the map room, it looks like Cersei is wearing a chinchilla fur wrap. Cersei explains to Jaime that little show that Euron put on was part of a ruse to go get the Golden Company. That is what breaks the camel's back for Jaime, leaving and makes him leave Cersei and King's Landing, heading for Winterfell. It starts to snow in King's Landing when Jaime starts to leave King's Landing. Interesting. Jaime leaves and the snow arrives. Arya tells Sansa she wouldn't have been able to survive what Sansa did. Sansa disagrees, saying Arya is the strongest person she knows. Sansa and Arya muse on one another of Ned's sayings about how lone wolves die in the winter, but wolf packs survive. Sansa and Arya both realize the truth of Ned's words as they need to stick together. I love the scene when the Night's Watch begin to spot the Night King's army, and then all of a sudden there is the Night King on top of Viserion, and then blue ice fire destroys the wall. Then the army begins to march through the wall, and there's a shot out from overhead, and it looks like the whole army is in a formation of the Stark Direwolf logo.
Really? Oh, I didn't even notice that. I'll have to look again.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember hearing that for sure. I have really enjoyed the rewatch. Thank you so much for doing it. Much appreciated, and I'm so looking forward to commenting on Season 8 and also hearing your commentary as well. Thank you very much, Lady Sarah, and it's been great having you sending your consistent feedback as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
It means a lot to have people who care enough about the show to stay in contact every week with us. We love it. We
love it. It's my favorite part for sure.
Definitely.
Lady Sarah of the Dust Bunnies. I love that so much.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Howdy, lords and ladies. Where to start? I had forgotten how jam-packed this episode is.
Oh, yeah.
It is in my top 3 favorite episodes. Nice. In homage to you both and to my OCD love of list making, I have a top 5 emotions of this episode. Nice.
I love it.
Number 5, confusion. Jaime finally leaving Cersei. After all she has done, this is what breaks the camel's back. 4, pain. Did anyone else feel it when the rogue Iron Islander kicked Tyion in his absentee cash and prizes? As a girl, I have no idea what that feels like, but I can't imagine that it didn't hurt a little bit. Great pain tolerance, Tyion. I think it's from his seasons of torture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He might be a little numb to it.
Yeah, he's used to pain.
Number 3, satisfaction. Seeing the smug look on Littlefinger's face fade so quickly was fantastic. I've hated the character since the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And it was perfect that the Starks got justice. Took them long enough. 2, anger. Sam, Gilly found it, not you. I literally screamed this at my TV when I watched it for the first time.
That's hilarious.
Number 1, butterflies. Seeing Jon and Dany together and the round table meeting and all of the reunions that come with it, and why I think this show means so much to some people. You love, you hate, you cry and curse. Thank you both for taking this journey with me, and I can't wait to see how much I will cry in the final season. Oh, I have a special box of tissue waiting for me.
It's gonna be fucking embarrassing for me because I'm gonna be on video, man. Like live reactions after the show. I'm gonna have like ice, like stakes strapped to my face to like bring the swelling down and shit.
Frozen peas.
Yeah.
I'm accepting all bets. Sorry, this is a long one. Happy watching. No, we love it.
Yeah,
send your feedback.
Definitely.
Nothing's too long.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for writing. Always good to hear from you. Lady Carlin of House Worderman. Hi, Duncan and Rachel. Thank you so much for this podcast and for all you have done to keep us accompanied during the long night. You are welcome, Lady Carlin. As Season 8 approaches and the War for the Dawn begins, I wanted to hear some of your specific thoughts regarding your favorite pieces from the score. Ooh, this is right up your alley, Rachel. I have heard you frequently mention how amazing and ingenious Ramin Djawadi is, but I wanted to ask, what are your top 3 favorite scores, not including the main theme, Light of the Seven, or any of the main house themes? For me, it would be Winds of Winter, Season 6, Episode 10, The Children, Season 4, Episode 10, and Wildfire, Season 2, Episode 9.
Nice. Okay. Let me think here for a second. Two Swords is definitely my number one if I can't pick the main title or Winds, or Light of the Seven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Two Swords is really good. I like the song that's playing during the battle at Castle Black. Dun 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 dun. You know?
Oh, with the big 40-foot horn. Yeah, that one's super
really
good.
Good one there too.
I will say Goodbye Brother, which is the first time we hear the Stark theme in season 1.
I love the dragon, like the dragon fight music. Dun, 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 dun,
yeah, I'm trying to find the name of it.
Dun, dun. The Red Woman too. Oh, I love the Red Woman. Wah, wah. Oh yeah, man, so good.
I think there's one called Dracarys.
Yeah, there has to be.
Is that season 3 that she does that?
When she acquires the Unsullied?
Yeah.
Yeah, the music's really good there too.
Yeah, and then my third one would be Dracarys.
Nice. I also like the sort of mystical, wonder-inducing music, the ascending scale that we get with certain scenes with Arya when she's on her journey, and it's like dun dun ding, dun dun ding
ding. That weird instrument that he plays for Arya's theme is good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and there's like sort of like chimes ascending or something, creating this like feeling of wonder and like enchantment, kind of really cool theme for Arya. We've been discussing the Jon and Dany theme a lot lately, which I really like now that I've noticed it.
That's up there. I like the whole...
the list would probably be shorter to pick out songs we don't like.
Yeah.
It would be non-existent.
I literally listen to it all the time in the car.
Yeah. So good.
I either listen to Ramin Djawadi or Bob Marley. Those are my two kind of go-tos in the car. My son loves Ramin Djawadi, as I mentioned before. So yeah, if I had to pick, those would probably be my top 3. There's other really good ones. The Spoils of War is great. And yeah, God, there's so many.
Oh, I know. Where
those
do
are
you
my top
begin?
3. Two Swords, Goodbye Brother, and Dracarys. Nice.
Yeah. Great question, Lady Carlin. Thank you for writing in. Yeah,
yes,
it's good to hear
you.
Good to hear from you again, too.
Sorry we missed your email the first time.
Yeah, I still can't find it.
I'm glad we got it.
Yeah, thank you for making sure for contacting us again and making sure we read it. Would have hated to miss it.
For everybody.
Yeah,
too.
If you guys send something and we don't seem to, if we don't read it or don't seem to respond to it, we probably didn't get it, because we respond to everything and we read everything we get on air, basically. So.
Yeah, so slap us across the face virtually.
Yeah. If there's like a communication breakdown, just reach out to us again, and we're really easy to get a hold of.
Yeah, Facebook Messenger or ravens@gameofmicrophones.com.
Or comment right on our posts and we can find them there. Yeah.
Nice.
Sir Patrick of Hindsight. The Dothraki streaming between the ranks of the Unsullied is its own song of ice and fire. Ooh, I like that. Throughout the series, I've wanted Cersei to become the, quote, wicked queen figure she's seemed destined to be. Now we see her strolling into the dragon pits, clad in black, accompanied by a pirate, a necromancer, and an undead dreadnought. Great point. He could have tried. He could have died. Young or old, a true knight is sworn to protect those who are weaker than himself or die in the attempt. Thoughts of Brienne of Tarth concerning Sir Quincy Cox, Knight of the Salt Pans. This thought was the very crux of everything this story stands for. It really is all about Cox in the end. Remember Jaime asking Qyburn if he could make him a new working hand? Remember Qyburn admiring the craftsmanship of Jaime's golden hand? Now Qyburn admires the White's animated hand, and he pops a Qyboner over it. When a character breaks his own code, he or she pays by having the offending part destroyed. Peter breaks his allegiance to, quote, the latter by declaring his love for Sansa. Thus, he gets his vocal cords severed. His last word is a gurgling "I." He just wanted it to be "I love you," but by poetic justice, he dies, referencing only himself. Yes, so good. I think his wits were impaired during his trial by his own admiration for Sansa. He keeps getting this wrinkle in the corners of his eyes when she says something impressive. I feel this scene is referencing the death of the raptor trainer in Jurassic Park. Whenever he gets that look, I just know he is thinking, "Clever girl." In the final shot of Cersei, just after Jaime leaves her, she brings her hand to her womb. She's got no one to posture for in this scene. I think she may have been posturing at Jaime, pushing him away so he wouldn't be there when the moon tea kicks in. What is Qyburn doing here indeed? Damn, that's rough. Your brother decides to align himself with the cockless, and then shortly after it cuts to a shot of Tyion standing behind Tyion. The single best moment of payoff in the entire series is when Sandor smiles warmly upon learning that Arya is alive and well and has become a badass. He and Bran look like proud parents as they walk together, fitting since their battle essentially consummated her rebirth into the Faceless Men, and Sandor likely took Brienne's maidenhead when he kicked her in the box. Oh, man. When Bronn says, "suck his magic cock later," Tyion has a sore look on his face. In my opinion, he thinks Bronn is referring to the alleged magic properties of dwarf cocks. Good point. Love it. Really great feedback this week, Sir Patrick. Thanks so much for writing in. All right. Thanks, everybody, for making the rewatch a blast. We loved it.
Duncan, great job editing.
Thanks.
I mean, seriously, dude. You are unreal.
And you have been amazing as well.
Thank you.
A duo for the ages.
Yes. I like it.
All right, that's our show, episode 109. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Yes, thank you guys so much for sticking with us through the long night. We love all of you.
Indeed. And a huge thank you to John Bailey, the epic voice guy from the Emmy-nominated Honest Trailers, for announcing our show. If you'd like to donate or subscribe to support us, you can go to paypal.me/GOMPodcast or patreon.com/GOMPodcast to donate an amount of your choosing. There are links to both at gameofmicrophones.com.
Doing some online shopping? Go to gameofmicrophones.com and click on our link to Amazon. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases.
Any contribution you make helps, and you can help secure the continued existence of Game of Microphones. We'd like to thank our patrons, Sir Matthew of House Rep, Lady Lucy of House Roberts, Lady Candace of House Twos, Lady Terry of House Theodore, Lord Jeff of House Allen, Sirenicide, Lord John of House Grills, Lord Jeremiah of House Carpenter, and Luke, the Low Duke. Thank you guys so much. We love you and appreciate your patronage. And another huge thank you to Lord Bryson of House Wolf for your contributions as well. And make sure to check out Sirenicide, the serialized horror drama podcast featuring me and Archmaester Stitches. Go to sirenicide.com and download it wherever you get your podcasts.
We also want to give a huge thanks to Lady Lisa of House Sky, Pie Romancer. She has been amazing behind the scenes working to get our website, Game of Microphones, up and running. Mm-hmm. She's also an incredibly skilled artist, so check out her amazingly illustrated book, The People You May See, available now on Amazon.com. It's Prime eligible too, so you'll get it super fast.
Yeah.
You can check all her work out at fineartsbylisa.com. She's also on Instagram and Facebook /fineartsbylisa. We love you, girl.
Definitely. And I've got a Lisa Sky original that's up on display on the Game of Microphones set. So as we go into our live
That's
broadcasting,
awesome.
so when we're doing our podcasts during season 8 and you can see the Game of Microphones studio, keep your eye out for the picture of Drogon on the wall. That's a Lisa Sky original. It's awesome.
I love it. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Next episode, we'll be covering the premiere episode of the final season of Game of Thrones.
I'm so excited.
The name of which is as of yet unknown. In other words, an episode has no name.
Oh my God.
Thus far. We'll be doing live shows immediately following the episode, as well as studio-produced episodes like this during the week between the new episodes. So that means double the material for you guys, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have some really cool guests and a lot of new faces appearing regularly on the show, and it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. So we're looking forward to experiencing the new season with you guys. Yes, cannot wait. So make sure to tune in next Sunday, April 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern to HBO to watch the premiere of the final season of Game of Thrones and send us your thoughts. We'd love to read them on air. If you'd like to call, you can always call us at 813-563-3739. That's 813-JOFFREY.
If you'd like to write in, you can email us at ravens@gameofmicrophones.com.
Check out our Facebook page at facebook.com/GOMPodcast.
Imslap! You can also listen to Game of Microphones on YouTube, BitChute, and Steemit. Just search for Game of Microphones to find our channel. Likes, comments, and shares are appreciated.
We're also on Twitter, Instagram, Gab, and Minds at GOMPodcast.
And we're on Tumblr too at Game of Microphones.
All right, that's our show.
Thanks for listening. I didn't believe it until I saw them. I saw them all.
How many?
100,000 at least.
In the nick of time.
That is true statement.
I'll get it out before the new season comes out, for sure.
Yes, you will. I have faith in you. Jaime's like, dude, we don't have a fortnight. If the North falls, like, we're all fucked.
We're fucked.
Girl, our child is not going to be born if we don't deal with this threat.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Yes.
Right. She's like so stupid, but also like so, smart at the same time about some things. Like she has Euron pretend to freak out and leave when it's like an excellent plan to like sneak off and go get the Golden Company, and like she's doing slick things and making astute observations while at the same time, like, she's like, she sees all the details, but she misses the big picture. You know what I mean?
Exactly. She can't put all the details together to see like the actual picture in front of her.
We bought ourselves a big army. She's like 20,000 men, horses, elephants, I believe.
Yeah, that was a crazy line.
Yeah. We're going to see war elephants in season 8.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We got to see one of them, like a kraken, a big giant spider, or elephants.
I'm hoping we get an army of ice spiders, an army of war elephants, Nymeria and her army of direwolves.
Oh my God.
And all 3 dragons at least a few times.
Yes. Blow the budget, HBO.
Blow the budget. Just poo. Do you really think Euron Greyjoy got scared and ran away? Euron fucking Greyjoy? Dude, he sailed over to Essos to pick up the Golden Company and come back under the cover of being terrified, and everybody bought it. And I was like, oh my God, that was so slick. So they must have had this plan. She's like, listen, Euron, for some reason, we don't know why they want to meet us. We don't know what they have, like if they have something to show us. We don't know about that. We don't know what the deal is, but you're going to think of some reason to abandon me during the proceedings, right? And make me seem like I'm in a position of weakness. Because when you're strong, you act weak. When you're weak, you act strong, you know? Art of War.
Yes.
So she's like, no one walks away from me. And I'm like, oh, spoke too soon, Cersei, because Jaime is about to walk away from you.
Yep. That's more like treason, but okay.
Then,
Cersei.
Then he's like, well, I pledged to ride north and I intend to honor that pledge. And that's when she says, and that will be treason.
Treason?
Yeah. Disobeying your queen's command, fighting with her enemies. What would you call it?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's like, we're
talking about grammar. We have way more larger problems than grammar.
Also, and like, you're just not listening to what anybody else has to say. So even if you're asking me what my opinion is, it doesn't matter to you. Like, you know, it's like,
yeah, you're just being a giant
belligerent.
Bitch.
Yeah. So he starts walking away and she repeats herself. I told you.
No one walks away from me.
Yeah. And he's like, are you going to order him to kill me? Because Gregor like steps in front of him, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
Give the order then.
When I first watched it, she like nods her head.
She does. She gives Gregor the order. And this look flashes across Jaime's face as Gregor draws his sword and his eyes sort of like flicker, like he half blinks in astonishment at just the betrayal.
I don't believe you.
The person he loves most in the world ordering him to be executed. And he calls her bluff and says, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Dude, that's twice in one episode. She threatened, 2 times in the same episode. First, Tyion says, give the order. And then Jaime says, give the order then. They both she threatens to kill both of her brothers in this episode.
I know. That's
crazy.
She's
nuts,
she's
dude.
lost her mind.
Yeah. With the death of Tommen, like her moral compass is just gone. Oh man, 2 episodes in a row now. Cersei first mentions Bronn by name, and now Bronn mentions Cersei by name. It's the first time these 2 characters have been like connected to one each other, and I don't like it, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Bronn is unaware that Cersei has singled him out for punishment just last episode.
Yeah, so, he's pretty proud of himself. He's totally patting himself on the back that 2 traitors' heads are coming right through their door.
Yep.
She can lop them both off and throw them into the Blackwater.
And Bronn is blunt and self-oriented as ever. And Tyrion's like, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, I left this shit city because I didn't want to die in it.
Am I going to die in this shit city? so good.
You might.
Yeah, Tyrion's just straight up with him.
Sandor's just like, dude, fuck this. And he goes and stands right in front of his brother.
Yeah, he can't take his eyes off of the mountain. And he's just like, this is, he just needs to get closer, A, to see what the fuck happened, and B, to confront him, And he just walks right up to that dais, and the mountain just comes right out to meet him. And I'm wondering, is he knowingly coming out to meet Sandor as his brother, or is he just doing what he's supposed to do and protecting Cersei from whoever this is? Is he thinking enough to know, like that Sandor's even there?
I think he knows it's his brother.
Right, because there was that time where Jaime like insulted him, like, does he even know what we're saying right now?
Exactly.
And he kind of turns towards him.
He listens, because to Qyburn's point, when he first introduces him, like, this is, Sir Gregor Clegane.
Right. He's still Gregor Clegane.
Yeah, he's taken a vow of silence. So just because he's not speaking does not mean he doesn't understand.
Right. But at the same time, it's like, is that actually true? Has he taken a vow of silence, or is that a cover because he's undead and no longer talks?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You know what? I never even thought of it that way.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was like maybe a public explanation to explain why this guy isn't saying anything. When he's really like a necromancy abomination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And dude, he looks fucked.
You're even uglier than I am now.
Yeah. It seems to be like a recurring theme in season 6 and 7.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe just season 7. I don't know. I'm losing track at this point. It's all blending together.
I know, seriously.
So what do you have for your number 3?
Let's see.
Oh, man. We got so many good things to talk about in this episode.
My number 3 is the revelation.
Me too.
Okay,
The
cool.
truth.
Yes.
Sam
the
and
truth.
Bran, the ultimate intelligence combo.
Right.
So Bran is just chilling as usual in a dark room,
Just like
brooding
Jon.
like Stannis or Jon. And he's sitting there looking into the fire, which I thought was interesting. Just the idea of Bran looking into a fire sort of evokes imagery of two supernatural powers facing off with each other. The werewood
Wi-Fi
network.
networks.
Yeah, exactly. The ice network, the fire Wi-Fi.
This scene was so hard because you know it's coming.
You know
and
it's
it's like, you
incest,
know
is what I
that it's incest, but you want desperately for them to like get together because they don't know it's incest.
Right. How you got to be a really good writer to get like 99% of the world rooting for
It's
incest.
like, I
right?
don't want to like it, but I do. And it drives me crazy.
It's hilarious. And it's just a balance of priorities again, you know?
Yeah, it's, you know, and Jaime talks a lot about this with Brienne. It's like when there's so many oaths to keep, like
Right.
you're bound to break one of
Honor
them.
your father, honor your king. What happens when your king asks you to kill your father, you know?
Like, what do you do?
So it's like this Romeo and Juliet-esque tragedy with star-crossed
Completely.
lovers from opposite warring families. You know, a tale that ends in tragedy, a dead prince, a dead wife and mother. Both Romeo and Juliet dead at the end of that story, spoiler alert. A destiny lost and shattered to the winds of time.
I love that connection. That's great.
And just one shred of hope left behind in this case, hidden and protected and secreted away to the north. A king hidden as a bastard. It's fucking epic.
I'm sure it's fucking really awkward for Emilia Clarke too, because
Yeah.
she like knows these people outside of the show. And it's like, yeah, like our genitals touched
Yeah.
and my boobs were on your husband's chest. And
Sorry
it's
about
just kind
that.
of, yeah, it's just, I can't help but like look at it from that perspective sometimes.
It's so funny. Bran's just like, he needs to know, you know, we need to tell him. And like, fuck, he does need to
It's
know.
like, no, don't tell him. Don't do it.
Man.
We hear a dragon screech.
Oh, man.
And it's like, oh no. And it comes flying out from the darkness.
Dude, so
and
fast.
It's super fast. Okay, so did you notice? I was curious. He is able to blow flames longer than the other dragons, in my opinion.
I feel like he's now exponentially stronger. That like now it's ice magic combined with fire magic, and he's like even more powerful than Drogon. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I feel like Viserion, undead Viserion, is going to kill Drogon.
Oh no.
I know.
No. Oh God. Drogon would come in, spit his fire. It would go, I mean, it spit for a long time, but then it would stop and he would fly up and then he would spit again, spit the fire. And Viserion
He's like
just,
the Energizer Dragon. He just keeps going.
yeah,
and going.
it never stops.
Yeah. And we get these like, as he's just blasting unlimited supply of this icy flames, we get these awesome close-ups of his face. He's like, we get this crazy sound. And the fire
I
is
love
just
that
like,
it's blue flame.
yeah. Oh my God. A couple of those
So
shots.
now we have blue fire, now we have green fire,
Yep.
and red fire.
Yeah, totally. Very interesting. And his head is just kind of like going back and forth and just spraying the flames. And we get this amazing sound of his screeching as he's doing it. And these blazes of blue flames are just like these gargantuan blasts are just penetrating all the way through the wall and just shooting out the other side.
I know. And Tormund and Beric are standing there like in total fucking disbelief.
Yeah.
I love Tormund. He's like, run! Just like,
Yeah.
But in fairness to Cersei,
It
she
is a
doesn't
joke.
believe any of this
Yeah.
bullshit.
It seems like nonsense. Like she says, yeah, I don't think this is serious at all. It's just another bad joke. You know, like, and she says, it's like, what did the maester say? A child surviving beyond the wall with the help of a magical raven. You know? Yeah.
And I love Dany. Like, she rolls her eyes. She's just, it's like, she takes this, like, breath in through her nose and she's just like, fucking stupid bitch. So I thought when I first watched it, it's like, I wonder if there's some like magical spell over King's Landing that like doesn't allow their necromancy to work in this area.
Yeah, and the audience is wondering, is it dead? You know, is this all for nothing? That whole mission, is it a failure?
The box over.
Yeah, and we learned that it was just playing dead and like just waiting for its moment to strike.
Oh my God.
As it animates and jumps out of the box and goes
Cersei
screeching at Cersei.
Flies to the back of her chair. So
man.
like her like demeanor completely changes 180 degrees.
Moment of real panic. And interestingly, the mountain does nothing. You'd expect the mountain to step forward and intercede on Cersei's behalf.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I know Jaime stepped forward. I didn't realize the mountain didn't step forward.
Yeah, like everybody is just in shock.
Maybe he was like, oh, a fellow brother.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I know that you brought this up like way back. Is there's the fight or flight or like be
or
frozen?
Freeze. Yeah, fight or flight or freeze.
I'm a freezer for sure.
I'm a refrigerator. I'm always cool.
And even Varys.
Oh, man.
I mean, even the look on Varys'
right,
face.
because Varys
like,
hasn't seen it yet either, you know? As much as he loves things in boxes, he hasn't, you know, gone and opened the box himself yet. Tyrion in a box, Sorcerer in a box, Dick in a box.
Dick in a box.
I'm wise enough to know when a gift keeps giving.
I'll have to have Dave record his zombie screech.
Oh, yeah, do
it's so good. I cannot emanate it at all, but
sure, yeah,
Dave, he does it all the time to scare me, and it drives me crazy.
Awesome. He points out that, like, if we don't win this battle, that is what is going to become of every one of us. We're all going to be turned. And if that's the fate of everyone, that means Hodor is one of those. And I want to see him, man. We're going to see Hodor.
Hodor is coming back.
He's got to, right? So he's like, fuck this. Can they swim? Jon's like, no. So he's like, yeah, good. I'm going back to the island that I came from. Screw you guys. I'm going home. You know? And everybody's like, whoa, as like this big tough guy is telling him, like, listen, I've been around the entire world. I've been player hated, and you know, I don't know what, I don't know why, but this fucking terrifies me, and it's the only thing I've ever seen that scares me. And I got to get the hell out of here, basically, because I don't play that shit. You guys can deal with this. I'm going to my island where I'm safe.
I love that he goes up to Dany. He's like, I'm going to go to my island. You should go back to yours. And when all this shit is over, you and I are going to make babies together.
Yeah, he gives her like this look, like, like a little nod. And she kind of like, but the more immediate problem is that we're fucked. Like, what the fuck? Like, we're fucked.
Super fucked.
So he runs into Jaime here. And Tyrion's like, you spoke with her, like convinced her to meet with me. And Jaime clarifies, I spoke at her until she kicked me out. She thinks I'm an idiot, trusting you. A lot of people seem to think that. So will he follow through and redeem himself, or will he fall? Will love become the death of duty again for Jaime? And will he end up aligning himself again with Cersei in some desperate moment? And he turns and starts walking towards the mountain. And this is the most ballsy thing anybody has done in this entire series, is walked towards the mountain and said, do it. And I was like, oh my God, this is fucking nuts. And he turns back to Cersei and says, say the word, you know, just like Jaime, give the order.
Say it.
Yeah, say it. And oh my God, a pause.
And she can't do it. Yeah. She can't fucking do it.
Ecstasy and anger and power and shock all fill her face simultaneously. And she hesitates. And like you said, she just can't do it. She grimaces and turns away, unable to give the command. And like, isn't this what she's dreamt of for all of this time? And now in the moment, she knows, like, is it that she feels sympathy and she won't do it? Or is it because she can't do it? She knows that part of her bigger plan revolves around Tyrion surviving, because this would trigger war instantly, and she can't have that yet. So as much as she wants to do it, and as much as she may have done it, she knows she can't do it. And as it comes across as maybe she feels sympathy and maybe she chooses not to do it. But I think that strategically she knows she can't do it. And that's what is upsetting her, is that she has the opportunity here and she can't do it because it would sacrifice her power. Basically.
I totally agree with that, but I also think there's an underlying tone of deep down in her soul, she knows he's right.
And I think that's what Tyrion thinks, you know? And I think that this is, and he immediately, when he realizes that he's not going to be killed here, he exhales.
Grabs a drink.
Right. And he grabs a drink, and it's like this, it's like the old dynamic that it used to be, where like they hated each other, but they'd be sitting there talking with each other and negotiating. And I think that this is the first moment since he escaped from King's Landing, since he was taken into custody, that he's felt safe, where somebody isn't immediately trying to kill him. And he may not know until after he's made a mistake that she was never true with her word.
That's true.
So
it's very fishy.
It's a pickle.
It's definitely a dill pickle for sure.
It's a pickle. And so this is funny because he's like, you may have known that. And he assumes that Lysa would have told her because Lysa had let it slip partially that time, right? So he's like, whatever your aunt may have told you, she was a troubled woman. She imagined enemies everywhere. And I thought this was crazy because this is exactly what he's been telling to Sansa to do. Imagine your enemies. Imagine the worst possible reasons they could have.
Exactly.
You know, imagine what Arya is really here for. He's telling her to imagine enemies everywhere. No wonder Lysa went crazy, you know, with like this type of influence on her.
That's totally true. And Sansa's like, protected me by selling me to the Boltons?
If we could only speak alone, I could explain
She's like,
everything.
Fuck that shit.
Right. It's like with Jorah. Didn't he say that to Dany, right? If we could only speak alone, Khaleesi,
you'll never be alone
everything.
with her again.
Exactly. You'll never be alone with her again, Littlefinger. Ever. Hopefully.
Or
unless you're still alive. Yeah. Right.
That's what you do, isn't it? That's what you've always done. Turn family against family. Turn sister against sisters. That's what you did to our mother.
And Aunt Lysa, and that's what you tried to do to us.
Give me a chance to defend myself. I deserve that.
Yeah, and she's like, fine, try.
I am Lord Protector of the Vale, and I command you to escort me back to the Eyrie. And Lord Royce is like, nope.
Not happening,
Not gonna happen, brosif.
Bronn and Jaime are looking down from the battlements and just at this beautiful image of perfection, of like the epitome of order, all of these unsullied standing in perfect formation, totally still. Remember, like they'll stand until they die if you order them to, you know what I mean? Like these guys are so cool. But I mean, although they are a little bit different now that they've been freed, they probably have some sort of autonomy that they've gained from the lax regimentation of being in Meereen, I imagine.
And this is the first time that Jaime and Bronn have seen the Unsullied. So they're
true.
like, fuck me. She has the Dothraki, which we've seen.
Yeah, just
and now,
a terrifying, like, chaos personified. And then here, all of a sudden, it's like the total, polar opposite.
This structured army.
Yeah, also terrifying.
Yeah.
So cool.
How many barrels? And the soldier says 500. And Bronn looks at him. He's like, get 500 more.
Yeah, double that. We got trouble, boy.
And I love, again, the Dothraki. They just come screaming in and they like funnel through the Unsullied.
How badass is that? Just like right through all the gaps and the pathways. And it was just like the coolest thing for me. It was like it just demonstrated Dany's mastery over both order and chaos. As we see,
I love that.
Right? We see chaos just coming through the order and just the combination of both, and it's total full spectrum domination. Tyrion gives Jon a pretty good couple answers for why people would want to live in King's Landing, right? There's good work, there's lots more work here, and the brothels are money. You don't get those type of women outside the Dreadfort,
When Drogon did that, he was still quite small. Oh, Loki!
Yeah, I'm going to go grab him so he doesn't cheap, put him in my shirt. I'll be right back.
Okay. Put him in your shirt.
Okay, so I've got him in my sweatshirt now, so hopefully he'll be quiet.
Hi, Loki.
Hello!
Hello! Littlefinger is trying to lead Sansa to think about, critically think about why Arya's here.
This is something else that I thought was interesting too. Your theory that Baelish could be a faceless man. Get this. I was thinking at this point, I was like, is this even Baelish? Or is this Arya posing as Baelish, testing Sansa's loyalties?
Oh, shit.
Like,
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, talking to Sansa, seeing if she's like willing to betray Jon, doing her own recon to see, to see if Sansa's really on her side or if Sansa needs to be dealt with. It's pretty crazy, right?
I like that. If it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is a duck, but then there's like something off about that duck.
Right.
It's like not quite that character anymore. I've done plenty of things that I regret.
Yeah. And Theon's like, yeah, not compared to me, man. And he agrees.
Dude.
He's like, no.
No, not compared to you.
I always wanted to do the right thing, be the right kind of person, but I never knew what that meant. It always seemed like there was an impossible choice I had to make.
Just like Jaime, man, caught between oaths. Except, whereas Jaime tried to make the best of those decisions and I think did the best he could. Like killing the king was the best choice in that scenario. Tyion makes the bad decisions. And I thought this was really very mature of Jon and very beautiful sentiment from Jon. And instead of using Ned's memory just to scold Tyion and berate him and make him look like an asshole, instead he's using Ned's memory for inspiration and showing Tyion, just like in life, how Ned would have done to bring him to the right path and tell him to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're a Greyjoy and you're a Stark. And I loved that line because I think about it from Jon being a Stark and a Targaryen.
Oh, yeah, true.
It's
totally.
like you're both. It's okay to be proud that you're a Greyjoy and know that that's where you come from. But it's also okay to identify with being a Stark because you spent your adolescent years growing up with Ned. And you learned a lot from him.
And embracing that influence is okay. You don't need anything more than that.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to choose.
My voice totally just cut out when I said, yeah, I don't know if you heard this.
I barely heard anything.
It got caught in my throat.
That's funny. Classic. And this is when Euron's greatest weakness becomes his greatest strength.
The ballless wonder. Tyion is Tyion Greyjoy. He is back.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to say it. I think Reek is dead. Reek is
dead.
is a season 7 casualty. You know what I mean?
Yesterday, he fell in his trampoline. He goes, fucking damn it. And I'm like, oh
shit.
My God.
That's hilarious.
We're not listening to Duncan and Mommy in the car anymore.
Oh, man. Now they've come together and literally come together in this episode. And and I don't know if I'll include that. That was a little rough.
Wow.
Maybe I'll just say literally and figuratively. And even in this episode. And now...
you could put that in the outtakes, though, because that was funny.
Yeah.
And finally, after Arya slits Baelish's throat and he is struggling to talk his last breath, Sansa really dropped the ball by not saying, no need to seize the last word, Lord Baelish. I'll assume it was something clever.